Good morning. If you could please take your seats in the main room. The conference is about to commence. Thank you. Folks, if you can please take your seats in the main room, the conference is about to commence. Thank you.
The world belongs to the ones who enable others and themselves. Become an enabler. You can become part of a new era, of a new age of legalizing the illegal, altering it from threat to therapy and treat, with the same consciousness. We are pioneers, and together with you, we will create a transparent ecosystem, enable technological innovation, and ensure a secure market environment. We enable cannabis, together.
We specialize in production and development of phytomedicine.
The idea is really to exploit very robust clinical observations using herbal interventions and to derive from them what can be translated into a rigorous pharmaceutical formulation and treatment.
We are creating a natural-based medicine, which are standardized medicine to meet the FDA and EMA guidelines.
We work together with the best researchers all around the world in order to bring the best solutions to our patients.
I think what is characteristic of MGC is that it appreciates our responsibility as human beings on this earth and maintaining a certain harmony with the environment.
Folks, the conference is about to commence. If you could please take your seats in the main room. Thank you.
Standardized, affordable phytomedicines.
I'm not gonna sleep for a while, eat for a while, laugh for a while, love for a while, then I'll be fine, then I'll be fine. You might want me in your sheets for a while, creep for a while.
get started. Hi everyone, my name is Alana Kirsch and I'm the CEO of the Canigma. I'm going to be your MC for today. For anyone who doesn't know, the Canigma is an evidence-based cannabis education site. We're based out in Israel with contributors and writers all over the world. And we've been collaborating with Prohibition partners pretty much whenever we can. So really excited to be your MC today. We're going to get started, but a couple of quick announcements before we do. We've got a whole lot of amazing content for you today. Just wanted to remind you that there is a networking lounge upstairs that you can all make use of. There's also the terrace outside, and also a reminder to download the Swap Card app so that you can network and connect with each other and stay on top of the agenda. So that's it in terms of announcements. I'm going to pass straight over to Stephen Murphy, the co-founder and CEO of Prohibition Partners, for some opening remarks, and then I'll be back in a few minutes.
Hello, good morning. My name is Stephen Murphy. I am a co-founder of Prohibition Partners and co-founder of Cannabis Europa, and I'm delighted to welcome you all this morning in beautiful sunny London in this stunning venue, Old Billingsgate. It's great, I suppose, this time we have a really great diverse crowd from all over the world, over 30 countries represented. So it demonstrates, I suppose, the growing interest in Europe, but also to the end of COVID times, thank God. Look, we all need reasons to be optimistic in our current political and economic climate, and I believe the European cannabis industry gives us that hope that things are and can get better. While being optimistic and positive are critical traits to work in the cannabis industry, and there are indeed many reasons to be cheerful, I think the most crucial is persistence. We're fortunate to have patients and advocates in the room and who are going to tell their story and their journey with us over the next 2 days. I also think it's extremely important that we recognize the recent news that's of Spain and the tireless work of Carola Perez and her colleagues in changing the law and making Spain a fairer place for patients. We're delighted to have Carola and all of the patients with us at Cannabis Europa, and hopefully it adds to the value of really strong debate and discussions. The disturbing news coming out of the US last Friday is worrying, but again, we can look to cannabis for positivity in improving and combating women's health. Culture and the arts is critical to ensuring, I suppose, the modernization and normalization of cannabis. We have icons from the worlds of culture, both from Europe and from the US, taking part over the next 2 days in discussing what cannabis means in the world of creativity, culture, and arts. With the likes of Germany, Switzerland, Portugal, Denmark, all on course for recreational cannabis, this is on course to change drug policy in Europe and international law forever. We're going to discuss and debate what is the best way forward to do this. But we can't simply change bad laws without acknowledging the damage being done. And I'm delighted to welcome Mary Bailey from the Last Prisoners Project and Norman Raymer of the Fair Trials, who are launching a new initiative seeking to combat and right the wrongs of discriminate archaic laws have done to society. When you still have families being locked up for trying to access medicines, humans being trafficked to support an illicit market, police commissioners giving false and misleading evidence to Parliament on scientific evidence relating to cannabis, we know there is still a long way to go in making cannabis normal. We're in a bear market economically, but European cannabis is a bull, and it's only getting started. I know firsthand money is tight right now, but I do believe that is a good thing. Just look at the benefit excess did to the Canadian cannabis industry. Europe is still yet to significantly scale, and valuations are still very attractive for international investors. So stay committed and stay focused. It's impossible to succeed alone. Really, the best way for us to achieve things, especially as a small industry, is through collaboration. So I implore you to engage with each other, to download the SwapCard app if you don't already have it. If you are having problems, contact one of the Cannabis Europa team who are about the venue for the next 2 days. There are over 1,200 delegates from 30 countries taking part, all with unique insights and ideas. So please do connect via the SwapCard app. At 11, there'll be a special presentation outside on new technology that is bound to change how the cannabis industry operates for the next 10 years. I'm not going to say too much more, but it's bound to be a game changer. Look, I'd like to just thank you all for taking the time to come to London, to take 2 days out of your busy schedule, to engage with each other, to learn. Every day in this industry is a school day, and I do hope you get the benefit of 2 days spent at Cannabis Europa. I'd also like to thank our sponsors who give us the opportunity at putting these events together, at putting unique people in a room and generating new ideas and thoughts on how we can shape the future of European cannabis. I'd particularly like to thank our lead sponsor, MGC Pharmaceuticals. I'll be speaking with Roby and Alessandra shortly, but for now, I'd like to welcome to the stage Nicholas Godres, Chief Global Sales of MGC Pharmaceuticals. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Cannabis Europa. This is Europe's first and only cannabis conference series covering science, policy, and business strategy. I'm Nicole Godres, as I was introduced, the Global Chief Sales Officer with MGC Pharmaceuticals, the proud headline sponsor of this year's meeting. This is the first conference I've been to in over 2 years, which is quite amazing. Look around the room, look how many people are here today. This is quite incredible. We're not on a Zoom. We're actually all in London in the same place, face to face. And we all have the same important mission of expanding awareness and access to this incredible plant that holds so much promise for so many people around the world. Let's also take a moment to recognize all of the people in the room who are more than just a group of professionals. We're voices of change in an industry finally building long overdue recognition and momentum globally. When I first made the decision to join this industry in 2016, which was 6 years ago, which as many of you will know feels like dog years because so much happens in 6 years, it was my ambition to work collaboratively with people like you to shape the future of this industry. During my time at MGC, and prior to that, with Tilray and Cannabis Access and Zynerba, so I've worked for a few companies in this space. One of the biggest challenges I faced is a lack of understanding and acceptance of regulators, legislators, and medical professionals alike that we're bringing a legitimate and cost-effective solution to address a very real and significant public health challenge. Prior to moving into the cannabis industry, I'd been in pharmaceuticals for over 20 years in various commercial and market access roles with big pharma companies such as Johnson & Johnson and Merck Sharp & Dohme, and those roles spanned Asia. But following my move into the cannabis space, what became very apparent very quickly is that the legislative infrastructure in most countries is not set up to facilitate medical cannabis access. We're dealing with a plant that has many active ingredients and interplant variabilities. Not only that, but there's significant interpatient variability. This presents challenges in generating consistent clinical trial results to support these regulatory submissions that are normally required for standard pharmaceutical new drug applications. However, governments do understand one thing very well, that if patients cannot easily access cannabis via legal pathways, they'll source it on the black market. In many cases, this is to treat a genuine, unmet medical need. So there's a political and regulatory incentive to take a pragmatic approach to cannabis regulations, and in doing so, ensure high access to high quality, consistent, and safe medical cannabis alternatives. This morning, I'd like to share some of my own experiences with some of the hurdles that I've had to face along the way. My personal cannabis journey started in Australia in 2016. And today, I just want to refer back to some of the experiences there for a moment to share my involvement in assisting to open that market. So in February 2016, Australia legalized the growing of medical cannabis federally for research and scientific purposes. This was not for commercial purposes at this time. I was hired at this time to assist with setting up some of Australia's first medical cannabis clinical trials and to assist with on-the-ground regulatory and clinical setup with a number of international medical cannabis companies. Very early on, I was connected to a mother. Her son desperately needed cannabis to treat symptoms associated with epilepsy and a brain tumor. The family reported significant alleviation of symptoms using cannabis sourced from the black market, and at the time they claimed their belief that it was preventing the cancer from progressing. I took this case on for one of the companies I was working for at the time. I was trying to get it through on compassionate grounds. The family, rightly so, thought it was a human right to have access to medicine that they thought was helping their son. At the time the family approached me, there was no quality controls, nor any defined access pathway in Australia for this. The GP was very helpful in assisting with the discussions with both myself and the regulators, and was willing to assist however he could. The TGA, the governing body, did not want applications for whole flower. And there was heated debates between the family and the government bodies on why THC was the product of choice of the family over CBD, and why flower and not oil. In the end, the family was able to choose what they wanted. They also did threaten some legal action and media attention, which might have helped with that product choice. But with all of that red tape and all the difficulty, it took 5 months to get that product to that patient. Well, 5 months actually just to get the right approvals, and then another 10 weeks to get the import and export permits to get the product into the country. So actually it took 7.5 months to get that first product to that patient. Some of the reasons were that it took 3 applications for import and export permits. And the government contact at the time at the TGA and I were actually banging our heads against the wall, trying to find a way through this red tape. It eventually took regular consultations with the government on quality guidelines for flower. So the company I was working with at the time assisted with that. It also took regular calls with governments on what were black and white rules and what were gray. And how do we navigate through this? But eventually we did make it happen, and this was the first import post the 2016 legalization for research and scientific purposes. We managed to get it through on compassionate grounds. Now, during this process, 8 months after that federal legislation change, Australia, out of nowhere, basically, legalized per patient import for cannabis. I called my TGA government regulatory correspondent, who I was speaking to on a regular basis, and said, "What does this mean?" And she had no idea. There was no infrastructure. They hadn't had any conversations about it. And they didn't know they needed a week or two just to figure it out. So it eventuated, similar to the UK, that specialists could prescribe as a last line of therapy for a specific subset of patients. There were separate federal and state approvals, which didn't make sense at the time. And Yeah, so we basically, sorry, I've lost my page, yep, so. So for this next legislative change, I decided to learn from my past experience. And I decided to do something a little bit differently with my next import. So before I'd worked with a GP to try to get that product in through borders. This time I called one of the most renowned palliative care professors I could find in the country. He was a department head at a major teaching hospital in Sydney. And I'd worked with him on advisory boards in a previous life. This was Professor Richard Chai. I asked him to please, at this time, for the love of God, help me test the system with these new guidelines. But even with him, the state and federal approvals took 4 months to complete, and then again, the import and export took 10 weeks to get product into the country. So the new system, even though it had been changed, still took 6.5 months to get into the country. Another important point is that at this time, oils, which we were importing for this next patient, it cost £2,000 to ship it. So all up, including product costs, this took £2,500. But we did make it happen through this new system. So this was the next import post these October 2016 changes. And this professor then went on to be the state and federal advisory board member for medicinal cannabis for Australia. Now this last section is really interesting, it'll just take me another minute to get through this. So in January 2017, 3 months after that change, I had had 5 patients approved through compassionate grounds through this new system. All of them were 100% covered by the company I was working for at the time on compassionate grounds. Tens of thousands of dollars in direct product and shipping costs had already been allocated to this by the company, not to mention other indirect resource allocation costs. There was quite a bit of media hype around access in Australia, and government officials were all of a sudden quoted publicly on how there was now access in Australia. Isn't this wonderful? And I laughed, because I was involved with those patient imports, and I knew it was involved, and I knew the cost to the company that it was actually costing. So in January, when I was seeing all this media being released, I wrote a letter to the TGA and the Office of Drug Control in Australia. I wrote that the insane administrative work and cost involved in bringing medical cannabis to Australia was not commercially viable. I wrote that a per patient import at £2,000 per patient import, which didn't even include the product cost, was also not commercially viable. I wrote that unless they allowed bulk import, not per patient imports, I was ceasing operations in Australia. I would no longer supply the 5 patients that had been approved, and I would not be supplying any others. At the time, I was the only company providing commercial access legally to patients in the country. And I remember sitting with my only colleague at the time, who's coincidentally here today. And we both had our finger on the send button, and we pushed it together and looked at each other and said, we may not have a job tomorrow. Exactly 10 calendar days later, after that email was sent, the regulators responded to me that they were amending legislation and would now allow bulk import into Australia, which was an amazing day. This allowed for a real industry to begin. Later on that year, we did the same thing in Australia, almost exactly. So we ended up being the only company supplying New Zealand for almost a year with same difficult conditions. So the main key learning here, the point I'm trying to get across, is that this is hard. Some countries will be easier, some much harder, but this is going to be hard across Europe and around the globe. This also takes a lot of time and patience with the doctors, with legislators, and with yourselves and your teams. Individually, one company, one team can have a significant impact on the policy and market access landscape, working collaboratively with regulators, policymakers, patients, and health professionals along the way. But collectively, as an industry, we can really move mountains. With the right industry group and collaboration at all levels, we can make a real impact, not just in the UK, but around Europe and the globe. Now, yesterday I was invited to the CMC meeting, which had brought together the Hodges report. So this is just one example of how an industry can come together and provide some really good recommendations to government on how to move forward. So I implore you all to connect with your industry groups, find one that resonates with you, and add your contributions. So the available body of clinical evidence has grown to a point where it's impossible to ignore, even to the biggest of skeptics. However, it's still our mission as an industry to continue to contribute. MGC is just one company investing heavily in clinical development, which will eventually help shape government policies as well as help to define treatment protocols. MGC recently completed a phase 2 clinical trial for Cognican, which demonstrated the ability to inhibit the deterioration of symptoms associated with dementia. MGC also has ongoing phase 2 trials for Canopil and treatment-resistant pediatric epilepsy, which we expect results for in the next 12 months. And this is a heart-wrenching condition, with medical cannabis now having proven the potential to alleviate and in many cases eliminate seizures in a substantial number of patients. MGC Pharmaceuticals this month announced also promising results from our preclinical program on glioblastoma, an aggressive and fatal form of brain cancer. MGC has also launched today a clinical and observation data collection tool, an analytical app, another way for MGC to contribute to the collection and analysis of the available body of evidence. With all our combined efforts and resources, I have no doubt we'll continue to explore and uncover the seemingly limitless potential of this plant. Now, despite all these challenges, there's so many positive signs for our industry as we move forward. Today, the medical cannabis market is valued at $168 billion and is expected to triple in size in the next 5 years. Patient access is opening up and becoming more streamlined. Attitudes are changing. And as an industry, we're becoming smarter, more professional, and more sophisticated. We're also working better together. So welcome, everyone. Welcome to London. Welcome to Cannabis Europa 2022. Please take a moment to visit us at the MGC booth to grab a cup of MGC coffee and discuss how we can work together to progress this important and incredibly satisfying shared mission. Thanks.
Okay, so we're gonna, for the next couple of sessions now, we're gonna be focusing on Germany. And I think really with good reason. I'm sure you'll all agree that we're kind of all waiting with bated breath to see what happens in this market from a number of different perspectives. So the first session we've got on Germany today is gonna be a hybrid session. We're gonna have Moritz Förster, who's the founder and editor-in-chief of CrowdInvest. Oh, that's not, I'm wrong. What I have in front of me is backwards. Okay, so we're starting with what you can see here behind me. So I'm going to pass over to Stephen to moderate this session, and then we'll have the hybrid session I was starting to talk about after that.
Morning. Right, before we get into Germany, we're going to have just, I suppose, a quick conversation on something that I think is exceptionally exciting and something that is really unique about cannabis, and that's kind of what I think is kind of the future pharma of personalized medicines, and how do we get to personalized medicines. I'm delighted to have Alessandra and Robbie here talking about, I suppose, some of the work that they are doing in this space. And really, I suppose the first question is, you're a drug development company. What is the role, or how have you brought technology into your organization?
Thank you, first of all, for the event. The idea of integrating technology in drug development is to be able to gap a lot of years of missing information and data in the industry. So we need to see the pharmaceutical industry aside of us, that they have years of experience, clinical trials, regulatory support, conferences, and a lot of large data collecting over the years. And we are trying to gap this distance in a very short matter. The cannabis industry was quite not official and not regulated for many years. And we are now trying to get medicine and to be matching the pharmaceutical industry, not by one leading company, but by many companies. And we want also that the industry will be supporting it, the practitioner will be aware of the benefit. So we need to integrate more technology around us to gap this distance. So by being able to collect data on patient, to simplify doing similar to phase 4 on large data, to be able to screen and to support, and even to get into personalized medication, we need to find a way how to integrate technology on the day-to-day use of the cannabis, and thereafter also for other medication.
Okay, so you, like, patient tracking, patient data is something that has been around for a while. It's unfortunately, you're not the first to do it, but it's something that is massively lacking when it comes to cannabis, and it's something that is used again and again as a stick to beat back forwarding, I suppose, cannabis regulation. So, how have you taken existing technology or existing infrastructure and utilized that for what you are developing within MGC?
So there are lots of pill tracking apps, but there are no pill tracking apps that are connected to physicians or clinics. So what we did is we have daily questionnaires, hereditary disorders, and medications that are taken on a daily basis. If the patient does not check the box that he's taking the medication on a daily basis, or he forgets, the physician actually sees that the medication was not taken. And there are over 2 million people a year dying of mistaking medication, forgetting taking medication, or forgetting to change their dose. Even in clinical research, we see that there are medications that are being missed on a daily basis. So the app allows clinical research to have a patient ID, as well as integrates different questions based on the clinical trial, as well as we have the medication that are taken on a daily basis. So we are the first to integrate the physician's clinical research and all the physical medical industry that we're talking about, clinicals and hospitals, to the patient.
And are they, within the organization, within structure, how separate are the developments of, say, the tracking technology and product development?
So I will let also Alessandra to answer it in expand, but the idea is to collect real-time data to allow the doctor and the patient to get the current information, but also to work on a learning algorithm that will allow us also to screen other data that exist around us, and then to combine these two information and to provide a better result to the patient and to the doctor in understanding which drug to take, how different drugs are contradicting each other or supporting each other. And in the end, to get us as closer as possible to personalized medication, which is something that we all of us trying to do in the cannabis sector, but hopefully also in the pharmaceutical industry in global.
So the back end of the app has an AI, artificial intelligence, that has been we were working on it for the last 2 years. The artificial intelligence, within 5 minutes of the patient registering his data on a daily basis, scrapes over 2 million peer-reviewed and scholarly reviewed researches that have been done in the future are ongoing. And they show the physician if he's on the right track. So if the patient is having, his symptoms are worsening or the medication is not working, he sees what's the percent of people that this medication didn't work for, as well as he helps adjust the medication treatments that the patient can get. Based on past results and big data, we can analyze what's the best fit for each patient.
And from your experience, has there been others doing this inside the cannabis industry before?
The cannabis industry, not yet. There have been a lot of artificial intelligence that have been tried to be released on the market for medicine that are scraping big data, because even if we're looking into the research sector, there is researchers sitting and analyzing each questionnaire by hand. So obviously, the people factor is also a big effect. So when you have the artificial intelligence, we have 2 data sets.
So, okay, let's fast forward 10 years and everything has gone exceptionally well. What does then the future of medicine look like, or cannabinoid medicine look like?
So what we're trying to achieve with the artificial intelligence is kind of like a Google for cannabis. So people that are having symptoms, we're not talking about cancer, seizures, where you actually have to go to the doctor, right, and realize what stage and do personal testing. There are 2 stages. One where a person adds in his symptoms and he has the right strain that is shown by different people that were taking it before, that this is the best for him. For example, if he has migraines, it gives you a certain strain. Another part is we created a health corridor where you could, for example, you're going to take a blood test, and all the parameters, for example, for me and for you and for Robbie are the same, that are normal, which is not true, because for me the cholesterol, for example, for you it's high, for me it's low. So what we did is, based on ethnic groups, age, gender, we created a health corridor for all your blood tests, which could be sent over to us by the laboratory. And it also shows you what disease and what problems you have that the lab will not be able to show, because everyone has the same norms. So what we're trying to achieve is more of the artificial intelligence kind of being a personal doctor, as well as you have, of course, researchers, doctors that are looking after the patients, but this is kind of a tool to help them, kind of a brain for them, to help them get the right medication to the patients, because right now you go to a doctor, the doctor doesn't really know you, especially if you're going to a new doctor. And this gives you the history, the hereditary disorders, and it gives you the ability to analyze the patient based on all information in the past in the industry, which unfortunately we as people don't have the brain capacity to do.
So does it make MGC more of a pharmaceutical company or a technology company?
Pharmaceutical. In order to get into this point, we need to integrate, and also we see it in other pharmaceutical companies that are trying to use different platform or different algorithm to improve their medication. Some of them have just simple years of experience, like the big pharma companies have dozens of years of experience. We need to gap it, and in order to gap it, we need to use technology, and AI algorithm is a way to gap years of human experience into a very glance of operating. So if we can optimize a medication, we can give a better titration to the patient. We can also save from the fiscal perspective of using overdosing or fitting right to the patient, which also will save money, but also improve our clinical research, will improve our medication, will improve our indications that we are treating. So if we had 100 years and experience in our company, maybe we didn't have to use it. But because we need to gap in a very fast time, compared to the other pharmaceutical companies, we need to use any advantage that the industry can give.
How easy has it been collecting patient data? I know pretty much every company talks and harps on about the importance of data and data. I run a data company. like, how easy is it to actually get this patient data?
So there are two questions. Question number one is, how easy do you make your patients fill up a daily questionnaire on a daily basis? And the second question is, how easy, for example, is our UI in the app in order for people to fill it out? So I'll start from the first question, right? We have push notifications, we have notification to physicians for them to be able to remind patients to take the app. But we're dealing that people, if we have the questionnaire filled out twice a week, we're happy. Because on a daily basis, if what we're trying to achieve is for him to actually press the taken button, right? You have physicians, you have email notifications and push notifications reminding the patient that he missed the medication to make sure that he took it. But that's the people factor that we're going to have to deal with and see how it integrates. The second part of the question is, because we're dealing with people that have diseases and people that are ill, we have created the easiest UI, which maybe for you would be too gigantic, but we have kids that have epileptic attacks, and we have people with Alzheimer's and cancer that are from the elderly. So the app is very easily accessible for all ages. The buttons are very big, the daily questionnaire, like there is no information that is not needed, right? Everything is right there on your front screen. It gives you reminders. It has a special assistance if you cannot read or if you're having an attack, it will ask you the questions and answer it for you.
I suppose, and from your experience, you know, of patient integration, are medical professionals supporting this? Are they actively encouraging it? You know, I said at the very start, the only way for this industry to succeed is through collaboration, and it's collaboration at every stage along the chain. Like, how engaged are medical professionals in encouraging a public company, you know, who are obviously looking at this from a personal gain, but also, you know, from an industry gain as well?
So in the last couple of months, we had a lot of positive feedback. We have already over 400,000 patients from different clinics and different nonprofit organizations that are
400,000.
That will be on the app the first month. So we're getting a lot of positive feedback. We have the Veteran Association in the US that Robbie can talk more about. But it's something that's very needed for physicians and doctors, because at the end of the day, when, for example, have you ever forgotten to take your medicine?
Yeah, today.
And I think a lot of people in the room have forgotten to take their medicine. Me as well. Like, I take antibiotics for 3 days and that's it, I feel better. And then in 2 weeks, I'm going to my physician, I'm like, I'm sick again. And obviously you don't go and tell him that you forgot to take your pills. So what happens is, it's not that the medication is not working and the pharma companies are being sued for deaths of patients, right? And obviously the physicians are also at fault. It's that the patient doesn't have the discipline, and none of us have the discipline to taking medication. So for them, it's very positive. And they don't have time to call, for example, each patient every day or to monitor it. So they're kind of, we all go to the doctor and we're lying. So this is a lie detector for people that are actually taking the medication or not. And it's very simple. They have all the patient's IDs. They see who's taken, who's red lighted, who hasn't taken it in 1 day. So when the next time you go to your doctor, he's like, it's not that the medicine didn't work, it's that you didn't take it.
Look, I think it's super fascinating to have personalized medicines. I think it's super fascinating that cannabis is legitimately one of these compounds that is going to ultimately bring personalized medicines forward. It's such a mind-blowing subject that we could dedicate the whole conference to it, and hopefully one day we will. But for now, Robbie and Alessandro will be around for the next 2 days. I would encourage you all to pick their brains when it comes to the technology they're building and the subject of personalized medicines within MDC. It's super, super, super fascinating, and it may give you inspiration in terms of how you are looking to move forward within the industry. So, Robbie and Alessandro, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we're going to talk about Germany. That was my bad. So as I started saying before, we're going to have a hybrid session now. This is an exclusive interview with a prominent German MP. So I'm going to pass over to Moritz Forster to conduct the interview, and then we'll have another session on Germany right after that.
So, good morning, everyone. Before I start, I would like to raise a question to the audience. Who of you believe that Germany will legalize adult use cannabis within the next 2 years? Please raise your hands. All right, that's more or less the half. Who of you believe that Germany won't legalize adult use cannabis within the next 2 years? That's only very few people. Let's see whether we can help the undecisive to find your mind in the next hour. Currently, the whole world looks at Germany. Luxembourg did a backflip last year due to European law, they said. So I'm very curious to discuss with Christine Lüttke, spokesperson of FDP regarding addiction and drug policy, about how Germany will make this magic happen and legalize adult use cannabis according, or maybe even not according, to international law and especially to EU law. Let's find out. Thank you for your time, Christine.
Yes, thank you for having me here today, and I'm very glad that I can take part of today's conference, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Yes, Christine, let's start straight away. Your colleague, Marco Buschmann, recently said, we will have a legal adult use cannabis market in Germany beginning of next year. Do you share his opinion?
Well, I wish for the Minister of Health, Karl Lauterbach, to introduce us a first reference for the reference draft for the new law for the legalization of adult use of recreational cannabis in Germany until the end of this year. And that is an important step. And if that step is taken, I'm quite optimistic that we will legalize cannabis within this legislative period. But as you know, the whole matter is very complex, so we have to take a lot of things into account, and it's not an easy law to draft because there are several ministries involved, and we have to coordinate things, and there is the question of European law still to be solved. And we also have to take care to make clear what can be sold, where, to whom, and also matters of supply chains.
From my point of view, it's a good decision to be a bit vague. We have seen many predictions in the past in the cannabis industry, which afterwards hadn't been that precise. So let's first focus on the draft of the law end of the year. But we have other big macroeconomic topics currently. COVID, Ukraine war, inflation. How do these big challenges of our time affect the draft of the law, which is what you've already said, a very complex issue?
Yeah, besides all those challenges and crises you mentioned, we as the Traffic Light Coalition, we are still willing to fulfill the tasks we gave ourselves in our coalition treaty. And the legalization of recreational cannabis is one of the things we agreed on. So we will push this topic further.
Okay, it might also be a chance Justus Haukap, our economic professor from Düsseldorf, said that the state might earn 4.7 billion euros and 27,000 jobs might be created. So is cannabis even more important than ever?
Well, the things you mentioned are actually one of the positive aspects of the legalization of recreational cannabis. But at this point in the process, it's quite early to have exact figures when it comes to savings or the earnings of tax revenues. And we still have to decide on how those taxes will look like in the end. And as you might know, I'm an entrepreneur myself in the field of elderly care, and I do see great possibilities for new small businesses and also for startups. And I also believe this is a great field for innovation. And I personally do hope for a kickoff for a new market with many possibilities for small and middle-sized enterprises in the fields of import, distribution, and sales.
That said, we already discussed that at the end, the health minister, Karl Lauterbach, is in the driver's seat. And that, from what I've heard recently, not everyone was that happy about the progress so far. Though the policy process has speeded up slightly. We have hearings which had been initiated, 200 experts will be heard. The hearings will end this week. But to be very honest, how happy are people in the coalition currently with the work of the health minister?
Well, I am very glad that we actually started the legalization process a few weeks ago, and we right now are seriously working on it. And one of the reasons I couldn't come in person to London is that right at the minute that we have the expert hearings in the Ministry of Health taking place, and where we have all those experts discussing various little details of the complex matter of the legalization. And it still is a really complex process. So we have to think a lot of things through and coordinate between the different ministries. And therefore, I think we shouldn't rush things too much, because we want to do it properly, and it doesn't help anyone if we run out of breath on the last meters. So we have to think through the whole process and have to coordinate so that we can control the distribution and can implement the legalization in a consequent way.
Yes, rushing things would not help anyone. We have seen that with the cultivation license when they had been cancelled afterwards due to a law. So totally understand that. And what you've just mentioned is, of course, super interesting for the audience. That you're currently in the discussion. I mean, the Social Democrats had been in favor of pilot projects until the elections. They've changed their mind. Mr. Lauterbach just said that again. But I assume that you still have quite a few differences within the coalition. Can you give us a few insights about where you are not on the same page?
Well, we have a few differences, but we are still talking. And as for my part, I received the work with my colleagues from the Social Democrats and the Green Party, as well as with the Drug Commissioner, Burkhard Blinert, as very trust and respectful. And we are looking on the things not only as a matter of market, but also how to overcome the prohibition policy of the last decades, because we state that this prohibition policy, it did not work out in the end. So we have the matters of youth and health protections right in the focus. And yes, we are not arguing, but still discussing some things like, is there a way to have people make or have their cannabis homegrown, and where to sell cannabis, but we are still not, I cannot give you so much information on that, but because we're still talking about things and still discussing.
Okay, but maybe you can give some, maybe you can just share your personal mind. about a few things, what you would like to favor. For example, would you say we need a limited number of amount of dispensaries, or let's see if it's pharmacies, sales shops, or do you want a free market which decides how much infrastructure, sales infrastructure is necessary? Just your personal share.
Well, I'm convinced that it will be crucial for the success of the legalization process that in that moment that cannabis for recreational use for adults is legal, we need to provide enough legal cannabis to meet the needs of the market and the consumers. And therefore, I am counting on the private companies to open up this new market.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, the market will highly depend on the nationwide sales infrastructure. Otherwise, there's no chance to defeat the illicit market. Let's see what the final draft will say. Another issue which bothers many medical companies is the federal differences of regulation. Do you think that we will have a nationwide law with same rules for everyone, or will there be cities or states which make their own laws and make it easier or more difficult for cannabis campus within different regions of Germany?
Well, we are working on a whole project, and we want to have the legalization nationwide and not differentiated between the different regions, because I think we have to have an overall draft so we can push back the illicit market better.
And the Bundesrat won't be an issue in this case?
The Bundesrat is still an issue, but this is just to mention how complex the process is and how well organized we have to be, and and all the things we have to think through are there also. So we are taking it seriously because we want to convince also people that are not so happy with the legalization process. So we are doing our best on working seriously on that matter.
For those of you who are not so much involved with the policy process in Germany, after the Bundestag drafts a law, the Bundesrat still is able to is still involved in this policy-making progress, which is most likely the case with a new cannabis law, right?
Yes, I think we will have the Bundesrat the Bundesrat has to be involved, I guess, yeah.
Okay. You've mentioned the hearings which have started and which you're also discussing. The first round took place, and there will be like the last one end of June. Can you give us a brief feedback how, I know it's super still confidential, but a brief feedback about the process, a few insights, first enlightenment?
Well, the hearings are taking place right at the moment, and today it's more the issues on the economic things we have to talk about, but as those hearings are confidential, I cannot disclose any details right at the moment. So, but the hearing on this Thursday, the 30th of June, is an official hearing which is open for public as well. So maybe some of you might be interested taking part in that hearing, and the issue will be the best practice examples from other nations, what can be used in Germany as well, and what shouldn't be done. Like maybe, for example, in the Netherlands, we are not we are not aiming that we have a system like in the Netherlands, but more like maybe Colorado or California.
But overall, you're happy with the process of the hearings? You think it's the right approach? I mean, 200 experts being involved in the process might also overcomplicate things. That's not the case so far.
No, I don't think we overcomplicate the case. I think we have to think through all those different aspects, and we also have to have in mind that there has to be and there will be regulation as well, because we have the aim of the protection of the youth and the health protection and the consumer protection. So we need some regulation, and we have to find out, looking at all those different aspects, how we can have the regulation and still meet the needs of the industry and the market. So it is good that we have a look on a lot of details and different aspects. So we will not at the end of the process stand there and say, well, we haven't heard of that yet.
Okay, so in this case, in German we say, zu viele Köche verderben den Brei. I don't know how to translate this one. But in this case, it doesn't seem to be this way. It's a lot of input which is relevant for this complicated process. You mentioned that Mr. Blinert also stated, I mean, you stated it yourself, overall aim is not to create a big market with a lot of business opportunity, but to protect minors, to educate consumers, and to guarantee product safety. How much regulation will be needed, and how much free market in the end? Because you're also competing with an illicit market price of 10 euros, and if it's higher, then I assume that consumers will stick just to their dealer without any product quality.
Well, I think we still have to work out the balance between the regulation and the needs of the market and the industry, but we are working on that, having the aims of pushing back the illicit market on the one hand, and on the other hand, the protection of minors and health issues as well. So we are really discussing how we can keep the balance between those two aspects.
But we will have a market in the end with business opportunities, and not like in Canada, in some districts we had also state operators. There will be a more or less regulated market, and business will take over the supply chain.
Yes, because in the coalition treaty we agreed on licensed dispensaries. So within these licenses we determine who and to what conditions those that apply for and hold a license can import, distribute and sell legal cannabis for recreational use, and therefore we count also on the private companies to build up and develop the market.
Christine, it's been such a pleasure to discuss with you, and I'm not through and done with my questions. We have to repeat our session once again to finish. But I would like to ask you one last question. We have the UN Single Convention, which you might ignore or not ignore. We have European law. I mean, you know, Article 71 of the Schengen Agreement, you know, the Council framework from 2004, which clearly state that due to European law, member states need basically to punish all businesses related to cannabis. And then we have the big question of import-export, supply, 400 tons might be there. Which is the biggest challenge you face? I mean, you mentioned it's complex, but what is really the biggest thing you need to handle within all three coalition partners?
Yes, well, I think the biggest issue still is the UN Single Convention and the Schengen Agreement. So we have to find our Ministry of Justice, working together with the Ministry of Economics and the Foreign Ministry. They are working on that issue to find a legally secure and good functioning way to solve the issue. And then we also have to build up the production. So this might take some time as well, because I still think it is really important that at the moment we say, well, now we can sell legal cannabis, we do have to provide enough cannabis which is of good quality and which is safe. So we won't have the rush to the illicit market. So these are the two issues I personally think that are the most important to solve yet.
But you didn't talk to your Luxembourg colleagues yet what the Commission told them when they wanted to legalize.
Yes, we are taking, of course, into account the experience of the other countries, and we're always looking for the best practice solutions, and we try to learn from the mistakes of the others, but still, I think our Ministry of Justice, together with the Ministry of Economics and the Foreign Ministry, they will find a way to solve the issue in the end, because our aim is the legalization and not only the decriminalization.
Christine, thank you so much. I wish you all the best in this hard policy progress. And let's hope that you will draft a law which will be a role model for Luxembourg, Malta, Spain, whatever, all across Europe, and that many other European countries will follow your work and your hard thinking. Maybe the time you invest now will pay back later on in many European countries. Thank you so much, Christine.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Christine. You're free to go now.
Yes, I have to find my cursor.
All right, so we're going to be sticking, like I said, with Germany now and with Moritz as well for our next panel. Looking now towards developments in the market in Germany, and I think it's really encouraging to see this thorough approach, understanding, mistakes and successes of other markets around the world. So we're going to keep hearing about this, and I'll hand over to Moritz to introduce the panel.
We were lovers for the first time, running all the red lights. The middle finger was a peace sign, yeah. We were sipping on emotion, smoking and inhaling every moment. It was reckless and we owned it, yeah, yeah. We were high and we were sober, we were on and we were over. We were young and now I'm older, but I do it all again. Getting drunk on the train track, way back when we're trying to find cigarettes. $10 was a fast stack, I do it all again. Bought my jacket and a snapback, your dad's black Honda was on Maybach. These stacks on the playback, I do it all again.
So I think we can just continue talking about Germany. Who would have thought that 10 years ago cars might be the past in Germany and cannabis the future? It's a very good choice for everyone to be here, because as we've just listened and heard, maybe it's one of the most interesting areas which we can discuss at the moment. And with us on stage, we have more or less the who is who of German cannabis. We have Arnold Holle, managing partner from Carl Square, an expert for M&A, growth, equity, and IPOs. We have Boris Moskowitz, CEO and founder of Valevsana, who is basically in the industry before there was an industry. First speech, beginning of 2016. We have Finn Agerinsel, CEO and founder of Sanity Group, Mr. Fundraising of cannabis, raising more than 60 million. That's correct, Finn? Roundabout 60 million, more than any other European cannabis company in venture capital. And we have Germany's cannabis company builder, Niklas Kuparani, CEO and founder of Bloomwell Group. So this is really like a high-level industry representatives we have with us. So great to be here. I would like to start this session with referencing to the title. We say California or caution. How good is the Californian model for us in Germany? Maybe Arnold, you can share your first thoughts about California.
Yeah, so the interesting thing is that the German ambition is humongous. And I think if you ask Blinert, what do you want to put in place, he'll poo-poo California. He'll say, I want to have something even better. My ambition is unbounding. And he says, you know, on the one hand, it should be cheaper than the street price. The most important objective is to protect youth and consumer health. At the same time, you know, everybody is looking forward to massive tax revenues. By the way, we want to build a huge industry. And, you know, look at California. I think Beanut would say, well, you know, I look at my little list, and that hasn't happened in California. You know, not every one of those objectives has been fulfilled. So my ambition is greater, and if I had to fault the ambition, which I don't, I mean, it's a fantastic ambition, it may be a bit too large, and I think we might struggle to put that into place in a time frame that will make us all happy.
Niklas, what are the biggest problems in California?
Yeah, I think that, especially if we're talking about California, it's not a pretty good example for great legalization, right? I think that still the illicit market, especially illegal grows and also illegal dispensaries are a big issue in California because you cannot compete if you are a legal business with paying 40% of tax with paying no tax, right? I think that what in California went wrong also is that California, first of all, decriminalized cannabis. That's something we don't want to do in Germany because you will strengthen the illicit market, and that's what happened in California. And I think we should also pay close attention to balancing cultivation and balancing actually dispensaries or point of sales, because in California you have way more cultivators than actually having dispensaries, which results in decreasing prices with the high taxes and also a big illegal chunk of point of sales and of dispensaries. That's something we don't want to do in Germany. So not a very good example for us, I guess.
Yes, last numbers I've heard that 75% of sales are still done in not licensed shops. Market share is like most of it in California is not licensed shop. Finn, what can we do better, and how can we guarantee really to defeat the illicit market, which is the overall goal, even looking at California and learning from that kind of mistakes?
Yeah, I think if you see the theme of today's talk, caution or California, I think that describes the dilemma for the government pretty good. Because on the one hand, you don't want to be too cautioned and you don't want to be too restrictive, because then obviously you support the illicit market going forward. So for example, if taxes are high, if the availability is not everywhere, if the convenience factor is not there, you can't deliver to the house. If it's too restrictive, you will not be able to fight the illicit market. On the other hand, and that's a legitimate concern for the government to have, if you do too loose, you are at the risk that suddenly people who never thought about smoking cannabis are suddenly becoming consumers, and that's obviously what the government wants to avoid. And I think at the moment, no country in the world, neither Canada nor California, maybe some others like Oregon a bit better, but found the perfect compromise between those two anchors. And in my opinion, the best solution would be, similar to what Nick just said, with the illicit market in California, you have to enforce shutting down illicit stores, because if you don't do that, you will always have a problem, because once you tolerate the first store, just have a look at New York right now, more and more stores are popping up. And I think that could be a big problem, and that's the reason why I think the enforcement needs to be very restrictive, and also the decriminalization needs to be regulated in a way that is really thought through. However, on the other hand, I think you can't go crazy on the taxes. You need to ensure availability. You need to hand out more licenses than, for example, in some parts of Canada, like Montreal, for example. Because if you don't have product available or it's too expensive, you will not be able to fight the illicit market. And I think that's similar to what Ms. Lütke just said, will be the biggest challenge of that law, besides international law restrictions. But I think we have to think into that direction to make sure that we have a good legal market in Germany.
So sales infrastructure, regulation, enforcement, and pricing is key to defeat the illicit market. Regarding pricing, we compete with 10 euros on the illicit market. The legal market will pay taxes. Let's see how many and how complicated things will get. Boris, do you think that German cannabis businesses will be able to do good, profitable business with a 10 euros final price?
If you look at the market, not from, let's say, our perspective, but from the perspective of the consumer, then you realize what is most important is actually the quality of the product, the variety of the product, the accessibility of the product, and the consistency of the product. And eventually, people will be willing to pay for that more than 10 euros. Currently, the black market price is what it is because people buy from the dealer they know, from the corner they know, and they go with the infrastructures they know. By inviting the best from those infrastructures, this is what we can learn from California. When we look at California, what has really, say, inspired growers, consumers throughout Europe and throughout the world is the sophistication that entered the market that hasn't been. If you think back 10, 20 years of the product we had in the streets, or a couple of years actually, in the streets of Germany or other European countries, it's not comparable to the quality and sophistication of product we have in California. So there is actually something we can learn. Take the last mile, take the consumer, take into the consideration there's actually talented growers out there who are illegal because that's their personal choice because they can't be anywhere else. And so the 10 euros, yes, for a discounted price, there will be product. We see this in Israel, we see this in the States. There will be a discounted product. You can buy a 10 and it's going to be compatible. I'm not sure what kind of profit they'll do. But in the end, I also believe, and this is what we all hope for, the craft growing, the single batches, the sophistication that we see in California to enter the German market and enter the European market.
So focus on quality instead of just competing via prices.
Absolutely. I mean, anybody who has touched the product, and this is a lesson we've also learned from the medicinal market where we all stand, you have to deliver product that is actually to the benefit of the patient. As we heard before from the politicians, there's a couple of platforms in Germany that enable, I would say, product of lesser quality to enter the market. This is not the best choice for the patient, even though it's a cheaper choice.
In the prior section, we talked about the hearings, and who knows, maybe Mr. Blinert and colleagues are listening. So every one of you, if you have two things you want to address to the process of hearings, what would that be, Arnold? What would be your two concerns you would like to say which should be considered in this kind of process of policy making?
Okay, so the first thing, I have a background in retail, and so the first thing I'd say is make the product that is legal easily available. Don't, alcohol is easily available. Yes, it's protected from use by young people, but nevertheless, there's no holding back on availability. And so I'm in favor of having a early licensed model and a license that's easy to obtain, and so that there is no restriction in sales through pharmacies alone. That would be the first thing, and I think that's a fairly easy ask. The other thing, I want to take up what Boris said. So the free distribution of alcohol was reintroduced in the US, after the laws were abandoned in the 30s. And lo and behold, the price gap between low-price alcohol and high-quality alcohol is very, very wide, as we can see. And I think we can trust the entrepreneurial spirit of the community that's assembled here to communicate to the consumer the benefits of their individual product and make the price adequate for everybody. So let's not get too hung up about the taxes, and at least keep those low, but allow for a creative industry to give the right product to the consumer in charge for that.
Which will be interesting how that will look like, because Mr. Blinert so far always stated that advertisement and marketing most likely won't be allowed at all. He also wants to ban that for alcohol. So the gap of product information without any advertisement and marketing will be something we should closely watch in this.
I think we're gathered here, a lot of clever people. I'm sure we will all be able to communicate our product, as best as possible with the regulation in place.
Finn, what two concerns you have in mind you want directly to address?
So I think number one goes in the same direction of what Arnold said. It's convenience. So what do I mean with convenience? So for example, if I have a dealer who I can call, who's 10 minutes later at my door and delivers it to me, obviously that's a real different case from the next dispensary is 15 kilometers away from me. I have to find a parking place and I have to go there now, and then I have to see if they have the product available that I want. In a nutshell, that means make sure that the legal market can compete with the illicit market, because if we don't do that, this law has failed before it even started. So that's number one. And that's number two, in my opinion, and I know that I have a very specific view on that in the cannabis industry, but I always say don't put EU GMP as a standard for legal cannabis. Tobacco is not EU GMP, alcohol is not EU GMP, coffee is not EU GMP. Why would you regulate cannabis EU GMP? And in my opinion, that makes it much more complicated. You have to have quality standards, obviously, but it would be ridiculous if you think that, for example, Israel right now, the medical market doesn't have GMP standard, and the German market, if they would have EU GMP as a standard, that would be kind of weird in my opinion, and that's the reason why I think it would also help a lot of small businesses, a lot of small cultivators to actually strive in that market if you don't put EU GMP as a guideline.
Which also might directly be affected to the big question how to get these 400 tons of cannabis into the country, because as soon as GSCP facilities can provide, it might be that the rule breakers will be able to fulfill the demand. Boris, anything you want to add to what has already been said?
Absolutely. It again goes to the, let's say, variety choice of product and the qualities. I believe, and it's going to be a challenge from the legal point of view, that we get product from around the world. At some point in German legislation, somebody said, we want to be the world export champions in cannabis. And I say, why? Germany is not the champion in pineapples or strawberries or anything else. Why do we want to be the champion? This is a certain hubris, because we are like, let's say, the fourth country or something. So when Uruguay started, we're the world leaders. When Canada started, we're the world leaders. Germany is going live, we're the world leaders. Stop the world leadership, and get the product from around the world in the best qualities and what Finn said, at a quality that is reasonable for the product itself.
Nick, any thought?
I mean, Moritz, you know me for quite some time now. So I've been around the medical cannabis industry from the beginning. So I think we can also use the medical example to learn from it, right? And what was interesting about how the medical market in Germany evolved is that, first of all, you had a lot of demand and no supply, and now it's more about access, right? So I agree with all my colleagues that access is key, right? So I strongly recommend, and that's what I'm always talking about, is to allow e-commerce, right? That's very important, because otherwise, if you don't allow e-commerce, then you would have a concentration of dispensaries within the cities, and you will just shift the illicit market to the countryside, which is not something we want to have, right? Also, what is important, and what we also learn from the medical market, is that, I mean, of course, we're cultivating some cannabis in Germany for the medical market, but it's not a lot of cannabis, right? 2.6 tons and 20 tons in total demand annually. doesn't match up, right? So I think also for the recreational market, Germany relies heavily on imports because we will be the biggest domestic cannabis market in the world, 84 million inhabitants, right? Bigger than California and Canada combined, the two flagship markets. And with 400 tons demand in the first year, we need imports in order to satisfy that need. And that is crucial to drain the illicit market and have a successful legalization and maybe be also a role model for other EU countries to follow.
You just mentioned the medical market. At the end, business needs to build the German market. Politics will provide regulations. What kind of business will be the ones who build this market, Niklas? Niklas, yeah.
I think when it comes to using your medical cannabis positioning and also your medical cannabis know-how as a company, you need three things, right? First of all, it is important to have access to product, because without having access to product, you will not have a product in the market, and that is very bad for you in order to become a market leader in that recreational market. So you need access to supply, and you need access to high quality supply and for attractive pricing, right? Because otherwise, again, we cannot fulfill our mission to drain the illicit market. Secondly, what is important is you need data and you need know-how, right? You need to know also for educational purposes, because that will be very important for Mr. Blinert to, for example, train the sales personnel within the dispensaries, right? So what you need is, you need information from the medical field in order to know your customer, to know, for example, side effects of the products, right, in order to educate the consumer. And last but not least, very important, also you need distribution channels. That's something what, for example, didn't work in Canada. And I think we as an industry and we as companies in that field are responsible to provide these distribution channels, right? And that is something we need to do now, not only point of sales, like physical, but also online, right? These are the three main factors I think are crucial in order to generate a head start for the recreational market.
Boris, you wanted to add something?
Sure. Look, the digital aspect of things is something that will be added to the industry eventually. At first, we need to be sure that we have the right product in hand and that we have the right channels, as you said. We also need to understand that German legislation always has been responsive. It's not active, it's reactive. When I started in 2016, there was no law. In 2017, the first law came about for the medicinal, which Nicholas was just referring to. And it was a law that was made because the first patient fought in court to grow his first plant. So this is how German politicians think. They react, they don't act. We need to inform them, we need to help them make the right decisions in a proactive manner. And we have been, as an industry and as a distributor in the medicinal space, bridge builders. We were the ones to decide what doctors would prescribe. This is, and usually you have a whole process of a pharmaceutical company making choices, making clinical studies, and choosing a product. In this case, we were the ones reaching out to the cultivators in the world, finding the best product, and pushing it, and marketing it, and educating the doctors and pharmacists. And again, in the recreational market, this is why I think some of the distributors are in the right position to do so. But also what I have to say in the medicinal market, what we see over the last couple of years. When I started, it was 15 licenses. I remember the first license. Now it's maybe 100. Most of them don't have a clue what they're doing. They will be worthless by the end of the year. And this is another important message to, let's say, investors, partners, strategic partners. You have to look behind the curtain and what is really happening in this industry. So that is my take and input for that.
Arnold, will independent European cannabis companies close the gap to the North American corporates? Thanks, or let's assume the market turns into reality. Will they close the gap?
I think that's a question that cannot be answered today. I think it depends on the work that's going to happen. I hope that the deliberations in Berlin are going to come up with a solution that is going to allow for German business to be at least as strong as their North American counterparts. We all know that the potential is huge for the German market, and the ambition is very, very great. I would suggest to the legislators and to the public to be patient. I don't think there is if this doesn't happen this year, I don't think it's a disaster. Let's take a step back and think about what we're trying to achieve here. 1 year here or there doesn't really make that much of a difference. We're all impatient. We all want to, IRR, obviously, return on capital, depends on the timeline, but nevertheless, the opportunity is so great that we should see that gets implemented, and then yes, absolutely. I think you look at so many industries, and Germany has leading players there.
Yes, over-optimism has been one of the key characteristics of European cannabis in the past. I mean, medical cannabis was also 2017, hopes were big. Let's see, this time we're not talking about the medical market, but really the biggest market worldwide, so it's a different setting. Optimism might be better in place if policy will make it happen. Though we still have many, many question marks how the framework actually looks like. We don't know how many shops will be licensed, under what kind of circumstances, where supply will come from, how the salespeople needs to be educated, etc. Still, all these early movers are already ready to build the market. What can you actually do, Finn, to get prepared for the kickoff?
I'd say at the moment is the phase to stay flexible. Like really open up all the options and think that you have a scenario prepared for every option that might come. So for example, if only local cultivation would come, I don't think so, but then you have to be prepared for that. If only EU import will be possible, you have to be prepared for that. If only the legalized countries like Canada, Uruguay, and now Thailand, and then hopefully Germany, are actually ignoring UN Narcotics Drug Convention and they can trade, you have to be prepared for that. And I think that is something that is super challenging right now, to really think like, which direction am I going? But this flexibility, I think it's super important. On the other hand, the same, obviously, I think it will be a hybrid model. Pharmacies and dispensaries will be able to push products into the market. And again, here, the companies have to remain flexible. So they already have to think how they would handle a B2B market, or maybe even running their own dispensaries. They need to be prepared for the case that e-commerce would be allowed. They need to be prepared for the case that maybe in the first step only pharmacies will distribute. So I think keeping that open-mindedness and flexibility and really prepare everything on the way without running into a dead end is, I think, the best that cannabis companies can do today.
Nicholas, Boris, how do you prepare your companies and yourself for the kickoff of the market? Whoever wants to go first.
There's two things that are certain. There is the plant and there's the consumer. And this is the two things we focus on. So we always look at the markets that exist, what's happening there, what are the trends, the art of the long view, what is coming next. As we are hyping California, New York is on the rise, what will be the next market to look at? So what we do is we do product research, product development on one hand, and also education and I'd say market access for cultivators from throughout the world, because we believe there will be an international market for sophisticated, educated consumer, and this is the two ends of the market that we focus on.
Nick. I mean, one thing I learned during the last 5 years of medical cannabis is don't rely on politicians too much, right? So always be prepared for all circumstances, and that's also what we are doing at Blumwell Group. I mean, we have built a one-stop solution for patients prescribing medical cannabis and also distributing it to the patient. So, I mean, we were thinking very recreational from the beginning on, right? And had a very lifestyleish approach when it comes to actually being a cannabis patient, right? And that is something what we could use also for the upcoming recreational market, that when it happens, we will be there and we will have supply, we will have knowledge, and we will have distribution channels ready.
Finn, we've already mentioned that one question is how most likely currently the regulation will look like. We don't know so much. And on the other hand, what the industry wishes. What is the biggest gap in between wish and most likely assumption at the current state?
Well, in my opinion, the industry, us as companies, are very much in line with, in our opinion, what it takes to fight the illicit market, right? So it means the companies want high availability, the companies don't want restrictions, the company wants a relatively liberal law. And I think within the government, there are today slightly differences. The SPD, the Social Democrats, more conservative, the Greens, more liberal, and the FDP, liberal in general. However, the biggest gaps are the restriction of distribution. I think there is a tendency, especially in the Social Democrats, to keep it as much as possible to the pharmacies and do only exceptions outside pharmacies. I think from the industry perspective, there's a strong interest to have it as available as possible, and I think that's a gap. The second thing, I think, is the ideas about the taxes. I think when the Liberals brought their proposed cannabis legalization into the parliament, I think 2 years ago, they suggested something like 5 to 6 euros taxes per gram, which I think is ridiculous, so this will not work out. I think the government has learned by now, and they are more to 2 to 3 euros at the moment. That would be better, but I think that's a big gap. And then again, I can't stress enough what Nick said, e-commerce, like really having availability not only in a physical storefront, but having it delivered to your house. That is something that I think will fight the black market, that is in the interest of the industries. You can make it safe by doing ID checks at the door, but I think the politics at the moment is very far away from the mindset to allow that. And I think those are the biggest kind of gaps as of now.
Okay, you also mentioned e-commerce solution, which might be, from business perspective, together with franchise solutions, the really interesting cases. Niklas, how can you, in e-commerce business, how can you guarantee education, youth protection of minors, and also like send the package to the receiver that the right person who's above 18, let's assume that will be 18 plus people who are allowed to buy, receives this package?
Yeah, very, very important point, Moritz. I think it's not that difficult, actually. Right? I think we see that also in the medical field right now. So that's what we're actually doing, right? So I mean, first of all, if you go to a doctor right now, in Germany back in the days, we estimate that only 2% of doctors actually prescribe medical cannabis, right? I think it's still the case. So what we thought also as Blumwell Group is it is important to have access for medical cannabis treatment. And you get a onboarding call on site. After that, it's all based online telemedicine, right? And we're educating also the patient right now, and that's what we can also do for consumers in the future, right? That's not an issue. We have the technology, we have the knowledge, and that's what we can do. And I think also when it comes to the delivery model, in order to have the protection of minors in place, right now also when cannabis gets delivered, medical cannabis gets delivered to your doorstep, there's an ID check, right? So that it reaches the right person, right? So I think the infrastructure already is in place. It's not the question how, it's the question why not, right?
If you're looking at North America, we see that margins are dropping, employees are leaving companies. What are the interesting business models across the whole value chain for investors, but also for business who might think about entering this market, Arnold?
So I think the question which business model will ultimately succeed or which business models will be successful, it'll be plural, obviously. It depends very much on the regulation, and we should look to other industries to understand which business models work there, maybe rather than to other regulatory environments, and take inspiration from the creativity of people over time as they develop business models that adapt to regulation. So I think we'll see something really, really clever in the way that apps will be used, for example, and in linking e-commerce, licensed distributors. There'll be some sort of direct-to-consumer model that will get the product quickly to the consumer. That will be an area of creativity where we already see very, very successful business models in other industries. There'll be interesting marketing ideas, in the light of regulation that might make it difficult. You remember the camel outfits and the Marlboro apparel. I think we are well advised not to speculate on the creativity of the business community, but I'm happy to sit at my desk and wait for that call and say, wow, I hadn't thought of that. Kudos to you.
You didn't mention cultivation and import.
I think that is the import, frankly, amongst all the different topics. When I first started to sort of tackle think about that legislation, that is the one issue where I have no answer. It must be really, really tough for a legal scholar, and I don't envy the discussions between the Department of Justice and the Department of the Economy around how to avoid, break, disregard, ignore a set of laws that we've signed up to. I'm glad I'm not part of that decision-making body.
I mean, it's super tough to tell where import will finally come from, but just like trying to make some speculations, what do you think, how we will cover this demand of 400 tons? Who wants to start? One of you. Boris? Boris?
I'll start, and I think there's this, what you asked before, the discrepancy about the reality and what we wish for. The reality is the tons are in the market already. They get there somehow. Some people grow them, some people import them. This is the 400 tons, or probably more, that we will have to either replace or integrate. And this is the lessons that the politicians really have to learn. If we integrate, what are the smart ways to integrate them? If we ignore them, they will not disappear. These are people who are making money. You will not push them off the street. So I think we have to find intelligent ways of integrating. I was at a conference earlier this month, the Cannabis Normal, with stakeholders, activists, growers, and in the end they said, well, what about social clubs? What about coffee shops? What about home grow? And all of these topics are still in the minds of those, and also in the minds of our politicians. And this comes to the second discrepancy. There's three parties in this coalition. The Greens, this is to some degree a hippie party, a party that has let's say the cannabis in its DNA. And of course they want home grow. That is part of what they promised their voters. Socialist Party, well, it says the word itself. They want social clubs. They said this conference, they were so excited about the concept of social clubs. Doesn't mean that they totally understand what it is, but it's a collective, so they push it. And then you have the liberals who are more on the business side and say we need a liberal open market with all kinds of products. And this is something that we haven't mentioned here yet. Edibles, vapes, extracts, dabbing, all forms and devices and ways of also replacing these 400 tons or being part of these 400 tons. So I think it's going to be a mix of intelligent lawmaking where we integrate part of that industry that already exists from the illicit market and a lot of import and some cultivation from the medicinal 3 companies licenses that we have.
Nick, you wanted to add something, I saw?
Yeah, I mean, we are entrepreneurs, right? So we find solutions for difficult tasks, right? So I think that politicians also heavily rely on us and the industry to find a solution for that issue. I agree with you. I think it's a difficult task, but nevertheless, I can imagine that we will have some kind of trade union between these states which already have, or the countries who already legalized cannabis. That will be one solution. And I think also that we need discussions on a European level, right? And that is something Germany needs to do, needs to lead also, right? And I can imagine that also between countries within the EU, we will have some kind of bilateral agreements in order to export cannabis to Germany.
So, last question, and we're running out of time again. So, just provide a date. When will cannabis be legalized for adult use in Germany? Who wants to start?
Okay, I already came out as the great procrastinator and the pourparleur for a slow introduction. And so I have to sort of be in line with that. And I think, I doubt it's going to happen in this legislative period.
Give us a date, Arnold.
26.
26?
26.
Wow. Okay, Finn.
Not before.
I think there is a time frame. In the best case, it could happen end of 2023. In the worst case, I think not later than 2024. So if you ask me, like, what would be my best guess as of now, I would be still optimistic and say Q4 2023.
That's what we want to hear. Boris.
In that way, I agree with Finn. We're looking at end of 23, because also by that time the Senate in Germany will hopefully be run more by socialist parties than by conservative parties, and we need that shift, because till then that won't happen. It's very unlikely. So end of 23 ideally, and if it doesn't happen this legislative period, I'm not even,
end of
I
23.
doubt 26 is going to happen.
End of 23?
End of 23.
End of 23 twice and 26 once. Niklas.
I mean, like I said before, during my 5 years in the medical cannabis industry, I learned to be a little bit conservative when it comes to timelines, right? But I think I'm very satisfied actually with the speed of the German government right now. So I'm quite optimistic, and I think Q1, Q2, 2024, legalization in Germany.
The winner gets a beer, I pay. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Big applause for those founders and entrepreneurs and business makers who are brave enough in these kind of times and regarding all these question marks to build the business of the future. Thank you.
All right, Moritz, you need to make sure you write those down, and next conference we can check back and see who is right. So we have something a little bit different now. I'm going to invite up Stephen Murphy and Barbara Pastore from Prohibition Partners. They have a special announcement of a new platform on the European cannabis market that they'd like to present. So I'll pass over Stephen and Barbara.
Did someone say cannabis?
Buying and selling cannabis is hard, really hard.
There's no trust. There's no transparency.
Product quality is inconsistent at best.
Payments are difficult, and product pricing is volatile.
But today, everything changes. Prohibition Partners presents Atalis, the marketplace where buying and selling cannabis is easy, safe, and trustworthy. Atalis, the intelligent cannabis marketplace.
Hi guys, so when I first started, or when we first started in the industry 7 years ago, I suppose the concept of trading cannabis was pretty foreign. How people could buy and sell within the industry was relatively or incredibly difficult, and the supply chains were yet to be established. Fast forward where we are now, we have almost 54 legal markets around the world for medical cannabis, a lot more for CBD and over-the-counter, and of course growing numbers like Germany for recreational. So the supply chain and logistics industry is going to come under huge difficulties, and I suppose be asked major questions over the next 24 to 36 months. And one of the things that we have kind of been trying to work on for the last number of years with our clients was how to move products, how to feel confident, how to feel secure, not be susceptible to price arbitrage, ensure that you can build long-term relationships. And with an industry that is so fast-moving, it is not so easy to do. So fast forward a number of years where we have decided to, I suppose, take the initiative and using our technology, using our data, using our information, and certainly using our network, we've decided to launch the first European medical cannabis and normal cannabis B2B marketplace, a place where businesses, buyers and sellers can trade with confidence and with convenience. We think this is something that is going to accelerate access within the market, but also be a great initiative for businesses in which to, I suppose, develop and grow. I'd like to invite Barbara Story, our Director of Insights, to tell us a little bit more about the platform. There are demos outside, which I'd encourage you all to, I suppose, learn more about how to trade. But please, Barbara.
Thank you, Stephen. Legal clarity around cannabis and cannabis-derived products is very hard to achieve. Regulators are hesitating, and governments are providing diverging interpretation of existing regulations. And this makes the market fragmented and jeopardized. The lack of clarity and traceability, together with these ever-changing regulations, are creating issues with product quality, which is inconsistent and very hard to prove. This is not really a simple diagnosis. There is actually a multitude of factors that lie behind this situation. And among others, the lack of standardization, the fragmentation of the supply chain, misinformation, historic social stigma, and generalized lack of confidence. And this is why we believe that we need to improve our systems and standards in order to generate positive growth in the European cannabis industry from within. In particular, the relationship with consumers and regulators needs to be reinforced. Consumers and regulators are effectively allies that desire many of the same outcomes as serious companies in the market, like raising of minimum production standards, consensus over criteria for defining quality of the products, the ability to make informed distinctions between products and brands, and an overall streamlining and professionalization of the industry. Atalis is a B2B platform to achieve these aims. It leverages technology to create a structure whereby risks and unknown variables in transactions are minimized, maximum rigor and transparency are incentivized in areas like quality, testing, and manufacturing. It provides details on these same areas and encourages the sellers to do the same. On the platform, we facilitate differentiation of brands and products. So all relevant certification, licenses, proof of standards, important information such as extraction method, ingredients, active principles can be displayed and are fully searchable through intelligent filters, so that the buyers can understand what they're buying and find exactly what they need. Good practice on the seller side is incentivized, and we measure good practice with metrics like ratings, reviews, effective communication to users, and overall level of testing. We incentivize it through enhanced visibility and searchability, decrease in transaction fees, and also the awarding of badges, which represent proficiency of the sellers and are explained to buyers so that we can contribute to buyers' education, which is very important at this stage. We care about quality of the products, as we said, and that can be assessed on the platform in various ways. So we have qualitative descriptions of manufacturing processes and sourcing of ingredients. There are quantitative proof of standards of, for example, ISO and GMP, but can also be empirically measured through lab testing. Each and every batch of products on the platform will be tested at the very minimum on its cannabinoid content by a registered lab. On top of that, certificates of analysis on many other parameters like terpenes, pesticides, heavy metals, everything that we know that cannabis should be tested for can be displayed on the platform at batch level, which is very important for buyers to understand exactly what they're getting. We also understand that testing cannabis at the moment, it's expensive and is also very challenging because analytical results from different testing labs can be inconsistent because the industry is lacking standards. So what we're proposing, what we're offering is a testing service through Atalis, which will be centralized through a single ISO accredited lab and will be provided at truly disruptive prices. Every batch that is tested through us will also be awarded a special Atalis verified label, which means that it will guarantee basically the consistency of results, the correct labeling, but also enhance visibility to users. We're actually trying to reward sellers that are, let's say, trying to provide the transparency the buyers require, and it's needed. Another important element is payments. Payments are a challenge in the cannabis industry, and this is, for example, due to excessive charges applied by credit card companies. These are affecting transaction and commerce, like in Europe. First, in the cannabis sector, Atalis is adopting the new open banking standard. This is a bank-to-bank program that has recently been implemented in Europe and Canada, and guarantees payments that are fast, secure, and inexpensive. This means that Atalis users will access real-time payments completely free of charge for each transaction. The aggregation of transactions on the platform also serves another important purpose, which is the generation of a large, detailed, and accurate database on market activity, constantly updated. We call this Atalis IQ. Atalis IQ will provide customizable insights through integrated dashboards, charts, and trend tools, which will effectively enable data-driven decision-making to foster cannabis commerce. And this is something sorely lacking in the European cannabis industry, especially at wholesale level. Atalis is a platform that's been designed by industry professionals for industry professionals. We have defined all the features that I just mentioned through extensive knowledge of the cannabis industry needs and challenges that Prohibition partners gathered with years as data and market experts, but also through in-depth interviews that we conducted for months with operators across the sectors. And going forward, Atalis will continue to be shaped by its users. This is because we think about it as a collaborative effort to drive the industry forward and enhance it. Ultimately, Atalis will become a one-stop shop for all things related to cannabis supply chain. So the vision is to have a truly vertical marketplace where all products, from seeds, fiber, and biomass, extracts to consumer goods and medical products, even services and equipment and tech, will be available on the platform. So if you'd like to know more, we really would like you to come and visit us to a stand in the expo area. We'll tell you about our amazing launch offer for sellers if you pre-register. And you can also chat to our team and book a demo. So thank you for listening.
Now it's time for a coffee break. So we've got 10 minutes back in here, and we're going to continue with programming.
Using herbal interventions and to derive from them what can be translated into a rigorous pharmaceutical formulation and treatment.
We are creating a natural-based medicine, which are standardized medicine to meet the FDA and EMA guidelines.
We work together with the best researchers all around the world in order to bring the best solutions to our patients.
I think what is characteristic of MGC is that it appreciates our responsibility as human beings on this earth and maintaining a certain harmony with the environment.
MGC's vision is to impact on the global public health by providing a standardized, affordable phytomedicines.
And every time it gets too real, and every time I feel like sabotaging, I start running. And every time I push away, I really wanna say that I'm sorry, but I say nothing. I wanna stay the whole night. I wanna lay with you till the sun's up. I wanna let you inside. Oh, heaven knows I've tried. I wish that I could let you love. Wish that I could let you love me. Wish that I could let you love. Wish that I could let you love me. Say, what's the matter? What's the matter with me? What's the matter with me? Oh, I wish that I could let you love. Wish that I could let you love me.
The world belongs to the ones who enable others and themselves. Become an enabler. You can become part of a new era, of a new age of legalizing the illegal, altering it from threat to therapy and treat, with the same consciousness. We are pioneers, and together with you, we will create a transparent ecosystem, enable technological innovation, and ensure a secure market environment. We enable cannabis, together.
MGC is a pharmaceutical company. We specialize in production and development of phytomedicine.
The idea is really to exploit very robust clinical observations using herbal interventions and to derive from them what can be translated into a rigorous pharmaceutical formulation and treatment.
We are creating a natural-based medicine, which are standardized medicine to meet the FDA and EMA guidelines.
We work together with the best researchers all around the world in order to bring the best solutions to our patients.
I think what is characteristic of MGC is that it appreciates our responsibility as human beings on this earth and maintaining a certain harmony with the environment.
MGC's vision is to impact on the global public health by providing a standardized, affordable phytomedicines.
The world belongs to the ones who enable others and themselves. Become an enabler. You can become part of a new era, of a new age of legalizing the illegal, altering it from threat to therapy and treat, with the same consciousness. We are pioneers, and together with you, we will create a transparent ecosystem, enable technological innovation, and ensure a secure market environment. We enable cannabis, together.
MGC is a pharmaceutical company. We specialize in production and development of phytomedicine.
The idea is really to exploit very robust clinical observations using herbal intervention.
Folks, if you'd like to make your way back to the main room, the conference will recommence in just under 5 minutes. Thank you.
once when we were young, didn't care at all, staring at the sun like a crystal ball.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a coffee. We've got another 2 panels now before we break for lunch. So our first panel coming up now is going to be hosted by my friend Anuj Desai, who's the host of the Cannabis Conversation. And the topic is whether cannabis is a cure for everything. I think we can all probably agree that it is not, but we have a panel to kind of dig into this. There's a lot of evidence, both empirical and anecdotal, about cannabis being able to treat a whole lot of different conditions, symptoms, different indications. But as the kind of market develops, there's a lot of questions as to how we speak about the plant and different cannabinoid treatments. So I'm going to hand over to Anuj to introduce the panel. Come on up.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Lana. Hi. Everyone's probably getting quite hungry, so hopefully got some interesting debate to run us into lunch. My name is Anush Desai. I'm a lawyer and a host of a long-running podcast called The Cannabis Conversation. I'm also head of commercial partnerships for Node Group, who are a contract research organization specializing in plant-based therapeutics and psychedelics. Cool, so got a great panel here. On my left is Carola Perez, who's from the IACM Patient Council. I have Anne Schlag from Drug Science, and Terry O'Regan from Brains Bioceuticals. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
So we've got patients, research, and industry represented here, so all coming from slightly different angles. And for the sake of good debate, let's hope they don't all agree on everything. The topic here is the Emperor's New Clothes, and I think it's a really important subject that we talk about hype versus reality. With any emerging industry, there's a large deficit of knowledge, lots of excited people, and lots of people looking to exploit that. When I got involved in this space about 5 years ago, I certainly fell for the cannabis can cure everything line. But it seems that as the industry matures, maybe some balance is starting to come into the conversation. And why don't we start with you from the research perspective? You know, everyone is very excited about the potential of cannabis, but where exactly are we? Where's the most promising research, and maybe what some of the areas that you've seen where people are making incorrect claims?
In terms of promising research, I mean, what we see within Project T21, our real-world data registry here in the UK, I think taking a bigger perspective, I think the improvements we are seeing just overall, absolutely incredible about in terms of quality of life of patients, as a kind of after 3 months, after 6 months, and so on. That's obviously not a condition, so to say, but that's very much related to improvements in pain, for example, pain scores, absolutely very significant improvements we've seen in patients, and these are chronic pain patients who've been suffering for a very long time in many cases and who did not really receive sufficient treatment through other more traditional pain medications that have been on the market for a long time. So absolutely, I mean, personally, pain. We also have seen quite very, very interesting positive impacts of various medical cannabis products on psychiatric conditions, which may be a little bit more on the controversial side, as you mentioned. This is related to anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorders, depression, and so on. So lots of patients who are being treated for these conditions within our database, for example, as well as in other databases globally. But that's not to say that we don't need more research. I think especially for these psychiatric conditions, we really need to develop more follow-up research, hopefully also randomized controlled trials to really see the long-term impacts here.
Thank you for that, Anne. Yeah, maybe useful to speak to you guys too about where are you seeing the most exciting research for you, and where do you think we should be focusing on? Carola, would you like to? Sorry, where do you think the most interesting research is for you? Obviously, chronic pain is a big issue for you too. Is it try again? I think just try.
Hi. So, I think the most important thing here is to try to make a balance and try to build a bridge between all the evidence that we patients have accomplished during all these years, and also all the evidence that the science is making. I think it's, everyone knows that now in cannabis, this is not something as a typical science issue where physicians and researchers are before the patient. I think that we here all agree that we patients we have more knowledge, more experience due to we have been abandoned and due to we have to go to the black market, and due to, for example, in my case, I have spent more than 7,000 hours of my life talking to other patients, collecting data. So I think it's really important in this moment of history, in this cannabis industry where medicinal cannabis have some issues with recreational market, that we as patients have the knowledge to get what we want. So the most important thing for me in this time is that we all try to work together because we know so much, they know so much, the companies know so much, and if we want to do things properly and really attend to the needs of the patients, we need to do it like this. Patients first and patient in the middle of the conversation, because all the work we have done until now, it's really important. And we have been dealing with insecurity, we have been dealing with jail issues, we have been dealing with so much. So my recommendation, of course, is to make this very beautiful triangle where patients, researchers and physicians and the industry can come together and make the proper products for patients. Because sometimes I hear so much of people saying high doses of THC, high whatever, and it's like, no, please, look at the patients, talk to us, because no much THC is better, and in cannabis 1 + 1 is not 2.
Yeah, very important. And I really like that image of the triangle. Let's complete that triangle. Terry, from a business perspective, what's your view?
Thanks, Anush. I'm going to be the optimist in the room because, one of the papers that I have fascinated me about this space, and up until a year ago, I was in classic pharmaceuticals. And I've entered the space. And I want to bring your attention back to the NIH paper that was conducted, NIH in the USA, and the Kapos paper that really did a review of phytocannabinoids. And their conclusion was that modulating the phytocannabinoid system could potentially provide breakthrough therapies for every major condition that man is facing today. Now, I know that's most probably an exaggerated conclusion, but for me, the evidence that I've seen in the science that I've become aware of in the last 12 months, across neurology, oncology, pain, autoimmune diseases, I am seeing sufficient evidence to support that we have in our hands one of the most exciting medical breakthroughs for patients and consumers. And I think my plea to you as colleagues in this space is what is in our control is to provide the evidence so that we can build the confidence in the prescriber or with the consumer to consider phytocannabinoids as a powerful and meaningful treatment option for some of these conditions. And also, just continuing to say, let's raise the bar in terms of the quality of product and research that we bring to the industry.
Thanks, Terry. Anne?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add as well, because we speak about obviously the kind of clinical conditions so far, but what I also hope to see, and where I'm quite confident that we will be seeing that the next few years, is really the use of medical cannabis products throughout the lifespan for conditions or for phases in life that will affect most of us, including aging, for example, end-of-life care in some cases, and then obviously more the kind of, I suppose, women-specific areas such as menopause, post-menopause, and perimenopausal conditions. So very much would hope, and I think we're seeing really exciting findings so far in that kind of area in terms of well-being, I suppose, cannabis in terms of well-being, rather than treat a specific clinical condition.
Yeah, I think that's a great aim, to have that wellness bridge gap to prevention rather than cure. Carola, if we can go back to you. First of all, congratulations on all your hard work. We've got positive news about the change in law in Spain for medical cannabis.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You've been working tirelessly, as you said, 7,000 hours, that's quite a lot. How has excessive hype and crazy claims affected your work and the patients that you speak to?
Well, it really hurt us a lot. And I think I can talk on behalf of all my colleagues from UK, from Greece, from Italy, that, you know what, sometimes everyone is talking about patients, but some people don't care about patients. So we have seen, for example, in our patient association, people quitting chemotherapy because they have read that CBD has anti-tumoral effect. People who has been putting in risk because CBD brands have promised things that these are not for real, or maybe these are not the right doses. So we need to be respect with the messages we provide, because it's not only about marketing. I really understand, and my degree is in communication, and I really understand that people need to sell, but this is a moment where ethics in communication is really important, because behind these communications are desperate patients looking for well-being, looking for relief, looking for a cure, looking for a dignity in death, looking for anything. So we have to deal with all these messages of people selling us promises. And this is not something that, I think this is one of the things that the cannabis industry really needs to be really careful, because sometimes they use us patients and our pain to make money, and it's okay. But sometimes also they promise us things that they are not for real. And when you're a patient and you try a new treatment, like cannabinoids, for example, you have a hope. Okay, so we patients are really tired of being sick and everything, so we have to deal with this hope. And for example, with the CBD industry, we are seeing things that are insane, and this has to be ethical regulated or something by the marketing cannabis industry issues, because as I said, there is a lot of suffering between each CBD oil or THC product that someone is buying.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a really powerful message, that there are consequences to these claims, and give people false hope when there is none. Or it's misguided, let's say. And similar things happening in psychedelics as well, I think, now. But let's talk about cannabis. Terry, if I can bring you in here, from a business perspective, how do you balance responsible marketing with promotion of business and getting investors excited? Because sometimes those two things don't necessarily marry up.
Yeah, I think I just want to build on the point that you made, because I think it all has to come down to evidence. And you know, for me, I don't believe that marketing always has to be untruthful. I believe marketing can provide some really compelling arguments that motivate and excite people. And the more I see, I think we've got a lot that we can say in this industry. So we at Brains Bioceutical, we have a three-pronged approach really, which is first, we let the evidence drive the narrative. You know, we're currently involved in 15 clinical studies and more to come. And there is so many good communication points that are coming out of those clinical studies that are both motivating and helpful for patients. And what patients want to hear, patients want to say, show me the evidence that this will work, and prove to me that the quality is good. So I think number one, the evidence needs to drive the narrative. I think secondly, you've got to choose your partners well. We all know that there is a hangover effect of what cannabis reputation was historically versus what we as an industry want it to be today. And so, you know, we, once again, you know, whether it's in our API business, which is a natural pure API that we provide through a partner called Royal DSM. Now, Royal DSM is a purpose-driven nutraceutical and ingredient company that is world-respected and worldwide. And I think they just add credibility to the product. And that's what people are looking for. Is the product trustworthy? The other thing is, in our nutraceutical, we have partnered with Vitabiotics, which is the #1 vitamin and nutritional company here in the UK, and we have launched their CBD range with our product. Once again, that just adds credibility and gives patients confidence that they can trust it and it will do what it says on the tin. And then when it comes to clinical studies, you know, we've been brave enough to go to world-respected key opinion leaders and said, would you be a lead investigator for us? And that once again helps people and politicians believe in the science. And then for all of us, just as we consistently do the right thing, I think we're going to change the perception of this industry and give patients, politicians, and prescribers confidence in the solutions that we're providing.
Yeah, that's a lovely message, to have truth at the heart of marketing. Sorry, that's my old cynical head on there. So next topic I'd like to talk about is the entourage effect. This is a biggie. So when Meshulam actually first coined the phrase, he was talking about endocannabinoids, as I believe. But obviously this has now been taken as sort of gospel and is frequently used in marketing kind of all over the industry. And, you don't have to go into too much detail, but where are we in relation to research that supports entourage effects?
Sorry, two things I would like to know. I don't know how and to what extent it's been used in marketing. I'm not really sure about that. In terms of the randomized controlled trial research, obviously research on the entourage effect is lacking so far. Very keen to figure out more, obviously, and so much so that many scientists would actually call it the entourage hypothesis rather than a proven effect. However, on the other side, and we take absolutely the patient-reported outcomes into account as well, many patients for a broad variety of conditions report effects from a full spectrum product, for example, which cannot be provided by say, less full spectrum product and so on. So we've seen loads of results in that. We haven't analyzed it in all the details yet. We're very keen to do that in relation to childhood epilepsy and so on, that many patients, the parents of these children that we've looked at would swear by the entourage effect, that they need a particular product which contains a full spectrum, or at least a whole spectrum plant, rather than the isolate or very limited product range available. So I would absolutely, as a scientist, yes, there's not enough purely scientific evidence, but I would say there's absolutely, certainly a pattern of evidence emerging, which we need to take very seriously.
Yeah.
I don't know, Carola, if you have anything to say.
Yeah, Carola.
Well, what we have seen, it's depending of the illness. For example, of course, people who is using only CBD products, if they have like full spectrum product, we have seen better results. But with 2,000 patients we have treated until today, they prefer to buy isolate CBD made by crystals because it's cheaper, and then they will have the THC and the interact effect by separate. Okay, so they have like CBD, they have the THC, and they have the entourage effect that by trying to combine them. So we have these two scenarios: people that is only using CBD and they prefer like full spectrum CBD, but some people doesn't prefer the full spectrum because maybe the low pressure is going down. Okay, but like most of our patients that are pain patients, cancer patients, very severe patients, they have the CBD and THC apart because they play with the ratios depending on the day, on how they feel and everything. And they make the entourage effect by combining the two different kind of oils, or 3 different kind of oils.
Thank you, Carola. I think this speaks to a kind of inherent tension in the cannabis industry between real-world evidence and randomized control trials. And
I would like to say just one
please.
thing, if you allow me. For example, now that we are running 3 clinical trials in Spain, one for glioblastoma, another for pain, and another for endometriosis, is with the patients who have chosen the product. And this is really important in this moment of history. That's what I was saying about that all the evidence we have collected is really important to help the companies to choose the products, to convince the doctors, to convince the agencies to make these clinical trials going on.
Yeah, please, Terry.
Just to add on, I actually agree with both Anne and Carola in terms of, we know that there is an entourage effect, but I think the evidence is still out there whether the entourage effect will be both positive or negative. It could be both, which is then why I understand why patients still sometimes have a confidence in an isolate, which is why we at Brains have produced a natural isolate at the moment for patients and for research. But I just want to build on that, because I think what is within our control is the quality and the characterization of our products. And you know, it still is frustrating and heartbreaking that I've looked at 2 audit reports in the last 12 months. And whether it is here in Europe or whether it is abroad, you know, the message is consistent that when products are audited, about 75 to 85% of the products have to be removed because they don't meet the standards. You know, they've either haven't got enough active ingredient, they've either got too much THC or unwanted impurities. And I think that's within our control. You know, so the jury's still out on the entourage effect, but what is in our control is to make sure we set the highest bars possible in terms of the products that we produce.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Carola, you made a really good point about maybe real-world evidence can be the kind of precursor to investment in RCTs. Have you guys got a view on how, I mean, ultimately not enough money is being spent in research. I think most people will agree in that. How do we kind of change that story? Have you...
Well, I think in order to make more advance, in order to convince the politicians to open their hands and help more patients, of course we need to make more clinical trials. But I have seen some companies that they are not investing and they are not really into wanting to improve quality of life or wanting others to make the clinical trials, okay? So, well, we as patients, we know how to take care of each other, so the cannabis industry will decide which path they want to choose.
Yeah, absolutely. Anne?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with both of you, really. And whilst we're also, you know, looking forward and hoping for more randomized controlled trials, I think the large-scale data registry, like we're doing at Drug Science, but obviously Health Canada has a very well-developed data base with over 300,000 patients over the years so far. Germany has one. France is developing one, as is Denmark. So, you know, within these databases, these are systematically analyzed. We're obviously seeing patterns of evidence emerging, and it's very important, I think, to take this into account and to, you know, to develop research, further research accordingly as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Terry, you come from a pharma background, very, you know, structured, and RCTs are kind of a very core part of that. How do you view real-world evidence?
Sure. So I just want to say right up front, I am for all evidence, whether it's anecdotal or whether it's real world or patient-reported outcomes or sort of RCT and clinical trials. However, I'm also for maximum access to powerful treatments that could help patients with epilepsy or oncology or pain or whatever it might be. And you know, we at Brains Bioceuticals are still of the opinion that the best way to get maximum access is through clinical trials, registered clinical trials that are approvable by leading regulatory bodies, the EMA, the FDA, or the MHRA. And getting onto those formularies or getting approved by NICE gives patients access to treatments. And why do I say that? You know, just 2 weeks ago, a colleague of mine, Berinda, and I, we were walking the floors of Parliament, and 2 MPs came and told us these heartbreaking stories about patients or families here in the UK that were desperately trying to get hold of CBD for epilepsy, and their kids were deteriorating and they couldn't get hold of it. And that is why I'm a huge fan of both real-world evidence as well as the clinical trial approach. But for me, the clinical trial approach, once on a formulary, once approved by regulatory bodies, that's when the struggle for patients often can end. The other thing is our industry is lacking big pharma involvement. And we know that big pharma invest in early drug development, but only at the sort of the phase 1 or the phase 2 stage, sometimes at the phase 3. That's when they come in, they try and purchase some of these products or the science. And for me, as an industry, you know, if we want to attract big pharma into this space, then we've got to invest in the pre-clin and the phase 1 and the phase 2 studies, because that's when they're going to become interested, and that's when we're going to be able to provide the evidence that these phytocannabinoids are really exciting treatment options for patients and consumers.
Brilliant. Thank you, Terry. We could talk a lot more, but Matt said he's going to kill me if I go over. So thank you to all my great panelists for a really interesting debate, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, hi everyone. So we're going to run straight on to what I think is a really great continuation of the conversation before, speaking about cannabis for women's health. And I think this is a topic really where, just like the panelists in the previous conversation were talking about, we do have some evidence, there's a lot we do know, and yet there are a lot of questions, and also a lot of kind of myth and uncertainty around the topic. So I'm looking forward to digging into it. Before we do, I'll just introduce the panel. So to my left, we have Suzanne Kasper, the CEO of Linea. Did I pronounce that right? Yeah, great. And Dr. Danny Gordon, the Vice Chair of the Medical Cannabis Clinicians Society, and also from Israel, Yotam Hod, who is the co-founder and CEO of Gynica. So thank you all for joining us today. So I want to jump right into it and ask this question of what we know. What research has been carried out on cannabis and cannabinoid treatments in general, I suppose, for women's health. If there are any specific trials you want to speak to, great. And I suppose also I'll throw in like a little sub-question on there of what's missing, you know, what's the next step. So Suzanne, if you want to start us off, I'm guessing you all have a lot to say on the topic.
Yes, we have. Do you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. We have seen a lot of clinical studies in the area of women's health. But maybe I would like to start with what is missing, and then you can maybe go deeper in the other topics. We have seen that not a lot are really standardized clinical trials, not placebo-controlled. And I think this is really missing. If we check these, they are mentioning it's done with cannabis, but they didn't say it's done with which dosage. And so this, I think it's missing, because if we are later on maybe discuss what is missing for doctors, I think they really would like to have this double randomized, placebo-controlled clinical study. And these, I think, you find only some of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is an issue for all different indications and conditions, I think, this question of study design. Let's move on. Dr. Gordon, if you'd like to jump in.
Yes, so within women's health, we have, I think, even a bigger challenge in some of the areas where we prescribe medical cannabis and where consumers are using CBD wellness products, and that the research is lagging behind even further. So what we're seeing now in a variety of women's health conditions, such as endometriosis, chronic pelvic pain, PMDD, which is a severe form of PMS, which is actually qualified as a mood disorder, is we're seeing real-world evidence again, like we just heard from Dr. Slag and the other panelists. So that means that there's databases of patients. There's a big database in Canada that they've done some work, and they've asked patients, women who are using medical cannabis, if it's helping with symptoms of their endometriosis, of their other women's health symptoms. So we're seeing this real-world evidence collection, which is very good. But of course, we don't know what dosages might work best for a certain condition. There was an animal study a while back that looked at endometriosis in an animal model, and that high THC may be detrimental, and maybe it may help promote the spreading of that tissue. That hasn't been replicated in humans, and actually for endometriosis, cannabinoids are really promising, including THC, because it helps with quality of life, it helps with pain control. So we don't have, yes, as you pointed out, the RCT evidence, but we also could do a lot more than it has currently been done with real-world evidence. So we could look at more specific data sets for specific conditions. So right now, doctors are in a very hard position with women's health conditions, especially in this country where specialists must make the first prescription for medical cannabis. So I run my clinic here in the UK. We're an integrated medicine clinic. We prescribe cannabis. And if you were going to prescribe for, let's say, PMS, you would need an OBGYN to start that prescription. And to find an OBGYN who is willing to prescribe for PMS when there's no evidence, it's very difficult. So I think that is one of the challenges with the evidence base that we're seeing currently. And then, of course, there's the safety issues around pregnancy and breastfeeding. And that's challenging, as anyone in the pharmaceutical world will know, to get data on any drug in pregnancy and breastfeeding, because no one wants to test drugs in pregnant women and breastfeeding women. It's high risk, and it's the do no harm principle. But again, we do have real-world evidence of women who have used cannabis in their pregnancies, they've used cannabis in breastfeeding. So we're starting to get some of that information, but the problem is most of that data is from recreational use, smoked recreational use cannabis. So if someone is pregnant and they're smoking anything, they're combusting a plant material, they're creating that carbonization, that's going to be a risk to the pregnancy, just like smoking cigarettes. So how that relates to even vaporized cannabis, even if it was high THC cannabis, we don't know. And of course, the cannabis we prescribe for people is vastly different dosages. Usually it's low THC. How that adds up and what the risk profile of that type of usage, that medical usage is, especially for non-epilepsy doses, which are quite low, we don't know. And are they going to match up with those recreational studies that are saying, you know, there's an association potentially with lower birth weights and smaller head circumferences and women who consume high THC, high dose cannabis recreationally in their pregnancy? I think that it probably won't be the same risk profile, but we don't yet know. So right now, even if someone becomes pregnant, you know, I have a patient who is using medical cannabis for their anxiety, for their quality of life. They have a complex pain condition. They've already failed all the other drug treatments. Are you going to put them back on the opioids when they're pregnant? What do you do with these patients? So it's very difficult to know what to do until we have more evidence. But also, I think it's all about partnering with the patient, giving them all of the evidence, and then saying at the end of the day, what is the least harmful thing to do? And it might be to keep prescribing them medical cannabis at a low dose. But needs to be supported by your peers. So then we're back to the whole, you know, how do you get peer support as a physician if you're prescribing for medical cannabis someone in pregnancy? I haven't done it yet. I haven't been brave enough to do it. But there are situations where that actually might be the least harmful thing to do for somebody.
Yeah, really interesting. And I think also I would probably add in that education is necessary here as well, because, you know, it's one thing for physicians to be demanding the evidence, as obviously they should be, but they also need to understand the endocannabinoid system and how that interacts with the female reproductive system in order to really interpret any evidence, however scant, right? I know this is of particular interest to you, your time in the work you're doing at Gynecology. Do you want to jump in here?
Yeah, so I'll touch your last question as well. We need to divide it between historical and anecdotal evidence regarding the use of cannabis for women's health, as well as the scientific evidence out there. So historically, there's a lot of evidence about the use of cannabis to treat different women's health conditions, all the way from ancient China, Mesopotamia, Syria, for a variety of gynecological and other women's health conditions. As well as data about or evidence about the fact that even Queen Victoria was prescribed with cannabis or hemp tinctures to treat her severe menstrual pain. In addition to that, in the past few years, more and more, we see evidence coming from in scientific measures, all of the way from the fact that the female reproductive system contains the highest concentration of anandamide, an endocannabinoid, after the brain. Adds up to the fact that Dr. Gordon mentioned endometriosis. We know that there's actually a synergy between endocannabinoid deficiency in women who suffer from endometriosis. Women who suffer from endometriosis are linked to endocannabinoid deficiency. That means that potentially, if we're able to stabilize it in a way, we might be able to support not only the pain relief, but actually potentially the root of the problem. And with this in mind, again, as mentioned, the safety and toxicity aspects are very crucial comparing to other uses of cannabis, especially when we speak about local use. So Gyneka, for example, is developing clinically validated products for intravaginal use, suppositories, lubricating gels, and as an anecdote, we see such products already sold mostly in North America, in legal states in the US, as well as in Canada already, at least 2 brands selling suppositories, for example. But when we speak about intravaginal use of cannabinoids, so when we compare it to smoking, vaping, or even taking a drop of oil, where the safety profiles are quite well known for hundreds and thousands of years, when we speak about intravaginal use, no one knows whether we're not actually hurting anyone or jeopardizing their health. We know, for example, that some cannabinoids can actually impair ovulation and has other effects on fertility. And now, again, we need to look at the real-world evidence saying that women get wonderful relief for a variety of gynecological conditions from such products, and the fact that we cannot neglect the fact that it might not be safe for them to use. And with this in mind, we believe that, as mentioned also in the previous panel as well, bringing pharmaceutical standards to the medical cannabis market and for product development are extremely crucial, especially when we speak about novel dosage forms and consumption methods.
Maybe I'll just say one thing about the evidence. I think one of the issues I see, especially with women's health, is the conversation is very much skewed towards the potential harms, the risks. So the first question I always get asked is, what about pregnant women? Well, not all women are pregnant. Not all women want to become pregnant. And it's skewed more towards the harms versus the quality of life aspects that women are looking for in the medication to treat women's health conditions. And just like many of my other patients, men and women, many women's health conditions overlap with other conditions. So my patients with endometriosis, they often suffer from anxiety or low mood. They might have another pain condition, because endometriosis patients often do have more than one pain condition. They often have pelvic pain that is not coming from the endometriosis on top of that. So cannabis is a quality of life medicine that can treat a variety of these conditions. It doesn't cure them, but that's really, in my mind, often overlooked in favor of this, very much fixation really on the harms. And even the research we have so far coming out of the real world evidence for pregnancy, breastfeeding, we have to be cautious, obviously, but these are associations we're seeing. They're not causative, so we don't really know how much cannabis might be bad, or if it really is the cannabis or it's another confounding. Of course, some of these studies, these real-world evidence databases, they try to control for these other confounding factors, but it's impossible to control for them all. So I think we always have to keep in mind what the difference is between an association and a causal link, because they're very, very different things. It's the same thing as saying, oh, well, you know, we cured this in mice, or this did this in mice, so it's going to do the same thing in humans. They're not they're not the same thing.
Yeah, I think this is a really important point, and it links in really with what I wanted to speak about next, which is, I think really THC is like the main culprit here, right? Safety is important regardless, especially in pregnancy and in lactation, but when it comes to the real hesitation to move forward with any of these research, it really does come down to the impairing or intoxicating effects of THC, which leads me to ask, you know, what about all the other cannabinoids? What about CBD and all of the other, you know, minor cannabinoids, as we've come to call them? I can see you're moving your mic already. What do we know, and how can this maybe like help us move forward when it does come to using cannabis for women's health?
And maybe I can answer this question. We are producer of GMP extracts for cannabinoids, and mainly for CBD and CBG. And we realized that it's really important to have this standardization, because if you are standardizing on, let's say, CBD, then you have a product totally different if you have a full extract, if you are standardizing on CBG, because we do some clinical trials, some preclinical trials, and we have seen that that the results are really different. So I think it's really important to have these standardized products. Because if people are taking, let's say, one CBD, and we tested some competitors, and we have seen there is sometimes no CBD inside. There is, if you think there should be no THC inside, there is a high level of THC. And therefore, I really think it's very, very important to have these really good quality, standardized, controlled, so that patients who rely on what they are getting, that it's really in the product, what is written on the outer package.
So I'm just going to go back to the THC question, because everyone is afraid of THC still. It's still a thing. And I think in our society in general, we have a fear of altered states in general, and which is really segueing into the, is my mic on? I think it's okay. Doesn't sound like it's on.
People are nodding in the audience, you're good.
Which is, you know, it segues into the psychedelics conversation as well. But what people don't really understand is that medicinal cannabis doses, when I'm prescribing someone a product with THC, they don't need the intoxication effect to get the medicinal effect. So we're not trying to intoxicate people. In fact, most of the patients, all of my patients come to see me, they can get cannabis easily off the street. It's cheaper than coming to me to get a prescription, especially currently. But they don't want to be high. But THC is an antispasmodic, so patients with endometriosis, a lot of them have IBS symptoms, they have spasm in the gut, it's a pain reliever, it works synergistically with CBD. So I think we have to change the conversation around THC as well, that it's not gonna make our patients stoned or lazy or unproductive, and if you're getting those side effects, you're doing it wrong. And a lot of my patients have already tried cannabis. They found it's worked for them. They're maybe doing black market cannabis to self-medicate some of their symptoms, and they haven't been able to get it right. That's why they're coming to see me. So that's really our job as doctors, to know how to get the ratios of CBD and THC correct for each patient, you know, use the start low, go slow approach, all of these things. So, you know, there's lots of other minor cannabinoids that are useful. CBG, for example, we know from the glioblastoma research that it's potentially very useful in some forms of brain cancer, especially combined with conventional chemotherapy. But it also, in preliminary evidence, is looking to be promising now for anxiety, maybe even for a subset of chronic pain patients, although that is more preliminary. And then, you know, there's other minor cannabinoids that are starting to come out of the woodwork as well. I won't go through them all, but there's CBN, for example, which is less psychotropic, less intoxicating than THC, but it's calming. So a lot of my patients, even years ago when I first started prescribing cannabis, which feels like a lifetime ago now, they were finding that they preferred their cannabis in the chamber and using it again. So they were using old cannabis. And I didn't know why at the time, but it's probably now because they were using a product that, because they had heated it up once and then they were reheating it, it had already been partially kind of used up, the more of the THC had converted to CBN. So there's so much out there in how we can apply this to women's health, just like in other pain conditions. I mean, people forget, women's health conditions, they're usually pain conditions, they're mental health conditions, they're slightly different, but they fall under similar buckets, actually. And we know cannabis is helpful for all of these conditions.
Maybe as you said, you as a doctor, you would like to control, and people don't want to be high, so maybe you would like to start with the low doses. But I think it's really hard if people maybe are smoking, so then you really don't have the control of doses. So therefore, I really think it's necessary to have more standardized products so that doctors really can start with the low dosage and increase dosage if it's necessary. I think it's important for the patient and as well for the doctors.
And we have those already. So, my patients are not smoking their cannabis, thank goodness. But you're right, when patients come to me and they're already smoking black market cannabis, we transition them on to medicinal products. They're all standardized to CBD and THC ratios. We now know what strain they come from. We know the chemovar. So it's really changing that way from when I first started prescribing, when we only knew the CBD and THC ratio. This is many years ago. But absolutely, we don't get our patients to smoke, and even the way that our patients are vaporizing has changed. So the new devices coming out are actually measuring the dosages in the vaporizer more and more accurately. So we're there in terms of using standardized products. We have been for many years, but of course, smoking on the black market, you're not going to get that control.
If I may add, everyone's speaking about THC and CBD. In the past year or two, suddenly we're speaking about CBG and CBN and maybe terpenes. But actually, cannabis contains hundreds and hundreds of ingredients, other cannabinoids, other terpenes, flavonoids, other polyphenols that are active ingredients. And so far, the discussion is very narrow in terms of the two main ingredients, at least for the public. I think that here in this audience, it might be more in the awareness of this audience, but for the general public, no one knows pretty much anything except for THC and CBD, and it's very sad at the moment. It's part of the lack of education as well, and what we see actually in the past more than 3 years of running preclinical studies for different gynecological conditions such as endometriosis, menstrual pain, painful intercourse, lately even menopausal symptoms, is that the best results are actually not coming from those two main ingredients, and moreover, even though we hear wonderful feedbacks, real-world evidence from existing products in the market, for example, that let's say have 10 milligram THC or 10 plus 10 CBD and THC, we see, for example, better results with other ingredients and in specific ratios. Sometimes even the two exact same ingredients in exactly opposite concentrations, one of them would be a positive effect, while the exact same opposite ratio would give actually an undesired effect. So as for that, when we cannot just say CBD and THC are good for X and Y, because it's very important to also say how much, in what form, in what ratio and concentration are they, and also to address it in the right consumption methods. Because if we use a certain formulation in a sublingual manner, or in a cream, or in a patch, or in a vaginal suppository, for example, the effects are completely different. And it also relates to the THC question as well, about when using it in other forms. Does it give you a psychoactive effect or not? Actually, the real-world evidence are contradicting, actually. Some would say that it does cause a psychoactive or psychotropic effect, while others don't. These are some of the things that need to be tested and studied properly and in the right way in order to bring such products to the front and also to be accepted and legitimized by both the regulators, both the medical community, both the scientific community, and moreover the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's encouraging. Obviously, we've got a way to go, but it is encouraging to hear about, you know, these developments and where we're moving. So we've got a couple of minutes left here, and I think that kind of, to me, the elephant in the room here is the stigma around both cannabis and women's health. So I'd love if we can kind of end on a positive note, if you'd be able to share what progress you see in kind of combating these stigmas and I suppose what needs to happen moving forward so that next time we're all together talking about this topic, we're, you know, moving down to the direction we all want to see this go.
Yeah, I think the stigma is really there. When I'm sometimes I post some information about cannabis and mainly on CBD and none on THC, and I have a friend, she is working in the electricity area, she always say, oh, you sound like a drug dealer. So this is really, really funny. Yes, I think it's changing. I think we are realizing that in the whole world, legislation is changing, and I think mainly it's related to THC, the stigma, and for the moment, most of the people don't divide between CBD, CBG, and THC, but I really think it's a matter of time, and legislation is really changing in a lot of countries.
I've seen a huge change since I started prescribing cannabis, I guess 7-8 years ago. So I'm really positive. So what I've seen in my practice is women of all ages coming to see me and telling me about, yes, they've tried cannabis, they want to try cannabis for their women's health symptoms or related symptoms of all ages. So I've had, the oldest patient in my practice right now is 89. And, you know, they span the lifespan. They want to get better control of their menopausal symptoms. They're talking about cannabis. My mother-in-law talks about these topics because this is what I do with her friends at her tennis club, and they're all in their 60s and 70s. And so I think it is really changing, even in the older generation who were taught that cannabis is bad and, you know, it's a drug, it's going to make you high and you're going to become addicted to it. So I've already seen a huge shift. And I think there's also been a huge movement among women who maybe use recreational cannabis who are mothers. I'm a mother myself. I have a young little boy, and even since I've had my own children, I've had lots of women reaching out to me saying how they're trying to fight the stigma of parents using cannabis. And that's really the big one, isn't it? Is, you know, are you a bad parent if you use cannabis? But it's changing. The whole conversation is moving forward leaps and bounds, and I think it will only get better.
This is encouraging.
I like this question a lot because I published an article specifically on these two questions about the synergy between cannabis and women's health and the similarities that we see just a few months ago. And actually, I must say that both subjects have been neglected for so long. Honestly, we need to put it out there. And both cannabis has been shoved under the radar for so many years. I think that we're all aware of it, and as for that, are here, as well as women's health conditions. When we speak about taboos or specific, not too pleasant, let's say, subjects such as menstruation, intimacy, sexual wellness, these are things that are like shoved under the rug, in a way. And cannabis was quite the same for so long. And I must say that in the past 2 or 3 years, we suddenly see a rise. If I look at the women's health side, we see a rise in the interest and in the understanding that there are so many unmet needs for women. Leave aside cannabis for a second. And as for that, the rise in femtech, what's called now the emerging femtech industry, and the fact that dozens and dozens of companies are just setting up shop and establishing different activities, addressing different women's health conditions and unmet needs that have been literally not addressed for many, many years. And I think that we're in a good era where both subjects are now coming to the front. And in terms of similarities, I think that we need to bring, we mentioned it a lot here, evidence and science behind both subjects in order to really bring it to legitimization and acceptance and at the forefront. And mentioned earlier, key opinion leaders, real recognized standards. These are things that in both topics will not sufficiently discussed and addressed not by the industry, not by the medical and the scientific community, and not by the regulators.
Yeah, absolutely. So we know where we need to go. All right, the numbers on the screen here are now red. They're going to start flashing soon. So thank you very much all for joining me on the panel. And it's lunchtime now, so you can all grab some food at the tables that are set up at the back of the hall. And we're going to be back here in an hour. Thanks so much. That was really great.
Very robust clinical observations using herbal interventions and to derive from them what can be translated into a rigorous pharmaceutical formulation and treatment.
We are creating a natural-based medicine, which are standardized medicine to meet the FDA and EMA guidelines.
We work together with the best researchers all around the world in order to bring the best solutions to our patients.
I think what is characteristic of MGC is that it appreciates our responsibility as human beings on this earth and maintaining a certain harmony with the environment.
MGC's vision is to impact on the global public health by providing a standardized, affordable phytomedicines.
The world belongs to the ones who enable others and themselves. Become an enabler. You can become part of a new era, of a new age of legalizing the illegal, altering it from threat to therapy and treat, with the same consciousness. We are pioneers, and together with you, we will create a transparent ecosystem, enable technological innovation, and ensure a secure market environment. We enable cannabis, together.
MGC is a pharmaceutical company. We specialize in production and development of phytomedicine.
The idea is really to exploit very robust clinical observations using herbal interventions and to derive from them what can be translated into a rigorous pharmaceutical formulation and treatment.
We are creating a natural-based medicine, which are standardized medicine to meet the FDA and EMA guidelines.
We work together with the best researchers all around the world in order to bring the best solutions to our patients.
I think what is characteristic of MGC is that it appreciates our responsibility as human beings on this earth and maintaining a certain harmony with the environment.
MGC's vision is to impact on the global public health by providing a standardized, affordable phytomedicines.
Hi everyone, welcome back from lunch. Hope you all had something good to eat. I thought the food was fantastic. So we're going to get right back into it here. We've been, talking about legalization in Germany, regulation in various markets. Now we're going to look at like maybe the Hollywood scenario of harmonizing the global market, global legalization. So I'm going to pass straight over to the host for this panel, Chris Murray, the principal from Fox North. Come on up.
Hello, folks. Hopefully everyone had a good lunch. We're coming back. It's always a little bit of a slow trickle, but at least you're not hungry out there. Thanks so much for joining us for the session today. As our host so delightfully highlighted, we're going to talk a bit about harmonized regulations around cannabis in a more of a global sense. And so I'm actually going to be playing a little bit of a double role of moderator as well as participant. I'd like to introduce my two co-participants up here. On my far left is Tej Verk. Tej is the CEO and director at Aconda Cannabis, actually recently listed IPO company on the NASDAQ. And Tej's history in cannabis is he's been involved for a number of years in a number of successful companies, including Canopy Growth, Chiron here as well. So looking forward to hearing his perspective and what he has to say. To my immediate left, I have Joe Gribb. Joe is actually a very unique attendee at the conference today. Joe is the CEO of Groff North America, and Groff is one of 3 commercially focused US DEA permit holders. They have the ability to manufacture, grow, and distribute, as well as export cannabis products from the United States, all sanctioned by the federal government. So I'll just repeat that. They have a legal license to grow in the United States, and they're one of 4 companies that receive those licenses in a first in 50 years. My background, I run a small consulting shop, but I was part of the founding team at Canopy Growth almost a decade ago, and was the longest serving employee before I moved on to work with a number of other companies. So what I'd like to do is kind of jump into a bit of a state of play, looking at specifically, from your perspective, Tej, we got some really interesting news over the last couple days in the UK with the Hodges Review being published, which presents a whole slew of recommendations policy-wise, some of them very interesting, including, the idea of ensuring that industry is consulted and involved, the idea of potentially having a single conduit for distribution of product. But beyond that, you were one of a number of people that I've met, at least here today, that were actually consulted for that review. And I'm curious, starting with the UK, understanding that position, what does it look like, more broadly in the EMEA perspective?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chris. Lots to unpack there. And I mean, Europe, as we've talked about a lot today, is a primarily medical market, very fragmented. The EU, 27 different countries, of course, all tied together by some of the rules and regulations from the EMA. That's where we get things like EU, GACP, GMP, it all comes from that. The UK, which was a part of the EU but now sits apart, is also, I'd say, more or less aligned with a lot of the rules that are followed within Europe, but there's still some frictions. And one of those would be this, I think a lot outlined in the Hodges report. One of the key points that I contributed to that was open access through GP prescriptions. So in the UK, you must have a specialist prescribe you medical cannabis. And I think that this is about opening access and getting that there. But that's just one of a myriad of rules that I think still need to happen in order to open up that free access.
And that's an interesting point, because we immediately kind of assume when we talk about regulation that we're talking about the production of cannabis specifically, but we're talking about medical cannabis, which means that we have a whole entire separate regulatory scheme that we have to consider. And we've heard a number of physicians, Dr. Danny Gordon was speaking just before lunch, about some of the challenges that exist for physicians, and medical regulations are an entire other subset of regulations that also need to be reflecting support for medical cannabis as well. So, more broadly in Europe, we've got Germany. We heard from a delegate from Germany who was talking about the fact that they're in the middle of these public consultations. They're considering a number of things. What does it more broadly in Europe look like?
Yeah, so what we're seeing is some of the leaders start to table some form of recreational or adult use legislation. Of course, Germany is the leader. We've heard about that a lot today. But I think a lot of countries will be focused on what we see come from Health Minister Lauterbach and what that looks like. given that we have these different sovereign nations within the EU, I think it's also going to be a question of what happens with things like the UN Single Convention on Narcotics. We talked a bit about Schengen earlier. And so I think that's going to have a part to play in all of this. But Germany, which is, I think what we've heard as well, is very focused on finding a way that's compatible with existing rules. And I think that'll have implications on what the import and export markets look like. Because as it stands, Europe is probably short cannabis. And Germany alone would mop up quite a lot of capacity if we think that year one legal market looks like anything between 300 to 500 tons. So we're going to need to find a way to bring cannabis from elsewhere, whether it's from within Europe or abroad. And so I think that's where this harmonization is going to be coming into play. What are the standards that we're going to be following? Will they be EU GMP? Well, EU GMP isn't just about SOPs and processes, it's also about safety standards. And I think it's going to be very difficult to walk back from some of those safety standards once they're actually put in place. So maybe some parts of GMP will be retained through whatever process we see as we go from medical to adult use regulations. And then this whole import-export process is something that we can really dig into.
That's it. So speaking of import-export, I think I'm going to actually throw it to you, Joe. And perhaps you can give everybody in the room a bit of a sense of what regulation looks like for a company that has a permit from the US federal government to produce and sell cannabis.
Sure. Yeah. So in the U.S., the situation has been a wreck for 50 years, right? The federal government got way behind the regulation of cannabis and kept its head in the sand for a very long time. That led to 39 states setting up 39 different regulatory regimes. It's almost like the EU, each country having its own regulatory regime. 19 of those states, of those 39, allow recreational. The rest allow medical. And for most of the states that do not already allow medical, most of them are considering some form of a medical regime. The federal government, for 50 years, just had one source, just one, of federally legal cannabis, and that was a research farm at the University of Mississippi. So if you wanted to do research on cannabis, you had one place that you can source the cannabis from, and that was University of Mississippi. The quality of because it was a monopoly, the quality of the material that came out of the operation really didn't keep up to speed with what was happening in the rest of the cannabis world. Some of the standards for THC, you could buy 3 different qualities. One was something less than 5% THC, the other one was 5 to 10% THC, and the third quality was more than 10%. That is, that's your dad's cannabis, not modern cannabis to do research with. So that really limited the amount of research that was being done in the US. So last year, after an application process, the federal government authorized 4 new growers to be able to grow federally legal cannabis. It opened it up to 4 commercial operations, Groff North America being one of those lucky recipients of one of those registrations. These registrations allow us to grow and process cannabis and then supply it domestically to researchers. And so that has opened up a lot of interest all across the country. And we're seeing a lot of inbound calls. We're doing a lot of outbound calls to Columbia University, Harvard, Johns Hopkins, University of California at San Diego, et cetera. And we think we're going to be seeing an explosion of research. Mind if I continue? One other thing that happened was that some of the recipients also applied for a larger suite of DEA licenses, and we were one of those. So not only growing, but also processing into patient dose forms, so legal pills, tinctures, soft chew tablets, etc. Import, export, analytical laboratory, and we actually have our own federally approved research project. And for the group here, those 2 unique licenses, the export and the import, are really important. our export license actually allows, for the first time in 50 years, a US company and the other companies who've gotten those export licenses to export cannabis and cannabis products overseas to any of the single convention signatory countries. So we think that's going to lead to a lot of interest in North America having the most robust set of genetics available. We think that's going to lead to a lot of interest in new cannabis types, new preparations being available in the market.
I want to come back to that in a minute because I think that there's some really interesting kind of methods by which state operators can work with GROF to actually move product into other medical markets. So I'd love to touch on that. I just briefly wanted to kind of give the around the world trip because when you look at cannabis, it's impossible to kind of step away without referencing Canada at some point. The Canadian market is, I think most people who are in this industry understand where the Canadian market's at, which is kind of a mistimed structure where you mistime production with the market demand, and then subsequently you add these gluts and deficits. And at this point, the real focus in that market is looking at kind of, unfortunately, poorly planned taxation when it comes to regulation. A lot of the taxation there was built around forecasts that expected a minimum of $10 a gram for products. I think the average is around 4 in 4 plus or minus. But each producer is paying $1 per product regardless because it was forecasted based on that. So there's a lot of work being done in the country to kind of try and reform how taxation is happening in terms of the excise tax. And I'll just kind of bookend this by talking briefly about APAC, just simply because the Australian market, I think, right now is poised to be kind of accelerating pretty rapidly. Right now, from a regulatory perspective, Australia actually has probably one of the only direct-to-market through traditional, pharmaceutical processes that you can actually pursue as a cannabis company. And what happened in October of last year is that they considered and then rescheduled products that contain, well, no THC, but CBD products under 100 milligrams per dose to a Schedule 3, which put them in an over-the-counter category. So right now, there's nobody that's seemingly pursuing that, but it's a G7 country with an over-the-counter option for a CBD product that is ripe for a company to come along, prove that out, and actually bring a product to market that could actually be moved from market to market with the reciprocation that already exists. So I wanted to just quickly come back to what you were saying about the idea of import and export. So if I'm a state operator, because that's what most people are familiar with when it comes to the US operations, we've heard a lot of people talk about Colorado, California as examples. If I'm a state operator, how could I work, is there a way for me to get my products to Europe? Say, what are the criteria that I would need to follow to bring those over here?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I've talked to several folks here today, and there's an interest in either unique genetics or unique formulations. Not there's access to other types of materials, but if there was unique genetics, unique formulations with data behind them, that could be really interesting to the marketplace. So there are companies in the U.S. that are very, very medical focused. There's one in particular that we've had conversations with, a company called Curio Wellness in Maryland. Fairly small operation. They're only in Maryland, but their science team is not to be beaten. They're very data focused. They're US CGMP, and their chief scientific officer is the fellow who invented Ritalin. So, I mean, they're very, very deep chops in terms of medical creds. What we could do with them or other US manufacturers would be we can take in their genetics and then take in their formulation and create an alliance, a commercial arrangement of one sort or another, produce that in our federally legal facility, and then be able to export that to customers overseas, either Australia, Israel, the EU, any of the 183 signatory countries of the single convention, as long as it was for a federally approved medical use. That's the key. The federal government's only authorizing us to sell products into federally legal uses, both in US and overseas.
That's really interesting, and I think it really opens up, I think, the follow-up question, and just generally to speak about is, one thing we didn't touch on when you described your operations and you described what's happening in the United States is you didn't talk about any regulation. So does the United States regulate how you produce product right now?
Interestingly, not very much. There's the requirement for quality would actually come on the part of the customer. So as we are working with research universities, they're asking us to be GMP compliant. There's not a push from the federal government. There's a pull on quality from the customers that we serve. And of course, overseas, we would need to be compliant with our customers' requirements here or elsewhere.
So this is really interesting just to think about it, because typically when it comes to a lot of things regulatorily, you're a lot of times from industry to industry looking at standards that are often produced by ASTM, which is the American Society for, I'm forgetting the acronym because they legally changed it to just ASTM International, but it's a not-for-profit that organizes in over 140 countries and pulls together regulations to try and standardize them. And what's interesting is, that was start in the United States. It's actually, their head office is actually in the same state as Groff, which is Pennsylvania. They have offices all over the world. And yet, when it comes to actual regulation, it sounds like US operators are actually looking to the other markets to actually kind of self-regulate, if you will, because that's what the markets are saying. So, Tej, from your perspective, you have an interesting kind of operation with Aconda because you have both production facilities indoor in Portugal, and you also have outdoor or greenhouse, I'm not specifically sure, in Lesotho. So you're also kind of a company that's looking at a number of factors, a number of, like considering a lot of the UN SDGs when it comes to how you're producing, looking at sustainability as well. In terms of those two, I think, broadly different production markets, what are you seeing as like regulations that are working for you in those markets in terms of like ensuring products good, you name it?
Sure. So we're operating across multiple continents, multiple regulatory jurisdictions, and I think there's one point that I want to impress upon people is that GMP gives us kind of a passport to speak to each other. It gives us a passport to be able to exchange product. But that's just the first layer because we're working with these mutual recognition agreements. So you have EU GMP, you have GMP in the United States, there's Israeli GMP, there's the Australian regulations which we just cited, and that's a first sort of pass. In a place like Africa where we operate in Lesotho, we're actually conforming to the EU standards, so we're taking what we think are the most strict standards. We're getting external auditors to come in and make sure that we're following those standards because, in fact, Lesotho doesn't have a mutual recognition agreement with the EU like some of the other countries I just cited, but that's just a first pass. But I want to separate two things. I want to separate EU GMP from product registration and product standards. So when we actually talk about the markets we're primarily selling into, like Germany, for example, there's actually a monograph for cannabis flower. So there's a German pharmacopoeia, and I'm sure many of you are aware of it, and there's a monograph which references all the standards. So that is really what we need to be able to meet. GMP is the first hurdle, but then it comes down to making sure that we can get a product to market that complies with those standards, and that again talks about the safety and other related. I think as we move to a market where we're moving away from medical and into more of an adult use market, maybe some of those product registration standards will loosen up a little bit. Maybe we won't need to make a flower with a THC range of plus minus 10% to make it a certain product. I think that will probably loosen up. But really to answer your question, I think it's about following those rules, following the strictest standards that exist right now, and then adapting the operations to get product on the market. To pick up on sustainability, just briefly, I think this is one of those things that as we harmonize and as this industry builds itself very quickly, we can't forget the communities that we're operating in. And in our case, we have a huge ability to make social impact in a place like Lesotho, where you have many people living in poverty, you have the ability to do skills transfer, and really actually make a difference in people's lives. The UN Sustainable Development Goals gives you a framework. It's about ending poverty, providing clean water, sanitation, and it's our pleasure, and we're really proud to be able to be hitting at least 12 of 17 of these defined goals. So we want to make sure that's a focus and built into the fabric of our company.
That's yeah, and I actually have sustainability on my list as well, because I think it's also something to consider. I mean, we're talking regulations, sustainability. The cost to produce cannabis should not be a carbon cost ultimately, and we do see a lot of innovation being made. We see a number of approaches that exist in outdoor production. Sun-grown product ultimately can be the most sustainable, depending on how you're approaching it. And so I think that's just more, for me, it's more of a comment on thinking about what climate regulation could look like as it starts to get woven into things like producing plants indoors with high energy costs and so on and so forth. So just, maybe a conversation about the horizon of potential regulations more than existing ones right now. So what I wanted to actually just touch on, because I think the Hodges review actually just helped compound this assumption a little bit, is this idea of what could a global standard of regulation look like, or at least based on the markets that we have right now that are active and live, what would that market, what would the global market demand of a product that's exported, whether it's a dry flower product, a refined product, a finished product, packaged product, or otherwise. And I think we've talked quite a bit about the approach to GMP from Europe in terms of recognizing that is seemingly kind of the path to entering Europe in terms of your product production. The change in Australia and recognizing and being willing to recognize EU GMP in place of Australian GMP was also a fairly significant decision, because it really changed the planning for a lot of companies from a regulatory perspective, not necessarily stepping out to plan to have 2 GMP certifications, because there were some that actually were doing that to get double certified so that they could introduce product into 2 markets. So from my perspective, and this, I guess I'm curious what you guys' take on this is, my perspective, what we have right now is EU GMP seems to be fairly universally agreed upon as a manufacturing standard. When it comes to the actual production of the plants, like you reference the monograph in Germany, but we go back to actually Canada with the MMPR, which has had like several different names because we can't finalize anything, and now is called the Cannabis Act. That ultimately became the basis for a different rule set that's applied in Australia, which is the TGO 93. And the Hodges review this morning, or the last couple of days, recommendation for cultivation standards was TGO 93. So you see, it's kind of this domino of finding a good approach. And the irony of all of it is that the basis of the Canadian system is based on the European and/or American pharmacopoeia for the production of plants. So out of those things, like as somebody who's an operator that's running a company that's cross-jurisdictional, how do you kind of think about that possibility for your business?
Yeah, so you raise a great point that a lot of these different countries and regulators, they influence each other. So you're seeing that repeated. You're seeing, like, we're doing it ourselves in Africa, where we try to implement EU, GACP, and frankly, GMP standards to the best of our capabilities. But I think it doesn't change this one message, and I think that this is going to hold true that for at least the short term, that we're going to see a default to the strictest safety standards. It's hard to walk that back. So if I'm testing for microbiologicals and I need to have a threshold of like gram-negative bacteria below a certain amount, well, I think that's going to stay like that for a long time. And that's going to be the standard we follow until we see more data that supports that, well, it is okay to have a little bit looser microbiological or safety standard. And I think that's because regulators have learned a lesson from other adjacencies, other industries. I mean, we're all well aware of the Vapegate that happened in the United States, and that's maybe a case of when you let things go a little bit loose too quickly. So I think in cannabis, I think we're going to see that kind of stay, these strict safety requirements. Again, and I want to separate that from GMP, because GMP is a medical standard. It may not apply in the incoming recreational adult use, but those safety standards are going to be key, and I think these regulators will follow the strictest, and I think EU GMP probably, and the German monograph in particular, has the strictest standards.
Yeah, I would think also that the similar thing is going to be the case in the US as well. I think that the most likely regulatory change that's going to come forward is not adult use. That's probably 5-ish years out. What kind of a compromise piece of legislation will likely be moving it from a Schedule 1 narcotic to a Schedule 2 narcotic. Schedule 1 narcotic is just silly for cannabis. That's an addictive substance which has no known medical use. Well, that's clearly a silly situation. Moving it to Schedule 2 on the U.S. narcotics list would be an important move. It would then it would essentially have the federal government admit that there are medical uses, and now a doctor would be able to prescribe, under a special regime, but a doctor would be able to prescribe cannabis and cannabinoid medications. As the federally legal market moves forward in kind of the medical pharma area, it's really going to be CGMP or EU GMP that's going to control. So there's going to be a suite of medically focused folks in the U.S., growers, processors that are going to go GMP or EU GMP, and then the rec market will just continue with their state-by-state regulations.
That's, I think, and I think the globally, I think when it comes to finished products, describing that kind of slow march towards medical access, a better approach to it from a federal regulatory perspective. The question always comes up, it doesn't really matter what country you're in, there's always some recognition in the pharmaceutical space of where's the FDA on this? Where's the FDA stand? So from your perspective, your experience so far, have you kind of seen any engagement from the FDA? What does that dialogue look like? Because you're a very small group, right? There's only 4 of you that are able to do this, and I would assume the FDA is certainly considering it, since they put out their letters to people that are making false claims about fake CBD. So there's a whole, they're watching. So what's your experience so far been with the FDA side of things?
Yeah, the FDA's Food and Drug Administration stance is really that cannabinoid-based medicines don't get any special treatment different from any other medicine or drug substance. So you have 2 routes that you can go down, either a single API, strip out the THC or isolate THC, and then recombine it with THC, CBG, CBN, whatever you would like. That would be one molecule by molecule approval path. The other one is a botanical substance or a botanical drug, in which case you can have a full spectrum extract, and as long as your manufacturing process keeps the cannabinoid profile within a certain tolerance, that should be able to be moved forward down a regulatory path as well. But in either case, it's going to be through the traditional drug approval process, preclinical trials, clinical trials, phase 3 trials, a new drug application, and then finally approval from the FDA. The FDA has a little bit of a problem in that there's already cannabis-based drugs out there. The GW Pharma has the Epidiolex, and since CBD is an approved pharmaceutical, it can't, just by federal law, it can't also be a recreational thing. So that's one conundrum that the FDA has to work their way through as they look at THC, CBD, and other cannabinoid-based medicines.
That's an interesting point, and we're just going to wrap up here, but I think the comment you made about CBD in the United States is a really important one, because it actually reflects how kind of strict and stringent traditional pharmaceutical rules are from the FDA side of things. And so when you actually look at CBD, the same year that the Farm Bill was passed, that novel molecule monopoly was awarded to GW. And for anybody that's looking to bet on where the FDA is going to actually start getting involved, the novel molecule expires on September 28th, 2023 from the Orange Book, meaning that after that point, the FDA is no longer obliged to keep a molecule monopoly for GW as a CBD product. So things could get quite interesting at that point.
We should have some interesting information. We actually have a meeting with the FDA this week on botanical substance, see if we can get that approved as a combination of broad spectrum THC extract, broad spectrum CBD extract, in combination as an anti-cancer, a sleep drug for cancer patients.
Amazing, amazing. Well, I'm getting the wave, and I think we've had a pretty productive conversation. I think, in summary, I think it's EU GMP, TGO 93 standards, and then you're pretty much good, I think. That's what we concluded. So I'd like to thank both of my my colleagues here up on stage, and everybody for joining us today.
All right, so changing directions for a little bit, we're going to be talking about hemp in this upcoming session, specifically looking at the scalability of hemp as a manufacturing material. So I'm going to introduce the moderator for this panel. We're just scooping up one of the other participants, and she's going to join us. She's running along the back here, so we're good. So I'll pass over to Jeff Trotter, the co-founder of Regenibus, and we'll let them get started in just a moment.
Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. My name is Jeff Trotter. I'm Chief Growth Officer and co-founder of Regenibus. I have alongside me Lorenza Romanesi from the European Industrial Hemp Association, who's just run from the back of the room to the front to get up here, and so we'll have her catch her breath. And we also have Gaetano Insalaco, who's a partner with Oscar Capital, who's traveled all the way from Paris this morning. So let's give a warm welcome to both, and even myself if you wish. We're here to talk about hemp and all manner of opportunities that hemp, industrial cannabis, as it's sometimes referred to, provides nations, corporations, and societies around the world in ways of developing advanced new economies. We're looking at also addressing whether or not we can actually scale all of this. And that's something that we're going to have a conversation around over the next 25, 30 minutes, or however long we have. But before we get into that, I will, now that Lorenza has caught her breath, she can give us a little bit of an introduction about herself and the work that she's doing, and then I'll ask Gaetano to do the same. So Lorenza, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for inviting me here. It's a real pleasure to be on stage and to do not speak about CBD. So I'm very well here. I'm managing the European Industrial Hemp Association, which is a trade association. We are based in Brussels. We are a small team of 5 people, but we've grown quite a lot in 1 year. We can count today nearly 300 members, which means company and the national association. And we defend all parts of the plants from the roots till the flowering tops. We advocate the European Parliament, the European Commission, and when we can, member states.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Gaetano. I'm the co-founder of Oscar Capital. We created 2 years ago the first regulated private equity fund fully dedicated to investing in medical cannabis and hemp. We're a team of 4 partners. We are based in Paris, London, and also in New York. So we're a team fully dedicated to investing in the full in the value chain value from the seeds to the patient, as we said, but we don't do grower or growing, and we're ready to deploy our capital in startups that are developing, new technologies. We like IPs and barrier to entries.
And as I said, I'm Jeff with Regenibus. And Regenibus is a fairly new organization in this space. We advise, we convene, and we invest. We have our own impact investment fund focusing on the cannabis space or technology that is immediately applicable in the space. On the advisory side, we're firmly established in the environmental social governance space, so really helping cannabis companies think about their environmental social governance position through the use of a cloud-based platform that enables those companies to capture data that is material to their business and report out over time. So without further ado, we've been given quite a long intro from Prohibition Partners to think about what we're looking to address here. They kicked off with the essential to the ESG ecosystem, a bright future for hemp, question mark. And then you're going to want to say, from a pair of jeans to reinforcing bobsleds at the Winter Olympics, businesses are coming round to the wide-ranging environmental benefits of using hemp materials for manufacturing. But does it scale? Is a mass use of hemp truly sustainable? How could hemp drive forward ESG credentials for big business? So those are the 3 questions we're going to dive in and discuss. And perhaps before we do that, I'll kick off with a statement that in our earlier conversations, Gaetano, Lorenzo, and I agreed that any industry that begins with the letter F, food, fashion, fuel, fabrics, fibers, farming, pharma, depends where your spelling comes from, and ultimately maybe even finance, is about to be disrupted by hemp. In essence, we could say that there is a bright future for hemp. But let me ask Lorenza to dive in to then speak about, does it scale?
So, let's start with the status quo. I guess that before thinking about scaling up something, we should understand what we have on the ground. First good news is that Europe is #1 when it comes to fibers, when it comes to processing lines, when it comes to decortication. As far as I know, in Europe, we have 12 decortication. Decortication is a plan that allowed us to separate the fibers and the stalks. In Europe, we have 12. It took us 40 years to build 12 decortication lines, and in only 1 year, there are 10 new decortication lines into the pipelines. So these make you understand that, yes, we can scale up. So from a mechanical and technical perspective, we can scale up. But then let's start thinking about the field. What do we have on the field? The varieties are okay. Even if we were supposed to delete and to erase all our varieties, we never do that in Europe. We have kept our varieties. The example is France. France, they never delete any hemp varieties from the catalog. So varieties, okay. Not yet perfect for a W's. What I mean W's, seeds and stalks, or flowers and extraction and stalks. We can work, and our breeders in Europe, some of them are members of EIA, so we have a working group on breeding. They are working on the double, even on the triple use. So we have to think which are the varieties and how the varieties behave in the field, and depends where they are, because guess what? If you plant Finola in Sicily, it's not the same if you plant Finola in Finland. So this is, in French, they have a nice word, itinéraire culturel. So it means the way in which you farm hemp. So varieties, okay, better for the future. Itinéraire culturaux, meaning farming practices in English, okay. There are still some university and research that are working, which are the most appropriate way to grow hemp. Depends on what you get at the end. Machineries, as I said, it is good. Processing line and other technology are in place. In Europe, you know, Europe cultivates 98% of the flax produced on this planet, so we know how to process. There is only a small distinction between the entering line when it comes to hemp and when it comes to flax, but we know the technology. So it can be scaled up, yes. We can do immediately short fibers, non-woven. This is something that can be done today already. When it comes to long fibers, we need more reflection, we need more studies, and we need different varieties. Long fibers requires a different way of processing them, and we are not there yet, but the added value when it comes to fibers is in the long fibers rather than in the short. But what I've learned, because this is a topic that my members teach me a lot, is that the short fibers can be everywhere. Short fibers are all the technical application that we need today, the famous masks, or when we are in the hospital, everything based can be produced for hemp. So the market is good, the demand is incredibly high, but we cannot fulfill. We have in Europe 50,000 hectares of hemp. We are ridiculous. Hemp is nothing, huh? So we have to have more hectares to fulfill the demands, but the opportunity are there.
That's great, and so it's a great roundup from a technical perspective. Of course, for any scale in any sector or industry, we need three core components. We need consumers, we need regulators, and we need investors. Gaetana, could you speak a little bit to that and your experiences from an investor perspective?
Yeah, sure. As an investor, you know, and as a regulated investors, as I have been during the last 20 years, I saw many changes in the field of ESG. ESG is becoming more and more important, and for every sector, and especially for cannabis, because we are in fundraising, so it's really up to date for us. When you go and meet investors, so today they mainly don't or hardly know the sector for the moment, but they are very well aware of ESG. And for instance, last year the regulators issued a regulation called SFDR, which oblige all asset managers, all investors regulated, to comply and be transparent about their ESG practice. So this means that if, as an investor, we have to be transparent on our ESG, how to deal with the ESG, so the environment, the social, and governance, it means that we will ask all our portfolio company to do the same. So this will, from the investors to the portfolio companies, have an impact on the best practice on ESG.
I mean, I just add to that too. From my perspective, I'm British, so I'm ex-European, now living in California, and have been in the US marketplace for a good period of time, and know all too well that when it comes to all manner of issues related to sustainability and ESG, the US lags Europe. But the US is certainly beginning to sit up and take notice, and you can see how increasingly there will be a demand on cannabis companies, no matter where they sit, whether they're in the recreational space, the medical space, or the industrial cannabis space. You know that the regulators are coming. And I think from an investor perspective, they will be seeing an increased need and therefore demand to see evidence of an ESG performance in cannabis companies, and I think that'll happen around the world. The US will eventually catch up, and just as they catch up, the Europeans will have introduced something called double materiality, and then the Americans are going to have to figure out what that means and how they respond to that. But that's all part of this nascent industry growing up. But I do see that there is an enormous opportunity for some refocus on environmental, social governance issues. So when it comes to then beyond having an ESG position, and now organizations are in a position to think about the impact their products and services can have on the marketplace, which is the essence of double materiality. How sustainable could this industry be, or should it be? And I know that Lorenzo, you've just come off 2 or 3 days of last week of your annual conference. You had lots of really good conversations coming out of there. Is there anything that you can share with us that came out of those discussions?
Sure. So the big message that I would love that you keep in mind is that hemp is a sustainable crop, but not per se. If you're not farming hemp in a sustainable manner, it doesn't make sense at all. So if you're farming CBD in a greenhouse, can somebody in this room tell me if this model is sustainable? What do you do with 80% of the plant that stays in the greenhouse? Nothing. So again, only the whole plant approach will make really hemp sustainable and make something that is worth it to be farmed. So think about double use, think about triple use, think about planting in open field. This really has an impact on our planet. For me, talking about ESG, do we really need to talk about that? It's clear that not the brightest operator will survive, but the most sustainable operator will survive. You have no choice. I'm sorry, you have no choice. Only the sustainable business will survive the challenges time ahead of us. So think about your business. Think about what you do with the fibers. You know that the richest part of the plant is in the fibers, but nobody believes me. If I'm not mistaken, there is 1 decortication line, 2 in the UK. Why we don't have 5 or 6 to process all the fibers and transform? Another easy sector that I forgot to mention to scale up is construction. Construction is a very, very, very easy scalable sector. We don't need so much technology. And then last but not least is paper industry. We know the technology, we know that we can convert trees into hemp. We can do that, and this is another sustainable model. But I'm forcing my members to rethink about your business model. Not because I like it or not, because for me, this is the only way for you to survive. It's terrible what I said. Terrible.
Well, as you said, it's an imperative. I think that most companies really, not just in the cannabis space, but in any industry, there's an increased responsibility being placed on the shoulders of CEOs and CFOs. And the ones that don't get that will get left behind. We can see that.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what we are looking for when investing. Because this is in our DNA, invest in technologies that will bring more impact on the planet. So we invest in as we said, not only technology, but we in companies that will bring good, doing well for the environment that we can trust, and this is part of our due diligence. Also, when we invest in a company, this is something that we are looking very, very deeply. And as we said, it is scalable. Yes, it will. But to be scalable, you will need to be funded. And if you want fund from investors, and even more from institutional investors, you will prove yourself that your business is compatible with ESG and have impact on not only on the planet with the environment, but also on the society, the S, and then in governance.
I think what we'll also see over time is, just to speak to something that you just referenced there, we need to also get beyond thinking that doing good and making money are mutually exclusive. They're not. We can do both. And we're seeing authentic leadership, not only in the cannabis space, but in other industries that are really beginning to understand that there is both a focus on how external things are impacting your business, that's your ESG position, but then also how your internal products and services are having an impact outside, and that's your sustainability position. It's no longer a nice to have, it's a must have. It becomes a license to operate. And without it, as I said before, you're going to disappear. So there's some very interesting times ahead. Just before I left the US late last week was the introduction of a new act, the Capital Lending and Investment in Marijuana Businesses Act, CLIME. Great acronym. I'm sure it took them a long time to figure out how they were going to pull all of that together. But anyway, the Capital Lending and Investment in Marijuana Businesses Act is a bipartisan act, which is actually a little different from the Safe Banking Act, which is stuttered and staggered and is still not over the finish line. But the CLIME Act basically allows institutional investors to invest in cannabis businesses in the United States and to have a safe harbor from federal authorities that may come seeking them for anti-money laundering activities. At the same time, it is also making a provision for cannabis companies to list on US exchanges, whether that's the New York Stock Exchange or NASDAQ. If this bill passes, and it looks like it will do because it's bipartisan, if you know anything about American politics, you'll know that that's critical. Then if the CLIME Act passes, we will see an incredible opportunity for cannabis businesses to game up. And if they don't, they're leaving an incredible amount of capital on the table that they will not be able to take with them. So I think we're seeing a big shift happening. I'd like to just talk about one other thing before we wrap up. I think we've got about 4 minutes or so. I referenced earlier the industries that begin with letter F that are about to be disrupted. Perhaps the biggest one is finance. If we can disrupt the finance industry, then we will probably get somewhere. Hemp provides a huge opportunity because of its sequestration capabilities as it comes to carbon. What do you think is likely or could happen, certainly in Europe and beyond, around carbon markets and how that might create an impetus from finance and institutional investors? Any thoughts?
I think that all big asset managers are decarbonizing their portfolio, and I think that hemp could be a good opportunity for them to redeploy their portfolio and to invest in the sector. For the moment, they are maybe not all aware of that, but I think they are waiting for the good moment. They want to see more of the industry than to invest also. But there is something I would like to highlight, because when we talk about ESG, we always talk about environment, social benefit, but less about the governance. And I think also that scalability and your growth will go through good governance. And good governance will derive from all what we said, because if you want to attract good people, very professional, I think they will come from other industries, from the food industry, from the oil and gas industry, who knows. Then you have to, the E and the S will, if you do good on those two, you will attract good people to continue your growth also.
Very brief, because we have 2 minutes. So 1 minute to say that carbon farming is more complex than what half of the people here are thinking. Carbon farming is not just you plant a plant and then the plant creates CO2 and then they build CO2 and this is done. No, carbon farming, at least the way in which European Commission is thinking about, is how long the carbon lasts in the product that has been transformed, which is different. Huh? It's not step one, I plant and my soul is okay, I go to here. No, you have to transform. Let's take an example that I've discovered a couple of weeks ago. We have a member in EIA that is doing hemp bricks. Hemp bricks, you mix crete and stalks, and then you create the bricks. So the guy grow hemp, so good for the planet, good for the carbon storage, etc. And then he process hemp into bricks for houses. A house can last 10 years, 15 years. So the CO2 is stored for a long time, and this is a real help for the environment. And then the most beautiful thing about this product is then once you don't want your house anymore, you can destroy the house and put the bricks on a field, and it's a fertilizer because the guy is not using any chemicals. So this is a sustainable model. So please, don't think about carbon farming, I farm and I'm good to go. No, it's much more complex. And last point that I would mention is, if ever some investors, and I'm speaking to Gaetano, if ever you have an idea of investing in this sector, you need to sit down to a table with the right operators. You have to accompany. It's a young sector. It's very young. They need advice. They need suggestion how to progress. And I only believe that if the investor will felt involved within the project, it will be successful. Yeah. So giving money to give money doesn't make sense at all.
I mean, I would echo that last point. It's a great point. At Regenibus, with Regenibus Ventures, we position ourselves, we're a private equity firm, but we're what we refer to as a venture multi-capital firm. And that phrase didn't exist as I Googled it, and so I hashtagged it, venture multi-capital. I fundamentally believe that venture capitalists really need to think about shifting to become venture multi-capitalists. And by that I mean, it's not enough to be inputting economic capital. You have to put in intellectual capital, social capital, other forms of capital. But at the same time, you should also be seeking an outcome that is more than just an economic upside. There has to be a social impact. There has to be an environmental impact. And I think if we can see that fundamental shift in the way that VC's thinking, and trust me, living in San Francisco, I look down the road there at Sand Hill Road, and those folks have got a long way to go. But there is an opportunity if we think about this, the broader piece around cannabis, whether it's recreational, medical, or industrial cannabis and hemp, there is a huge opportunity if we rethink the way we finance and look at projects. So thanks very much for tuning in. Thanks very much for attending. Thanks to Lorenza and to Gaetano, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
right, so we've just gathered the speakers for our next panel. We're going to be zooming in on a different market now. We're going to be looking at Italy, and I've been really looking forward to hearing this one, especially after seeing the kind of increase in the pace of cannabis research coming out of Italy. But for this session, we're going to focus on legislation, on how it's affecting patients specifically, and on the market development. So I'm going to hand over, ask Barbara from Prohibition Partners to come up again and lead the panel in a moment.
Right, so hi everybody. Well, thanks for joining me on this panel on the Italian market, the sleeping giant apparently. All Italians on the panel today, so it will be an interesting conversation. So I'm Barbara Pastori, I'm Director of Strategy and Data and Prohibition Partners, so I look after, let's say, the reports, consulting, market intelligence bit of a company. And I'm here with some very knowledgeable people on the market. So Viola, do you want to introduce yourself briefly? Or
Hello everyone, nice to meet you. I'm Tommaso Martella from Verona, Italy. I'm a little introduction. I'm a manager of a medical facility in Verona, Italy. We're also a laboratory. And now I just opened my startup for medical cannabis. Precisely what we're looking for in this first moment is to continue a great job, educational job that in Italy is many years that is bring on by Viola, that we know. And then to own and manage pharmacies that are an essential spot to provide the treatment for patient. And so with RevMed, this is now our focusing, implementing educational, with also the collaboration of international colleagues of that we in joint venture that we are creating, and also to develop a pharmacist system that can guarantee continuous on therapies for the patient, and so on. So I'm bringing my experience in the medical sector that I acquired in several years in being director of medical facilities and laboratory to help to find a path that suits for Italian bureaucracy and Italian model. So thank you everybody to have me here today. Is a great honor.
Viola.
Hi. My name is Viola Brugnatelli. Thank you for being here at the Sleeping Giant panel, probably digesting and sleeping yourself. We're going to try not to rant too much. I'm a neuropharmacologist, so my background is in researching cannabinoid receptors. And when you stay in a lab, it all looks great. And then you step out of the lab and you realize that in your country there is a medical law, but there are no doctors prescribing it, and you see that there is a problem. So then a few years ago, I went back into education. I teach at University of Padua. We started in 2017 a master course on cannabinology. I believe it's the first one in Europe, actually, at a university level. Then we started to push to actually have 4 medical students going through their compulsory education, having cannabinology and the endocannabinoid system explained and taught. And to do that more effectively, I also started like a private company 4 years ago. We now expanded onto Switzerland because it's the right moment for Switzerland as laws are changing. And many other countries are also needing this model of having healthcare professionals trained to be able to bridge the gap between patient needs, where the science is, and where the healthcare professionals are. So basically my job now is mainly these. So thank you for having me here, and we're going to try to say something not too boring for the rest of the panel.
I'm sure you'll not be boring, as ever. Carlo.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. I'm Carlo Privitera. I'm a doctor. I started to study medical cannabis in 2014. In 2016, I founded my company, Progetto Medicum. In 2020, we launched a new brand, is Camit Cannabis Medica Italia, and now we manage around 5,000 medical cannabis patients with a teleassistance system, and we have patients in all the Italy. And we start to study not only the market about the patient, around the patient, but also how to manage this market based on the clinical field of the patient. So we start to do this kind of research in Italy with our patient, and we hope we can make a good joint venture with other Italian partner for instruction, for clinics, and for everything interest the patient and the medical cannabis patient.
Thank you very much. So yeah, Italy, the sleeping giant, is actually one of the oldest cannabis markets in Europe, the second one to allow prescription for patients. 2013 is also the second one now in terms of size. Prohibition partners expect 31 million, more or less, of market sizing for medical cannabis in 2022. But the growth has been actually much slower than other countries like Germany and the UK. So I wanted to ask, maybe to Viola, what's the situation for patients now? How easy it is to access medical cannabis?
Well, if they go to Dr. Carlo, pretty easy, right? No, I mean, first of all, I'd like to say something. Italy is one country with regions, and although it's not a federal country, our health ministry, our Ministry of Health works in a federal way. So each region is completely different one to another. So the access for a patient, depending if it's from Sicily or from Northeast in Verona, is completely different. So then I think we need to look at more specifics. So it really depends where they are. Theoretically, on a theoretical point of view of the law side, it's pretty accessible. I mean, we have two main ways of access for a patient. Any doctor can prescribe medical cannabis privately, okay, for any condition where there is at least a single study out there. And that would be a private prescription, so the patient pays for its own medicine. Then we have a reimbursed way for just a few conditions, and there is where the issue starts, because then each region has completely different laws on not only the pathologies that are reimbursed, but even the methods used for extracts. Like, we are going that crazy. So then the other issue, I think, in terms of access for a patient is really when he goes to the pharmacy finally with this prescription, is what does he find? Theoretically, for our state, you should find at least 10, 11 different products. But we are in a state of scarcity of cannabis from a few years now, since the beginning, really. So then it's really a matter of what can I find? And very often there is this important triangle between the patient, the medical doctor, and the pharmacist. So it's a vital figure in our country, because note that the majority of our products, they are not already compounded. We get cannabis as a pharmaceutical ingredient, and then it's compounded by a galenic pharmacist. So it's really vital that the medical doctor then gets in touch with the pharmacist to understand what type of products he has, what type of variety, and if there is, for example, there was a massive lack now of ridiculously CBD, even though Italy produces a lot of hemp, but we didn't have pharmaceutical grade CBD for quite a while. So there was like all these ways that the pharmacists kind of need to find to compound something to try and substitute what's missing, basically. And it's pretty, I think it's pretty harsh. I mean, even the INCB, as you know, annually they're checking theoretically how much cannabis should be around for medical patients in Italy. And yearly we go around 1,000, if not more, kilos less circulating. So it's pretty dramatic, the situation.
Thank you, Viola. So I guess, Carl and Tommaso, I mean, many issues have been mentioned here, like we have reimbursement issues, supply, number of pharmacies, also the doctors that are willing or not willing to prescribe. What is your view? What are the main issues? What do you perceive is really like holding back the market from the patient side, let's say?
Can I go first?
Yeah, sure.
You are most beautiful.
Okay, in my personal opinion, importation is the must for Italy now. Open up to importation to guarantee a flow of product at the pharmacies for the patient, because nowadays a patient can go to the pharmacy with a recipe and the recipe it could expire while the product is coming to Italy by nowadays we have all Holland is the only one main importers for Italy with 900 kilos of supplying. Then in 2001 and 2002 we also opened a tender with Canada, but just for 200 kilos, and we guarantee another 200 kilos from Canada for year 2022, but that is not enough to fill a market that is growing, because number of patients is growing in Italy right now. Also numbers of doctors, but the educational program is very important, because transfer the right knowledge regarding medical cannabis is not that easy, especially in a country like Italy, where we have a strong heritage, where we needed to understand, have a full comprehension about the Italian market and about Italians, because it's part of a really essential part of the plan if we want continue to invest in medical cannabis and let this business growing and growing for all the stakeholders that we have. So in my opinion, importation right now is the key. Is the key for Italy. So we need to, our Ministry of Health, our institution, they needed to see, because we understood that Italy is not very comfort about import from country extra UE. So we need to find another European partner that can supply Italy with another 900 kilos, 800 kilos every year. That's what we need right now to open up the market, to help the patient to have a continuous on the therapy. So in my personal opinion, importation is the focus right now in Italy. We have a technical table on. Between the end of July and the beginning of September, we will know something about it, about the decision that they're going to make about opening up about importation. We are here, cross finger, hoping that they can do the most wise choice for Italy, for Italian patients, Italian doctors.
Thanks. Carlo.
Sorry, can I just, sorry.
Of course.
I partly really agree with you, and it's important that we allow our patients to have therapeutic continuity. But don't you find a bit ridiculous that a country that has a lot of sun is now getting cannabis just from the Netherlands and Denmark and Canada? I mean, seriously, I think importation is really important, but we need to allow licensing in our country. Sorry.
No, you're right, Viola. I agree with you. I'm not saying that we need to forget about our own cultivation. Of course, I'm Italian, like, so I agree with you. But in my opinion, if you want to take a shortcut to fill the gap that right now is filling, because a country like Germany is since 2016 that they are investing very heavily in production, in cultivation. Italy, everything is blocked. We don't have a huge investment in that direction. So, in a view of taking care of the patient, and because other ways, like even all the great educational work that you spread all around Italy lose its effect. Because there's no progress. People that are getting tired, they don't want to go to pharmacy anymore, and they're looking for something else. So I'm not saying have our own cultivation is not available anymore, or it's utopic. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that importation for me is the key to open up and give to Dr. Carlo the possibility to have his patient happy about the therapy, and then of course open up about varieties. Like Germany. Germany, they have 100 varieties for flower, more than 100 for extract. We have, as you said before, 2, 3, 4. That's not enough.
Yeah.
We are Italian panel. We have to discuss even if we say the same thing.
That's very, very Italian.
If I can say something about everything is right, but the really lack in the Italian system is the Italian system, and this lacking start from the educational in the university and arrive to the fact that the doctors doesn't know what means to be a doctor, and the pharmacists too, and I hope medical cannabis could be the milestone to let the Italian medical school go ahead, reconsidering the pathophysiological aspect of the illness before the evidence-based medicine. Because if you don't know what evidence you are taking and you are seeing, you can imagine the result. So medical cannabis and this giant, the Italian giant, I hope, and we are working for this, will represent, I think, an important know-how producing state, because our way to intend the clinic of the patient, repeat, is on the evidence-based medicine, of course, like in all the Western world, but we have the Italian mentality that is pathophysiological. It means that I want to understand every step in the pathology. I don't want to see a number that can allow me to give or not a medicine. And the medical cannabis and a new research model that we can build around medical cannabis patient, I think will represent a great differential field for Italian market. Not only quantity, but I think the made in Italy will be present even in this market.
Thank you, Carlo. There's actually some interesting data that has been obtained by Fabrizio Dentini recently. Apparently last year, 2021, the military only produced 102 kilos of medical cannabis. That's less than 10% of the total cannabis sold, which was about 1.2 tons. And in the last 60 days, 11 of 25 municipality monitors experienced shortages. So that's like kind of striking information of the situation at the moment. So I think like you guys spoke about the opening up of the market, and actually, I mean, the solutions are we either increase domestic production, we increase the tenders, which have been challenging over time. I remember the first Aurora ones. Now we have like Bedrock and Aurora, like recent addiction, Little Green Farm, and a new interesting product, an extract side now, EMAC and Pharma Lab are involved. Yeah, exactly. So actually, Viola, like what with the products actually, I think there are about 10 in the market at the moment. Is this an issue, and of course all the rest of the panel, is this an issue or the fact that the market is actually magistral, so there is an element of like kind of compounding laboratory, does that help or no?
I think the issue is that of masking a monopoly under the fake pretense of, capitalist liberal market, but we have a monopoly. I disagree with tenders. Tenders are from our Ministry of Defense. We are the only country in Europe that is producing a medicine with the army. And the last tender we had was, for example, just allowing varieties that are registered at the CREACIN, which is an internal agriculture. I mean, it always kind of goes back to the same usual. This is not trying to create a functional medicine for people. This is trying to feed the same usual ones. And that's a very, very sad Italian model. So no, actually, I work with pharmacists. They do those, for my company, they've been the early adopters because, sorry, don't listen to this, but they are a bit more scientists than medical doctors usually, okay?
I need,
so they were
I
the
need
first
you
ones.
for
Yeah,
this.
yeah, exactly. Then the medical doctors and the veterinarians were the second, let's say, group of people we started to train. And when we started with pharmacists. They love their job. Italian pharmacists and German pharmacists are amongst the few pharmacists that still actually do their original job. So they have beautiful laboratories, and they can do, from a suppository to the specific tincture. I mean, when we talk about cannabis, we're talking about personalized medicine. What there is more personalized than getting, a perfect prescription from your medical doctor that can be delivered to a pharmacist that can just make exactly your medicine made for you. So no, I don't think Hellenic is really the issue. I think it's this monopoly the issue. So it's more on the regulatory side. And I mean, it's nice now we also have a Pharma Lab or extract that is it doesn't require any job other than dilution from the pharmacist. Is this changing dramatically the situation in Italy? Not really, so,
Yes, the fact is that it's not the transformation is not a problem because the pharmacists have to analyze all the extract. So we have really more knowledge in the extract parameters. So our pharmacists are really good. Few pharmacists, few doctors in a health system that is already a terminal patient. The health system can't give the service for the answer because some number in Italy, 15 million of people with pain, chronic pain, 2.5 million of people with multiple sclerosis, 3 million of people with cancer, 10 million of people with the stress-related disorder. So the problem is not the law, because in Italy we have the best, sorry, I'm Italian, we have the best constitutional law about health, because it says that everybody are equal, has the same rights, and so the regional law has to be attached for this, because the constitutional law says that in Veneto or in Sicily we are equal. We have the same right. So now we have this knowledge, the ethical knowledge that lead a part of doctor, pharmacists lower and other technical to support the patient. And the solution will be to start again. Nothing else, I think.
Thank you. We just have 2 minutes left. I just wanted to maybe talk briefly about what the private sector is doing, because there are private clinics popping up in the country, etc. So I think it's important that things are moving, and not only, you know, government is stopping, but there are ways around. Like, what is your view on, like, the kind of course you guys are involved, what, yeah, the movements on the private sector?
I mean, in my opinion, in Italy we must create one voice that can, because as Viola explained perfectly before, like the region and the bureaucracy inside the region right now, it's a wall. It's a wall for medical cannabis. So nowadays in Italy there's not a power that can fight with good effect, with intent, and open up a dialogue with the Ministry of Health. We have it, of course, but it's too soft. The decision that they're making, they just they think, okay, we made an example, because my English is so slow. So we take a decision, okay. Table technical, we saw this opportunity. What the Italians are doing right now, okay, we agree, everybody, regarding the law, regarding the path that we need to follow, and then we decide to use the choice we made, just the 0.something%. So we don't use the full potential of our decision. This is the big problem for me in Italy right now. We have the ideas, we know how to use it, we have the law that, as Carlo explained, we have the constitutional law, but the bureaucracy of the region is now are affecting in a very bad way medical cannabis. So I think we needed to create a unique voice that can go above region and create a union of intent, of delivery, of all aspects. So I think we need to work, unit all the stakeholders. So doctors, universities, medical clinics. We need all to stay together, to speak together, to have the same vision. And I'm positive that if we continue to hold on this point, we can see the sleeping giant wake up someday.
A new system. It's easy.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for joining me on this panel. It was an absolute pleasure. And yeah, I'll just leave a stage for you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you very much.
All right, so now in honor of our Italians, we're going to have a coffee break. Back here in 15 minutes.
We specialize in production and development of phytomedicine.
The idea is really to exploit very robust clinical observations using herbal interventions and to derive from them what can be translated into a rigorous pharmaceutical formulation and treatment.
We are creating a natural-based medicine, which are standardized medicine to meet the FDA and EMA guidelines.
We work together with the best researchers all around the world in order to bring the best solutions to our patients.
I think what is characteristic of MGC is that it appreciates our responsibility as human beings on this earth and maintaining a certain harmony with the environment.
MGC's vision is to impact on the global public health by providing a standardized, affordable phytomedicines.
The world belongs to the ones who enable others and themselves. Become an enabler. You can become part of a new era, of a new age of legalizing the illegal, altering it from threat to therapy and treat, with the same consciousness. We are pioneers, and together with you, we will create a transparent ecosystem, enable technological innovation, and ensure a secure market environment. We enable cannabis, together.
MGC is a pharmaceutical company. We specialize in production and development of phytomedicine.
The idea is really to exploit very robust clinical observations using herbal interventions and to derive from them what can be translated into a rigorous pharmaceutical formulation and treatment.
We are creating a natural-based medicine, which are standardized medicine to meet the FDA and EMA guidelines.
We work together with the best researchers all around the world in order to bring the best solutions to our patients.
I think what is characteristic of MGC is that it appreciates our responsibility as human beings on this earth and maintaining a certain harmony with the environment.
MGC's vision is to impact on the global public health by providing a standardized, affordable phytomedicines.
The world belongs to the ones who enable others and themselves. Become an enabler. You can become part of a new era, of a new age of legalizing the illegal, altering it from threat to therapy and treat, with the same consciousness. We are pioneers, and together with you, we will create a transparent ecosystem, enable technological innovation, and ensure a secure market environment. We enable cannabis, together.
MGC is a pharmaceutical company. We specialize in production and development of phytomedicine.
The idea is really to exploit very robust clinical observations using herbal interventions and to derive from them what can be translated into a rigorous pharmaceutical formulation and treatment.
We are creating a natural-based medicine, which are standardized medicine to meet the FDA and EMA guidelines.
We work together with the best researchers all around the world in order to bring the best solutions to our patients.
I think what is characteristic of MGC is that it appreciates our responsibility as human beings on this earth and maintaining a certain harmony with the environment.
MGC's vision is to impact on the global public health by providing a standardized, affordable phytomedicines.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pim Molenaars. I'm managing partner of Cultivators Company. I'm the only non-CEO at this table, so I would like to introduce my panel members in this talk about the supply of the future of the supply chain. So please go ahead with a proper introduction of yourself.
Hi, I'm Niraloni. I'm the CEO of Safricana. We are a South African cultivator of medicinal cannabis, hoping to supply the globe with best quality cannabis in coming years. We're actually the largest purpose-built UGMP facility in Southern Hemisphere, and I'm looking forward to continue this panel.
Hey, thanks, Nir. My name's Louis Koski. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for Metric LLC. My background comes from law enforcement and government work. Started my cannabis journey about 12 years ago in Colorado, where I was the chief regulator for cannabis when we first started adult use sales there in the state. I had been with that agency prior to that for the launch of medical as well. So part of my responsibility there was helping lead the teams that wrote all the regulations in Colorado, and I was also a subject matter expert to the legislature there in town. Since I left state government around 2017, I've helped a number of other governments implement their cannabis policy and draft many of the rules and regs that they have. And in 2019, I started with Metric as their chief operating officer, tasked with continuing to grow the company and scale some of the teams that we had that were growing along with our footprint in the US. So Metric's a track and trace company that contracts with government agencies. We're in 22 different jurisdictions around the country and in Guam. And we provide government services to track cannabis from the time it's little baby plants all the way to the time it's sold at the point of sale.
Thank you. My name is Niall Burns. I'm the CEO of Sub Rosa Group, a risk management and specialist security company. My background is UK Royal Marines and UK Special Forces. Sub Rosa Group have been in the medical cannabis sector about 3 years now. We help clients in all the different sections of their security. So from consultancy, looking at the risks, designing a security concept, implementation of CCTV, security gates, doors, strong rooms, and then steady state operations. We deliver security managers and security guards. To date, we've worked with 4 clients who've got their licenses, 1 in the Netherlands, 1 in Jersey, and 2 in the UK. So we consider ourselves market leaders for specialist security within the medical cannabis and in the new psychedelics as well.
Thank you, gentlemen. Pleasure to be here on the stage with you. My name is Luc Richner from Switzerland. My background is international supply chain management, logistics, international trade. Spent a bigger part of my life in Asia and tried to move goods from Asia to Europe outside of the cannabis space, that was, of course. And my company is Cannavigia, where I'm a co-founder and CEO. We are a track and trace, seek to sale compliance software, the first in Europe, very much inspired by what our friends in the US are doing, what our friends in Canada are doing. Actually, Louis here works with a company that was great inspiration to what we're doing. And we believe we've figured out a more European way for this based on international standards with the ideal pain point that we're targeting to allow for international trade and to build those bridges between continents and countries. And I guess our claim to fame is the Swiss government contract for the recreational pilot project. It's not legalization, it's a pilot project. It's a nationwide study. And I'm very happy to be on stage with those 4 esteemed gentlemen.
Thank you very much for the introduction. This panel is called The Future of the Supply Chain. Are we looking forward to a future of one global market? Who wants to answer this question?
I'll be happy to go with that. Yeah, I think any other product, be it agricultural or in any other sector, specifically also in pharmaceuticals, it's an ideal is to bring the world a bit closer. We're going a bit in a different direction internationally right now, so let's maybe try to break that with cannabis and bring it a bit closer. I think it's very important to create a heterogenic environment that allows for international trade, that allows for cross-border movement of goods, that allows for that to be done in a very compliant, transparent, and open manner. I don't know, Nir, maybe you, being in South Africa?
Thank you. So I think definitely we're heading towards a global market. It's a question how many years it would take. But similar to other agricultural products, at the end of the day, cannabis also starts as an agricultural product. There's going to be significant seasonality. Certain part of the year will get the best supply coming from Northern Hemisphere. Other parts of the year will see the best supply coming from Southern Hemisphere. So when one is looking at the supply for the future, and there's going to be a few leading countries, I expect, in Northern Hemisphere, and a few leading countries in Southern Hemisphere that's going to answer the global demand for cannabis.
Yeah, Pim, if you don't mind. What we know for sure is that cannabis legalization and more permissive cannabis policy is continuing to expand around the globe. Well, it's kind of hard to picture exactly what a globalized market will look like right now, because in many parts of the world, cannabis is still stigmatized and maybe quite a ways off from real serious conversations about legalization. And also too is even a lot of the countries here in Europe are contemplating a new normal with cannabis legalization expansion either in the medical markets or the adult use markets. Some of that is going to happen over the next years rather than months. And so I think there'll certainly be a globalized market. I think it's going to take some time to do that. And I also think there's going to need to be a period of time where there's some reconciliation between the different regs and laws that are promulgated and passed in various regions around the world, so that it makes it a little easier for various jurisdictions to actually be able to conduct commerce with one another.
And when we look at the differences, for example, we have one cultivator here, we have one in the security. We see that security is a very big thing actually in the market. It's also a big part of the supply chain, within the supply chain, but also at the premises. Can you elaborate on that, Niall?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of elements to the security. There's the regulatory compliance. So in the UK, for example, you've got the Home Office who stipulate minimum security standards, but there's also the external, internal threat to the business. So I think the regulation of security across the UK and Europe would be a good thing where you can unify it. Sites have the independent risks and threats, so they have to be independent, evaluated. So you look at sites specifically where they're located and the surrounding areas. So, and the transport security, for me, the biggest risk is going to be when we get busier and transportation around the UK and Europe. That's going to be a really big area of consideration to try, especially if you're crossing borders, how to unify security, how to track vehicles and unify the security standards across the board would be a good thing, especially in the supply chain.
And maybe your colleagues have the opportunity to answer that one. How is software helping on this one? Because you are mainly expert in the hardware part, on the facilities, on the premises, but in the entire supply chain, how is it looking for you in the international perspective?
So I would start with one of the core issues that's been discussed since early days of cannabis legalization is ensuring that cannabis that's regulated isn't diverted outside of the regulated marketplace, and also trying to prevent unregulated cannabis from coming into the regulated marketplace. And one thing that government has done, and I think done really well, is used digital solutions to create transparency in the supply chain. So businesses that are participating in the regulated marketplace are holding themselves to a higher standard and reporting a lot of important business information confidentially to government for government to be efficient in how they monitor, but also being much more comprehensive in their regulatory oversight, so that they can ensure that the supply chain is secure, and that the cannabis that you purchase from a regulated market has gone through all the various rigors of a comprehensive regulated marketplace.
I think the important thing is when we talk about security and risk is to look at it at the inception, not to look at it as a bolt-on at the end. The earlier you can look at the security and involve it with your track and trace and all the other elements of your facility, the earlier that it's brought in and it's all discussed at the beginning, so that at the end, when you're operational, all your risks have been counted and on your tracking, trace, and your transport's all been considered, rather than building your facility and then at the end thinking, oh, we must put security in place. Earliest inception, getting involved with your risk management security professionals would be my advice.
And in addition to that, it needs all those different parties playing together, right? You need the software underlaying it. You need the producers that want to play with it. You need the people that secure it along the way, and then you need an end consumer that is actually educated and enabled enough that he wants to buy a product that has security, that has quality control, that has all those different standards within that I believe we need to allow for a flourishing industry.
And for you, Neer, how do you experience this? Because you're based in South Africa, you have the local legislation, of course, but also when you export, how is it working out for you?
Well, I think to start with, it's a heavy cost. So we don't really like the cost associated with it, both from a compliance perspective and also from an operation perspective. But it's a cost we must carry. So we are in a constant kind of effort to make things more cost effective in the sense of building better security, using technology to save on some of the costs, to improve things. We need to constantly test and stress test the various security we put in place. And unfortunately, in a place like South Africa, sometimes it gets real. So it's something that we definitely are very mindful of, especially on the transport of product from facility to the airport, from facility to lab for irradiation, etc. So it's part of life, and it's a big area that we're focused on. And any new technology, any new methods of doing things obviously is very interesting for us, and would love to hear more about different ways where we can improve on certain aspects of security.
How do you see the future in that sense? Because you're based in South Africa, we see Europe ramping up, especially Portugal is now very big in the market of cultivation. How is this for you?
So looking at Portugal, initially we were a bit concerned, I may even say, with the size of production, with the size of the industry there. But as time passed, we realized that there's really a big difference between the supply coming from Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere. The competition for us is mostly going to come from Southern Hemisphere. The strains are just different. Even same strains, as we move them to Southern Hemisphere, behaves a bit different. Seasonality that I touched before is different. So we less see Portugal as a risk for us, and we wish them best of luck in their efforts. And we know today they also lead some of the best facilities are in Portugal. I think what's going to be very interesting about Portugal is to see how they're going to continue their journey once Spain kicks in. Currently, the regulation in Spain is very restrictive, but it will be very interesting to follow up on Spain in terms of an agricultural producer that they're quite big. There's a lot of knowledge there. So once regulation will change in Spain and allow them to start moving into the space, I think the competition between Spain and Portugal will be very interesting to follow on, and that is something, if I was now in Portugal, something I would be very mindful of in terms of hedging my risks.
And when you look at the entire market for the companies here, because you are US based, we have European based companies here, what can we learn from other industries in that sense?
Well, I believe we can learn a lot from other industries, and I think we should stop to try to reinvent the wheel in cannabis and think, because you have many different end products deriving from the same plant. There is food health safety standards. There has been food being traded, produced in South Africa and in Portugal and in Spain and everywhere for a long time. So depending on the end product, just look at what is out there and kind of tap into those learnings that have been done in the past. Also, this isolation of different markets, I think, is a very backwards kind of thinking, trying to protect its own territory by protecting the industry by not. Of course, in the beginning, there's a legal framework depending on the end product. Yes, of course, recreational, you can't even trade between different states in the US and so forth. But once the legal framework allows that, then that's where I think we can really learn from the past, is we can start to create or influence or do all our part to enable legal frameworks that allow for that allow for an industry to flourish, that allow for someone to cultivate in South Africa, maybe ship it not through 3 different countries and 4 different bonded warehouses, but to actually just have a straight channel and therefore then create an open market. And I think we can learn greatly from many existing industries, and we had this conversation many times before, Lewis, that yes, Europe can learn a lot from the US can learn from Europe, we can learn from Canada. It's not always learning the positive or the negative, it's always weighing up each side, right? And then kind of come to a consensus that works for a harmonized global system, because I think in the end of the day, that's when you can break the black market, and that's when you can break that stigma and that general issue that we have within the industry.
I think we were just dealing with sort of UK, Jersey and Netherlands as 3 examples. In the UK, you have different police forces, basically. So one police force might want something done this way, another police force might want it done that way, and then you go to Jersey and they want it done a different way, and then you go to Netherlands, talking about the same sort of security concepts, but they all want it done slightly differently. So any unification that can be brought in across Europe and across the US. I think, Lewis, your particular product is a really good product that Europe should adapt in some way. I mean, that regulatory control from government level across the board would be a really good asset for us and for clients as well.
I think what you're mentioning is the differences from a country and even from an area perspective. I think, Lewis, you are one of the key experts.
All the states.
Yeah. Go ahead, Lewis.
So when it comes to the learnings from other industries, first of all, I think in cannabis itself, as we see more and more jurisdictions continue to expand their programs, there's a pretty significant set of best practices that are emerging out of that. And some of those best practices in the US, like Luke said, I agree with you 100%, will work well in a European market. Some of them may not. In fact, Europe may develop some practices here. Like, I'm guessing importing and exporting of cannabis is going to be established with best practices here in Europe first before it is in the US. We don't even do interstate transfers in the United States right now. So, but the bottom line is I think there'll be a lot of give and take when it comes to best practices that are developing that new markets that are opening up can take advantage of. The other thing that I would say that I think is really important is if we've learned anything from COVID, is that our supply chains are not resilient as we all thought they were before the pandemic hit. And I'm sure everyone in this room has probably been waiting for a package to show up at your house that's on back order at some point this year. There's shortages of all sorts of different things, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that we had supply chains that were not nearly as resilient as everybody thought they were. And again, I think there's some learnings that some of the other industries might be able to pull from cannabis, in that we've had comprehensively regulated industry that adopted digital solutions, both on the surveillance and security side, but with SaaS software and tracking software. They've done it successfully enough that they've been able to safeguard those supply chains in a way that other industries were not able to do. And so I think there's certainly some growth that everyone can learn from that.
I think it's actually a good question, good point what you say, that during the Corona period we have seen a lot of changes in the world. One of them is, of course, that countries don't want to be dependent on other countries so much. Will it also impact the cannabis industry in the post-COVID area?
I think post-COVID area will impact everything. If anything, cannabis will have a chance to actually stand out, because it's not a long-term established supply chain that is disrupted. It is one that is yet to be built. And when you build something new after crisis or after disruption, you actually are, you have a chance to redefine it and then tap into technology, tap into all the different future-oriented ways that we have these days. And I personally think the cannabis supply chain, since we hope it's disrupted the way it was before, right? I don't know what your thoughts there are, but I look positively into the future of the cannabis supply chain, because it only can go one way, and it cannot have the same downfalls like the global supply chain in general.
I think one learning from COVID period was that medicinal cannabis is considered a product that the supply must be continued no matter what. And we've seen that regardless of lockdown, regardless of different restrictions that came from COVID, the production, the supply of cannabis wasn't disrupted. The regulator in most countries realized the importance of it, and that allowed for a continuous supply. There are a lot of people, a lot of patients that are dependent on the medicinal cannabis to go through the day. And most regulators today in those places where it's already regulated and allowed realize that, and they will take efforts to ensure that this supply is not disrupted. So if anything, through this period, we've actually seen an increase in the industry. And I think by now we can say that it's going into a place where the perception is that certain measures need to be put in place to ensure consistency of supply. And maybe down the line we'll also see, from a compliance perspective, in those places where they don't have local production, that the regulator will ensure that there is some minimum supply always available in the country. I think if they try and go in a direction where each country has its own growing facilities, that's going to add a lot of costs to some countries. I mean, growing in most places in Europe is very expensive, and not every country is suitable for cultivation of cannabis. So I think what is important moving forward, and in COVID it already happened, is to ensure that the supply chain continue to work throughout such disturbances.
How do the other people see this in the panel?
You mean on the COVID side?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can speak specifically to the US. One thing happened in the United States that I don't think anyone would have expected 5 years earlier, and that was most governments across the board that had legalization or medical programs deemed cannabis an essential business. So there was this brief period of time early on in the pandemic where everyone was really concerned about what was going to happen to cannabis businesses. But while many restaurants and other businesses were forced to shut down for a period of time, cannabis businesses, liquor stores, all remained open. And so cannabis actually thrived during that period of time. That said, I think to a large extent the cannabis industry is now starting to feel some of the impacts of significant inflation and the increase in costs to a lot of the production materials that they use. And so I think it's starting to, it has the effect of potentially slowing down the industry a little bit. But I think the industry's also shown over the last few years that it's been pretty resilient itself. And I think it's going to continue kind of weather the storm as the economy emerges out of the current slump that it's in.
And Luc, what are your expectations for the next 5 years?
For cannabis as a product, or for the production flow of it? I think there's two big differentiating factors, right? We have a lot of facilities that are being built around the world in countries that are not so accessible. All of those production material comes from 2 or 3 countries around the globe that are not really moving closer to the other ones. Generally, we still have lockdowns in most of production areas of China. One thing is the flow of product. The flow of product depends on where it allows to happen, right? It always depends again, medical is one thing, recreational is not happening for a while, happens in Switzerland regionally and in the US and so forth, but I think we see a big issue in machinery and general supplies that a lot of businesses have based their projections on. When you talk about 5-year horizon, right? By the time you have your facility built, by the time you have your strain stabilized, by the time you move from pre-license to full license, I see a big disruption there, that there is definitely some people out there that don't have enough runway to go all the way, which already is an issue in in the general market that we're in, where capital is scarce. So I don't know, I see a variation of different challenges that, well, then again leads to opportunities within the consolidation phase and so forth. So I don't know, I'll derail more and more the longer we go. So I'll see interesting 5 years ahead in general for the industry on all aspects.
So I think most of the people think the future of cannabis is bright, with a lot of challenges and opportunities. What do we see as the biggest risks for the industry?
The regulatory compliance is a big issue. So, and I also think the more medical cannabis facilities that that are operational. There will be a bigger security risk from people trying to target those. If there's a few limited sites, maybe not as much interest, but as they start to grow and more sites become based around countries, that they'll become targets of criminality, rather external or internal threats. So I think the security risk will slowly go up as we get more facilities. And again, the transportation is going to be a big issue. Of the more cannabis there is being grown and facilitated, the more medicine, the more it has to be transported around, which is going to be a bigger risk as well. I think the future is good, but I think we have to consider the risks and use software, technology, skill sets, experience to design the supply chain that's going to support it moving forward.
So I'm definitely bullish on the cannabis industry. I think there's going to be some tremendous growth, and just so everybody here knows, I speak at a lot of these conferences, and I've noticed that the people that are in the audience that stick around all day, they're usually the best looking, they're the smartest, they have the most potential, and they're likely to lead that continent into the next era of cannabis legalization. So thank you all for being here. When it comes to like the risks though, I think like there's always gonna be the risk of really dynamic policy, right? So policy is going to continue to evolve over time, and as that policy continues to evolve over time, business models are basically created on the status quo for policy, and oftentimes they have to be companies have to be really dynamic in making shifts in how they do business to accommodate changing regulations. I think also the other one is just the difference in how products can be enforced if there's more than one agency or more than one government group that is actually taking some part in either the enforcement or the monitoring or regulation of the product. So I think that's one other thing. And then I think also there's just like the product liability aspect of cannabis. As I mentioned before, there's still a lot of stigma around the industry in some parts of the world. There's a lot of skepticism as to whether or not legalization can really work. And so if there's ever like a problem with the product that's making people sick or harming them, that can have really devastating impacts, I think, on the industry for a short term. And just kind of like as a quick anecdote to that, in the U.S. we had the vaping crisis when vitamin E acetate was introduced into some vaping products. It was actually killing people and making many other people sick. And what government's response to that was, especially for the unregulated side of the vaping industry, was we're going to ban it all. And that's great, right? They're going to ban it, but they had no way of being able to actually identify all that product or enforce those bans on the product. Plus, one, it was like overreaching in one aspect is that there was a lot of businesses that were compliant, so small and medium-sized businesses were really harmed by some of those bans. You know, in some of the states that we operate in the cannabis sector, where we're tracking the product from seed to sale, we were actually able to use the system to help government identify all of the vaping products that existed within that regulated market, and then direct licensees to test it. And then if it passed, they moved it on into the stream of commerce so that small businesses that were compliant weren't harmed by it. Well, when they found some of the product that was harmful, they were able to pull it out in a really surgical way to protect businesses. So even though I think there's a lot of risk, part of the reason why I'm bullish is we've seen some really good examples of how government and business communities can partner together to come up with really good solutions to protect both the public health and safety, which is first and foremost priority, while also creating a really good environment for businesses to be really successful.
I think to add to my friend's comment, which are all true, one big concern I have when looking at the future of the industry is the consistency of supply, and various factors affect that consistency. To start with is compliance. When compliance changes as a growing facility, we need to change our own processes, and that could affect our ability to supply or our ability to move product between countries. And that brings delay, and that brings duration in time where patients don't have access to the same quality or don't have access to the same product, and that is definitely something that needs to be better streamlined. The second thing that can affect the supply is the stability of genetics. when you grow, some of the genetics are not stable enough. It's a constant struggle to find and work with the right genetics that will allow you to repeat again and again and reach the same result with as little variance as possible. So here, I think the market needs to take a step forward and improve on the sourcing of genetics, take things to the next level, working with genetics that have been proven as stable across a period which is long enough, and also do in-house R&D to ensure that once you start supplying a product, you release a product in the market, you can ensure that throughout the year and for the next couple of years at least, or for the foreseen future, you will be able to adhere to the same quality standard to keep the product supply same way again and again and again. The market, that's what the market needs, that's what the doctor needs, that's what can facilitate actually clinical trials that will prove and will link between some of the strains and medical conditions. Without it, if every batch comes different, if every product now comes with some variants, it's very hard to establish these things. So we put tremendous effort to get to products which are extremely stable. And I think if all facilities, all medicinal facilities at least, follow this route, we can offer a much better solution to the medical community.
Yeah, I've been a member of other panels at the Green Tech, for example. I think genetics is one of the key topics always to ensure the consistency of the product. What can we learn from the United States in that sense?
Well, I think first of all, this is not an area I'm an expert on, but I think I think what's probably most important is that brands are kind of like becoming the king in cannabis, right? There's only a certain amount of genetics, and so the companies are building brands around that. And to your point, you know, in our conversation earlier about globalization of cannabis, it's going to be really important for those brands to be able to make consistent products from one jurisdiction to another. And so I think that's not just a challenge for the cannabis industry. I think that's a challenge for a lot of different businesses in many different industries.
A big, I think what Europe has learned already, or what definitely the medical space has been happening, is the whole amendment of the GACP laws and you know, plant passports, and that you register the strains and that you actually, you know, register the active traits and everything within it. And if you want to deliver into a medical environment after stabilizing those strains and having the plant passports behind, you have to completely show that full provenance of the product. And I think that's one thing that well, I wouldn't say we've learned it from the US, because that's just, or we learned from the US States, because it's over there in the rec market, and this is just the medical approach to it over here. But once the rec market potentially, hypothetically, opens at some point over here, I think to find that balance in between, which also then enables a global market, because as you said, brands are going to be very important, not just brands of the ones cultivated, but brands also of the certain strains. So I'll see a lot of exciting development in that space, and I think they're in dire need of traceability.
I agree.
So far we have been talking mainly about the industry and the businesses that are involved. What should the role of the government be in that sense? Because the government, it's often being complained about that the government is not taking the lead, is not very clear in that sense. We know, for example, that in the United States it's legal on state level but not on national level. What can the government learn, and how can they facilitate the industry if they want to?
So I think what we've seen in various markets that have decided to legalize cannabis, we've seen that the governments are quite committed to pushing forward. They want to make things happen. They want to see medicinal cannabis being supplied easily. They want to see the industry processes being streamlined. Those governments already talking about recreational also want to make it happen under a relatively short timeline. So the will is there. What I think some governments miss is some realistic expectation around the duration of time it takes to write the legislation, or maybe a more realistic approach to the amount of effort. I mean, it took California maybe 20 years to put all the legislation in place. Other places can learn from California can learn from other countries, but at the end it takes a lot of time and requires a lot of effort. So any government that has decided, and for instance, if now there are these discussions in Germany about legalizing recreational, there are similar discussions in South Africa, similar discussions in Israel. Quite a few countries are now wanting to move in this direction, or other places where they want to move in a direction of legalizing medicinal cannabis. They need to be willing to put enough time and enough effort into, and sometimes throughout a few terms, maybe the government will change. They need to put a process with a long-term plan in place. It could take more than 1 year, 2 years. I mean, they need to be realistic. We're talking about a process that could take 3 to 5 years, and they need to plan it properly. So this is, I think, where we could see things done in a better way in most countries today.
I think more dialogue. So you look at the UK sort of Misuse of Drugs Act, 1971, 2001. The industry's so fast-paced, the government need to catch up with industry. Dialogue, more talking, more understanding what the industry needs, unifying security regulations, updating the law, matching the speed of the industry. I think some regulatory is way behind the industry, and the industry's so fast-paced and fast-changing. They need to speed up, and the way to do that, talk to the people in the business.
So I'm going to dovetail on what both of you said. I think what oftentimes happens is whoever's the lawmaking body in a jurisdiction, they pass a lot of laws and they're out high-fiving each other on the steps of the parliament. And meanwhile, all the regulators, like I used to be, are kind of left with the kind of the heavy lifting of implementation. So making sure that there's a lot of time for implementation, I think, is a really important piece. And then the other piece I would mention too is just like kind of really support you on the idea of creating, even if it's not required, like creating the connective tissue for many, many stakeholders to be able to participate in the public policy process, because government just doesn't know how cannabis industry works necessarily. And when I was a regulator, we convened a lot of work groups to get a lot of different viewpoints, because we just didn't know. And if we would have tried to do it in a vacuum in a room with a door closed, it would have failed, and it would have failed miserably. So I think it's really important for that. And then I think just like the ultimate goal for government and all this should be to find that right balance, right? We're tasked with allowing for an industry, and so there has to be a balance between protecting public health and safety reasonably, while also creating that environment for businesses to thrive. And as I mentioned before, I think government has, there's some examples of that being done pretty well around the world, and I'm hoping that as this continues to expand, that governments take advantage of that.
I just heard that we have to finalize, so you have the final say.
I'll try to make it short, but I think Switzerland is taking an interesting stance there, where we now have, basically it's a nationwide study. Different subjects are being studied. It's a social, cultural, economical, etc., etc. Every kind of different vertical within the industry can be studied. So it was a 3-year process of open hearings towards the industry. We had all our chance to kind of bring in whatever any different party thought would be would actually allow for the industry to flourish, and that then created the exemption framework. And based on that, now there is studies being conducted that are still falling under scientific studies. Based on that, after a period of 2 to 3 years, we then come to certain conclusions, or they then come to certain conclusions that kind of, yes, it takes some time, but I think it's something that has been done for a very long time, just been kept in the dark, right? So certain countries now saying we got to do this year, we got to do this next year, we got to do this now. I don't think it's the right approach. Every country has different participants within the industry, and just going overnight and saying, look, it worked over there, let's do it over here, or this is the one formula, or we do full transparency, or we do full this. I don't think that's the future model. I think the future model is somewhere in between, where the government creates a state of framework that allows everybody to participate and bring the old into the new, and then out of that create something that works.
Thank you very much. I realize that we don't have time to answer some questions from the audience, but I would like to notice We will just sit in the corner there, and then if you have questions, just please approach us. So thank you very much, panel members, and hope to meet you soon again.
Nice job, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, so our second last session for the day. I'm going to introduce up onto the stage Chris Walsh, the CEO of MJ Biz, to look at market entry. So in this fireside chat, we're going to be looking at trade between the US and Europe and kind of looking into this question of which, I suppose, region is going to end up as the leader here in the cannabis space. So Chris, come on up.
To go. Cannabis.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, getting closer to evening here. As Lewis said in the last one, if you were here for that, we at MJ Biz have run events like this for about 10 years. And usually the people, he's absolutely right, usually the people that are still in the room at the end of the day are the ones that I see 4 or 5 years later who come back and say, hey, we made it, we're successful, because they put in the due diligence and the time and effort. So glad to see you all here later in the day. And we're both going to give a brief introduction, and we're going to get started. We've only got 15 minutes. I just wasted 30 seconds of that. So again, I'm Chris Walsh, the CEO of MJ Biz. We're based in Denver, Colorado, and we do news and analysis and market research for the cannabis industry, primarily in the US and Canada, but also globally. And then we host MJ BizCon, which is a giant trade show in Las Vegas. We host that every fall. Turn over to you, Will.
Thank you, Chris. Will Muki. I'm the co-founding and managing member of Artemis Growth Partners. We are a private equity fund dedicated 100% to the cannabis space. We run roughly $370 million into global cannabis. That's a mix between assets that we've been invested in North America, primarily the US, Caribbean, South America, and now Europe. We've been in Europe actually since 2018. We invested in some early plays, expecting the growth of medical and ultimately into the conversion to rec. And we're very excited to talk about cannabis because that's frankly all we do.
All right, so, and we were in Europe too in 2019. We had an event in Copenhagen. We had reporters and analysts in Germany. And so we have some unique perspective about our own experience coming into the European market. And so we're going to talk about that. The subject of this is market timing and kind of transatlantic trade and where everything's going. So let's start, I guess, with what are your thoughts, Will, on globally, where does Europe fit in right now? You know, we've got the US, which we estimate is around a $27 billion with a B dollar industry. And that's retail sales. And from there, the list kind of drops off. You know, Canada is the second largest market, and then we have Europe. So how are you viewing it in the global scheme of things right now?
So as I said, we were in Europe in 2018 with the expectation of the growth of the market. From that perspective, looking forward, we thought that Europe, by this time, I think we had Germany pegged to be a $2 billion market. So growth-wise, you could say that Europe, frankly, could be a disappointment when you look at the history and the expectation. But we are probably more excited about Europe now than ever. It's not just the promise of rec in Germany, it's really how we see Europe evolving from a cultural and regulatory standpoint. We are investors and large investors in the US. We believe in the US almost more of a CPG market with adult use driving a lot of those opportunities state to state. But we also see the US as being very complicated. Lack of federal legality, each state is a country unto itself. For manufacturers and operators, you have to duplicate cost structures across those jurisdictions, and there really is no state-to-state free trade until we have legislative change. Europe, on the other hand, 750 million people as a total addressable market, medical rapidly crossing borders in the European bloc, and then even outside of Europe, Switzerland and other jurisdictions ex-Europe. and we find it to be a very exciting place to be investing first as a medical product. But really now the sizzle is with rec, and so we look forward to the opportunities there.
I'd like to get your impressions on this. How important do you think being a first mover is in Europe in particular, whether it's on the business side or the medical side and development or the investing side? Because in the US is what we saw is first movers in many cases did have a big leg up. They took on more risk. They had to come up with a blueprint of how to operate in states that regulated the industry completely differently in a brand new market that no one knew. But what we've seen here in Europe is, again, in 2018, years ago, there was a lot of hype around it, and Canadian companies were kind of leading the charge from overseas to invest here and help the industry grow. Then they had to retreat, right, in a lot of cases, because they suffered at home and things didn't play out the way they thought here. So when we talk about market timing, what are your thoughts on being a first mover, and how valuable is that, or is it not?
So I think that the first mover advantage can also be the first mover kind of death spin, because you can be there early and suffer all the problems and the openness of the market that's not accelerating as you wanted to accelerate, and the money that you put in can either be dead money, lost money, or just not get the return that you need to establish. What's amazing to me about Europe is just how quickly things have evolved in just the last 2 years. When you look at the leaders in Germany right now, many of those companies were started during the pandemic, 2019, 2020. So we, coming into the market in 2018, we kind of looked like, old dogs at this point in time. I think it gave us an advantage because for some of these medical regulations, the process to get, especially on a manufacturing side, to a licensed entity and ultimately to commercial sales, that time scale really doesn't evaporate. It doesn't get reduced by being early or late. You just have to put that time in. So if you're in a part of the market where regulatory hurdles are clear and long, putting in the time early on makes sense. But for a lot of the businesses now, they've been fleet of foot entrepreneurs addressing the market as the market need unfolds and able to bring capital to that. I'd say that there's not necessarily an advantage of one versus the other. You have to know how to play each and have strengths to be able to support a business in either case.
Yeah, because I think the first movers in a lot of countries have had disadvantages for those reasons, right? That it didn't play out the way they expected. They lost money. They're struggling to hang on. We're seeing this in South America as well and other regions around the world. It's a complicated industry. So if you're just thinking about getting into it, you're doing your due diligence or you're laying plans, maybe your country's looking at legalizing, that's what I see as the risk of being a first mover.
And I'd say that, we used to talk about this, instead of the race to the train, it used to be the race to the train station. You can do everything right, and if the market isn't there when you're ready to go, you're going to be sitting and waiting for the market, which means there's still time for your competitors or collaborators to catch up. Again, it's great news for Europe right now. You're not too late. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're an investor, you're not too late to the market at all. You do have some advantages by picking the right steps early on, but it's not the panacea to be early.
Yeah, I think maybe we can stay on this topic a little bit longer and talk about, I guess, some of the challenges or lessons learned in Europe. And one of them is, obviously prepare for delays. Just like in the US and Canada, these things never move like you think they're going to move. And so you might have invested a lot of money in your idea and got started, or made an investment in a company, and you expected the market to begin 6 months later, right? And you're there 2 years later, and the government's still going back and forth on regulations, and things are slow, and they're not licensing anyone. So you have to have a capital runway or an investment patience to be flexible and almost like a plan B if things take 2-3 times as long as you think. So that's what we've seen from our perspective is really necessary to being successful in those early days.
I would completely agree. I think that part of it is wallet and being able to have the right investors in your cap stack that can support you through those delays, through those downturns, and still be there to show up with fresh money to keep the business going. The critical piece, though, isn't the capital. It's really the team. Being able to, as an investor, have the team that's resilient. They can pivot, even micro pivot. It doesn't mean you have to change your entire business strategy, but you have to adjust the ailerons as you're flying the plane, not necessarily reconstructing the plane. But I think you need to have a really good team. We as investors, we invest first and foremost in a team. We don't invest in an Excel spreadsheet or in a slideshow. We really invest in the human capital. that's where we spend most of our time and diligence. So as an investor, I think that's kind of your first and foremost asset and resource. As an entrepreneur, I think it's the flip side. As we talked about, capital is important, and being able to have the staying power, not just pure dollars in the wallet, but also the sensibilities and the temperament to be able to be an advisor and a board member and investor that can support a team through those ups and downs. Human elements and emotions get involved, and I think that you need to have cool heads and thoughtful people to make those situations work.
Yeah, whether you're coming from the US or Canada or another region, or you're based in one of the countries in Europe that is legalized, another thing to be very careful of is setting realistic expectations. 4 or 5 years ago, we saw unreal projections from people in the industry, from other groups, about where the market would be. It's going to be a $5 billion market in 3 years, and business plans were made around those numbers, and it's a small fraction of that. So it's not only the delays and how long it takes a market to get off the ground, it's also to reaching its kind of momentum. And you can't compare any of the markets here to the US or Canada, completely different, and you can't even compare them to each other because the regulations are all over the board. So where do you think, how important is it if you're in the European cannabis industry can you be successful and succeed kind of insular, just like, or do you need to partner, with US-based investment firms for capital, with neighboring countries, whether it's business expertise? What are you seeing among investment opportunities here of the successful companies so far?
Well, you give me the window to rant a little bit, which is, first, from an investor standpoint, if you want to attract capital, to Chris's point on unrealistic expectations, you need to have a business model that prices in those risks and doesn't bring too much of the future opportunity forward into valuation, because most investors that are worth their salt will walk away, and you also, as an entrepreneur, don't want to get hung on a high valuation and then have to look at a down round if that capital timeline is going to take much longer to get to viability of the product or of the process. Beyond that, I think it's much more of an opportunity of, I don't think you need to find a big brother or partner. I think that having ample capital is probably the most critical resource, and then being able to have the resources to execute on your business plan. That doesn't mean that you don't want to have a partner if there is a partner, but you also don't want to give up those strategic opportunities by partnering perhaps too early and giving away part of your equity or part of your opportunity or even part of your licensing. That being said, I do think that there are experiences that other players may have gone through that could be additive. And so it doesn't have to be a commercial partnership, but they can be in your cap stack, adding to the advisory board, adding to the governance, and bringing in those stories and experience. And so that type of partnership on the capital side, investing side, could be very helpful.
Where are you seeing the biggest opportunities right now in Europe, geographically, by vertical or niche? A lot of talk about Germany at this conference and out there in general about recreational legalization. We have Switzerland moving forward with medical legalization. So where are you looking? Where are you seeing the best opportunities overall?
So, I mean, it's a big market, and if I don't say it's the best opportunity, it doesn't mean that there's a good opportunity in an area that we're not focused on. But we've really stuck to our knitting. We picked very early on that in the US markets, again, a CPG market, we wanted to be in brand and distribution, genetics, and then ancillary, which is really tech. When we look at the European markets, we still are playing this as an all-medical field. Despite Germany announcing that they are going to go into a adult use market, in our timing, our expectation is that first sales maybe happen in the spring of 2024. Our view is that Germany and then other programs that make it codified similar to Germany, Denmark, and others, there still is, as long as you have reimbursement or at least a script that's going to a transaction, a viable market for medical. So for us, we're staying at everything sort of above biomass. We want to be in value add. We want to be in formulation into almost specialty pharma. You can write scripts against formulation that has real product and typical efficacy that you can actually get sales. And then you want to have a team, again, that can pivot as those opportunities open up. So we've invested in an extraction unit called Valcon Medical. They're really more than extraction. They go into formulations and white label and branded product. We're also looking at how we can pivot these medical businesses ultimately into rec. So having that optionality, I think, is important as well. We do like the picks and shovels side, so we invested heavily on the tech side in the US. We think that there will be an openness of wholesale trade at some point in time, and so those tech plays will exist here in Europe as well. We haven't found the candidate yet, but we're looking. And then we're also big believers in what we think are just ancillary support. So if that's in the supply chain or in distribution or in branding and sales, those pieces themselves can be investable categories without needing to own the entire supply chain.
Well, unfortunately for us, but fortunately for all of you, the Will and Chris show is over. We are now a minute over our allotted time. Very, very quick, rapid fire. We'll just end on one note, and I think both of us will be around if you want to talk to either of us after. What's your long-term vision for Europe, especially when you look at it, compared to the US and compared to Canada?
So we're huge bulls on Europe. I think that what we really like is a staid and regulated approach, which I think Germany, as the train leader, the engine on the train, pulling Europe forward will be a good template for the rest of Europe. We've been disappointed by some other markets that haven't accelerated as we thought they may have, UK being one of those, for either stigma or just lack of data. That's part the fault of the industry, it's part sort of elements of society as well. But when we look forward, you can make approximations as to when you think the US will federally legalize. You still have state-to-state issues, you have a lot of encumbrances that come with the US. The US is going to be a tremendously large market, it already is today at 27 billion, but we get very excited about Europe. Again, the addressable market here of 750 million people is undeniable. Europe can be an exporter to the world where the US can't. And so I think there are enhancements to every business model that can take place within Europe, with adjacencies within Europe, and then ex-Europe. So we are huge supporters of businesses in Europe and the cannabis opportunity, and very excited about how this industry is going to grow.
Yeah, and I'll close by echoing that and also saying, again, we pointed out the risks, and those are very important considerations as you look at starting businesses or making investments. But I think it's going to take a long time for Europe as a whole on the cannabis front to reach its true potential. But it's starting with a better foundation than what you saw in the US. The US was just haphazard and all over the board and really no cohesion. At least here on the medical side, it's a completely different approach. It's a medical approach, unlike in the US. And so it'll evolve differently, but I think that foundation is going to lead to growth over the long term. So with that, we are done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, so our final session is going to start in a few minutes. We're just waiting for the last participants to join, but I'll take this opportunity to let you all know that there is a bar around the corner called Dirty Martini, which has very kindly offered all of us, anyone from the conference, a free martini after the conference. So feel free to pop over there as soon as we finish, and we're going to be up and running with the last session in a few minutes.
Folks, if you'd please like to take your seats in the main room, the final discussion for this afternoon's conference will commence shortly. Thank you.
All right, and we're good to go. Just getting settled here. So I think this panel doesn't need much introduction. I've been waiting for it. I'm sure most of you have as well. I see the hall's filled up. So we're going to be talking about hip-hop, creativity, and cannabis. And I'm going to pass right over to Tara Joshi to moderate the panel.
Hi, thank you so much. My name's Tara Joshi. I'm a music journalist and writer. And yeah, we're here today to talk about hip-hop, creativity, and cannabis. And full disclosure, I just got back from Glastonbury, so apologies in advance for how this might go. So I'm here today with CJ Wallace, who is the co-founder of Think Big and Frank White. So we're going to hear a little bit more about that shortly.
Hello, hello. How's it going, guys?
And also here today is Big Nasty, UK Music Don, who is also the co-founder of BDL Genetics.
Hello, hi.
So thank you both so much for being here today. So I guess first up, obviously both of you kind of have roots in rap music in your own ways, but you've both chosen to pursue work in the cannabis industry. So I'd be interested to know a little bit more about what informed that for each of you.
You want me to go first? All right. First things first. Hello. Hello. Come on, man. It's not a morgue. You've got to be happy. Yeah, we're here to talk about powerful things, the cannabis industry. First and foremost, Rastafari. Yeah? My Rastafarian ancestors have been talking about this wonderful plant for hundreds of years. Yeah? The medicinal properties of it, the spiritual elements of it, the general use of this plant. I come from Caribbean heritage, grew up in Rastafarian and Christian belief. So weed has always been a natural thing in my life, and not even just in the pure sense of smoking it. My mum and my grandma, for instance, would boil it, drink it, read the Bible. That was just a normal practice. Do you know what I mean? So my influence with weed has been lifelong. The good things what I've started to find out now and implement within my life and doing it is a thing what was so seen as a negative at first. I was the artist who wasn't really invited to places because I smoke a lot of weed. Do you get what I mean? Now to move years forward to be that lovable artist who's known for smoking weed anywhere he goes. But that came with a long time of changing the stigma of how something was portrayed and how it's looked for, what's the word to say? One gets judged by many. So for one person who was inappropriate with how they were smoking cannabis in the environments they've done would tarnish everyone with the same brush. Is that fair to say?
Definitely.
So years of stigma and changing stigma, it's like outside I was talking about the big gap between the black market of cannabis and the white market of cannabis, i.e. recreational underground cannabis and medicinal governmental cannabis. When I first came here and outside, there's over 20 people here coming to talk about cannabis, but none of you are smoking cannabis. Straight away from that, that's fucking alarm bells. Do you know what I mean? Because I wouldn't get my Chinese food from an Indian, man. Do you know what I mean? That's just the first basics of business. Like, what do you say about your product? Can you vouch for your product? There's so many questions. So what's happened is the white side of the market, the legitimate side of the market, i.e. the doctors and the governmental pool, you guys have all the best infrastructures for the plant. But unfortunately, Gary in somewhere up north in a loft was growing this 1010 mad thing. And this rare seed, what no one can get their hands on, has to keep it a dirty little secret. And there is no bridge gap for him to get his wonderful plant, what could be the new cure for an eczema or something, into a lovely hand of a doctor was sitting in here. So what happens is, millions of patients who are suffering from diabetes problems, epilepsy, MS, arthritis issues, anxiety, get stuck with the opioid market because there is no bridging of gap. So situations like me and CJ promoting cannabis through our music has helped to put us in situations like this now where a sly bridge is being built.
Yeah, completely. So in terms of like BDL, could you maybe tell us a bit about like, how that got started?
Oh, so BDL is basically a movement which started off musically, but my music has always incorporated cannabis. So my BDL society became a very big cannabis culture and society. And then it's spread. My BDL genetics and BDL way of lifestyle is basically like the city of London in the United Kingdom. we share the United Kingdom, but I'm a city within itself, a whole community within itself. I.e., for people who know of self-healing ourselves, a culture what thrives within the cannabis plant and community. R.I.P. Black the Ripper, he was a very big advocate of the cannabis plant as well. With BDL Genetics, we've got a lot of breeders that's underneath us. Big up Lady Sativa Genetics, big up Dank Hunters, Organics, made some lovely strains, my Nasty Glue, Marmalade, ODV, Super Orange Glue, Ultra Glue, BDL 33, BDL number 4. Marmalade is the highest paying strain right now in Amsterdam in all the recreational shops. Nasty Glue has won crazy amount of awards. Big up Jar Hoover, man, he's been winning awards since '93. So all these lovely breeders and stuff, they've come under the BDL Genetics banner, and we subcontract our genetics all over the place. Also, we've got the first rights with nanotechnology CBD in this country. I built the first ever CBD steam room, CBD recovery gym in Enfield. So just trying to branch out. Next stage, I want to make an RSO clinic, treating people with Rick Simpson oil, running proper courses and not doing it as a dirty secret.
No, that's amazing. Big up for doing that. I think what you're saying as well about, I feel like typically the difference between people behind the scenes in the cannabis industry versus the people who are actually out there using cannabis, and there is this really big juncture within that. And I guess CJ, you and your work with Think Big and Frank White, I think kind of help counter that as well.
Yeah, so for me, cannabis, similar to Nasty, was always in my life since I was really young. And I remember the first time I smelled cannabis versus the first time I smelled cigarettes, I just knew the difference. And my parents both were in the music industry, so it was always used as a tool for their creative. And it was never a negative connotation in our house. So, to me, cannabis was always something that the cool people did, and that's what my parents did, so I never looked at cannabis or thought of it as a negative thing. And, once I got older, my youngest brother, his name's Ryder, he's 15 now, but we first started using CBD to help treat him. He was born with autism. So CBD with, minimal amounts of THC was always an option. And my mom was always against pharmaceuticals and stuff like that. So it was always there. CBD was always the first thing for us. So I used to question her, why don't we make our own products for kids like Ryder? Or even people like my mom and people who are in the working music industry that use cannabis, but everybody's just scared to talk about it. Everybody's just scared to open up. My mom can smoke all day, and people are surprised because she's one of the greatest singers ever. And, it doesn't damage her lungs. She can still go on the road, still sing, and, do all of that. But, yeah, cannabis for me was always, it was a creative tool, and I saw the beauty in that before I even knew I wanted to get into the cannabis space. So, yeah, it was always the family thing, and we've kept it that way.
And do you want to tell us a bit more about...
Yes, so Frank White, I first started Frank White in 2018, and it was really just an idea for me, how can I continue my father's legacy, but do something on my own, and, always continue my creative journey and try to branch out and do different things than what my family's already done. And I know if my father was still here, he would be a prominent person in the cannabis field. So it just always made sense to me. And being, Black in America, continuing to try to change the narrative and, reverse the stereotype. And also being from Jamaica, we got a lot of similarities. So yeah, but, my grandma, who's, Jamaican, she doesn't smoke, she's not Rastafari, but she understands why I love the plant and why I've chose this. So, she supports all of my visions, all of my brands and everything. So, yeah, but Frank White was really just built out of my love for the plant, a a vision, a way for me to honor my father continuously, and yeah, ways we can, you know, change the narrative and talk about how it's supposed to help people as opposed to what it's doing bad and how it's damaging people when it's not.
Yeah, so I think like there's often a misconception about weed, and like I always think about the song on the Frank Ocean album where he's got the voicemail from a mum on it being like, "Don't smoke marijuana, it'll make you sluggish, lazy, stupid, and unconcerned." That was a terrible accent, I'm really sorry. But you know, in spite of those kinds of ongoing misconceptions, like we can go all the way back to jazz music, and I think specifically with like black creativity, marijuana has always been a really intrinsic part of music. And I guess for both of you, like, what does that link look like? Like, and how can we harness music to maybe help with decriminalization and all that kind of thing?
Yeah, I feel like continuously having conversations like this is definitely going to be one of the ways we can change that narrative. But yeah, if people still think, you know, you're going to be the way you are. That's how I feel like. Like I smoke weed, but I'm not a lazy person. But I can be lazy if I want to, you know. But I feel like cannabis and alcohol are very similar. It's gonna reveal the real you. And you know, if you smoke, you might. If you're a lazy person, you might just really be lazy, you know. But that's not how we look at it at Frank White, and I'm sure that's not how he looks at it either. You know, we smoke and we go get things done. I use cannabis as a tool in my creative process. I want to use cannabis to help me think outside the box, and it challenges me. It makes me question things more and more every day. I'm smoking, and I wonder why this is the way that is, or why, you know. I'm always asking myself questions. So, you know, obviously, depending on what you're smoking, you know, that's a huge piece of it. But yeah, what do you think?
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on this?
I'm buzzing. I am so buzzing. Yeah. And half of the time, yeah, just a minute there, you lot's mouth was moving and I weren't hearing nothing.
I mean,
can you repeat the question?
Yeah. I mean, I love this energy.
I'm sorry. I'm such a twat.
I appreciate you being honest about not knowing the question. So,
on.
so do you think that, you know, we have like decades and decades worth of like weed being linked with creativity in spite of all the stigmas about, like, even like thinking of that Afro Man song, like, "'Cause I Got High," and like, you can't get anything done if you're high all the time. But obviously that's not true. And so, yeah, are there ways that we can use music, like maybe specifically rap music in this particular talk, but like, you know, to change the conversation around weed?
To be honest, music is a part, but what the biggest part we need is the journalists and the bloggers to do their jobs properly. Yeah? Because, and when I say that, you guys are big parts of the revolutionary. You lot are forefronters who get to tell the story to the masses. So remember, you know, there's an old school saying, the person with the most information wins. Everything is about information. So let's look at it like this. There's two families, both middle class, both poor, however you want it. There's still just two families. One family has a son with epilepsy and no knowledge of what RSO oil can do, and no knowledge of what CBD can do. And the other family has all the knowledge. So guess what happens? No fault to whoever, just the person with the most information. One child's going to suffer and the other one's going to be all right. That's the only outcome of the situation, and because of one main factor, the person with the most information wins. I started my CBD range because I made my mum walk in 2 months after a hip replacement. They wanted to pour cement in my mum's hip and do all sorts of stuff. I was like, try this, mum, and make my mate do his physiotherapy on you and acupuncture and see what we can do. Just try it. For the first 2 weeks, 3 weeks, my mum screamed, ah. I was like, Mum, you gotta keep walking up the stairs. You gotta keep walking up the stairs. Do not make the iron get stiff. You gotta keep walking. Keep applying the oil, kept on giving her the tinctures at night. After a month, swelling's gone down major. They say my mum's gonna have to use a crutch forever, blah, blah, blah. Next month, my mum's gone to church with no crutch, nothing, moving totally normal. All you can see is the scar on my mum's leg, but my mum walks with no crutch, no nothing, normal. My mum's got sickle cell. My mum's going to St. Thomas's to get iron infusion. Every week, my mum's in St. Thomas's getting iron infusion. I said, Mum, keep taking the oil. After a month, increased her dosage on the oil. My mum's blood level is normal. I was diagnosed with diabetes. My sugar level was 172. When I did my Big Nasty show, after taking my oil for nearly 6 months with black seed oil, I ate a dime bar while taking a medical for my Channel 4 show. My blood level came back at 63. Straight away, I put my money in. Here comes Big Nasty CBD products. Don't need to advertise it, don't need to do none of this fancy stuff. It sells because it works. I don't have to run around and make a big fucking promotional speech about it because it works. The problem is though, the people in the middle stop the process from reaching. It shouldn't just be my mum who's the only one doing it, but it's the things that happen in the gap. So we all got to play our parts. Remember, Rastafari have been making music about the plant from day. That was the first part of giving you information to look into it. Most of our ancestors wouldn't have been able to get to half of the countries and pillage if they didn't have hemp. All the countries what pillaged was done on a hemp boat. Wood couldn't get you that far and couldn't grow that quick. You needed hemp. Hemp boat, hemp ropes, and you can go and pillage and plunder. Do you know what I mean? This has been a thing what's been happening for years. But let's just all sit back and just play devil's advocate. My family's been selling timber trees for 100 years, making some good fucking old school coin. Why am I gonna make you go and fuck it up and get a couple 60 acres of land and grow fucking hemp, what can grow 4 times quicker than an oak tree, and make the same things? You're gonna fuck my money up. So unless I've got a part of that, yeah, or there's a little agreement, that is not fucking coming off the shelf. Can we agree and say that? That's fair enough, isn't it? Because one man's gift is the next man's curse. So it's all good we say, let's move over to hemp and move over to this. What happens to the 100,000 people who work, who depend on that timber yard to feed them? Infrastructure. Hence why we need to be talking about it more, that where it cannot be seen as a blind eye. Some of these people in here have still maybe not even seen Rick Simpson oil. Do you know what I mean? And all of these things, what people in everyday households are curing themselves by buying cannabis from the black market to make in their house, yeah, makes the job harder for everyone who's trying to do their thing. That's the honest facts. Because then what happens is, everyone becomes their regulated own GP. And now the problem is, if you can't verify for what strain is which, not everybody's medicine is the same. Someone might be thinking, right, I'm making the same thing, but how come I'm not having the same effect? Because it's not the same plant. It hasn't got the same quantities. All of these things, it's for us, for people who have got a position, who can spread the word in the right way and put it in the right hands to start doing so and saving lives. With great power comes great responsibility.
That's
I also wanted to add to that, though. There's a lot of, clinical studies and trials that have, gone on about how cannabis can really, help people when they're in the flow state, and that's also what we focus on with Frank White. Like, both of my parents use it to get in the flow. They get in the zone, in the studio, you smoke, helps you just not think about anything. And, that's one of the main things that I really want to talk about as well. Just why is that, and why do you think that is?
Because, remember, going back from the ancient teachings, yeah, see, like when my uncles and that smoke weed, yeah, man bun weed and older meds, When man's uncles and that, and man's elders were smoking weed, they're smoking weed and talking righteousness to man. It wasn't a thing of just smoking weed for the sake of smoking weed. It was meditation, higher meaning, spirituality. Do you get what I mean? Weed enhances your emotions. So if you're a paranoid person in general, weed will enhance all of that. If you're a questionable person, it will enhance all of that. So if you're docile, it will make you more docile. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. But then also comes back to like different things. The milk of the poppy ain't gonna have the same effect as methadone because it's just different things. But all same, we know the difference between sativa and indica. If you want something that's gonna make you stay awake and still be focusing, hence why the land races. Remember, a lot of the land races, old school Mersh and Thaiweed, they were high in CBD. Now remember, to any person who does cocaine, you drink loads of alcohol, sniff will fix you right back up and make you be able to function, right? THC and CBD do the same thing. So if you're too high on THC, it's the CBD what normals you out. So if it's too much THC and not enough CBD, do you get what I mean? But if it's higher in CBD and lower in THC, you have that mellow buzz when everyone always talks, I want that old school weed, man, with that nice mellow buzz. Because you were smoking a land race, what was higher in CBD, natural CBD content. Do you get what I mean? Bala.
No, completely. I think it's like, I feel like a lot of the conversations around, like the negative side of weed are like, would be countered if we just had regulation so people actually knew what it was they were getting and, I guess something I quickly also wanted to get into is that obviously a lot of, well, we can talk about the positive side of like rap music and its ability to like get people talking about like these conversations, but like also obviously a lot of rappers are criminalized specifically because of their use of weed. And in the States, 03 Greedo, one of the charges against him was that the cops could smell weed in his car. Nines was sentenced with intent to sell. There's like so many examples of how, we can be used against people who are talking about it in their music, and I guess I was curious about your thoughts on what we can do.
My new song's out right now featuring Julian Marley and it's about weed. It's called Feeling High. Check it out. Rastafari.
Very good plug. But yeah, I mean, like obviously in like this ideal world, we could talk about like, like we use music as a way to have these conversations and to spread like a good message about it, but equally that can be used against people. And like, obviously that raises much bigger questions about the criminal justice system and all this,
Much bigger conversation that we could talk about.
Yeah.
We could have a whole nother panel about that. But yeah, I mean, that's always gonna be prevalent. They're always gonna try to keep us down. I mean, that's the goal. That's their goal.
100, but see the statement what I said earlier? The person with the most information wins. All right. Look at this as simple as this. This is free game. You owe me money, all of you. Everyone I said to it. Let's keep an eye out for everyone who's got the ears listening. When Her Majesty, gave Canada the right, to go legal, what is the Commonwealth country? Who owns the Commonwealth country? Come on, brainiacs. Come on, brainiacs. This is trivia. The UK own Commonwealth country, right? So if the UK gave a Commonwealth country the right to be legal with cannabis, would that not fall under English jurisdiction as well? Back to the person with the most information wins. Do you get what I mean? So when the gold rush hit to Canada and everyone's buying weed in that, everyone's still not looking at Canada as part of England. The Queen owns Canada. That is under the Queen's sovereignty. It's no different to Jamaica. Anything was under the Queen's sovereignty. That rule doesn't just apply in Canada, it applies in the UK as well. It's the Queen's sovereignty. So now, if you decided to make a small members club and said, as you know, when the Queen made Canada legal, they also recognized the Rastafarian religion as a religion and cannabis as religious use. All of these steps were big openings for people, But remember, in our sides of the world, To the black side of the market like me, who's trying to get in, this is a big opening. But to all the big players who's supposed to be in the industry, that's nothing. Because one man's trash is another man's treasure because of who was in the game. Do you get what I mean? So hence why we need to bridge this gap between the recreational market and the medical market. Do you get what I mean? Because I met a man in Amsterdam, yeah? He was part of the four funders who made Amsterdam, yeah? And his name's Marcel, yeah? And basically, he in the early 90s was the first man to grow weed outside Amsterdam police station. He just got some weed plants and planted it outside Amsterdam police station and told them he wants to do an experiment and he wants the Amsterdam police to watch his weed. So obviously at first they didn't know what it was. So the plant started to grow, started to stink outside Amsterdam police station. They're like, bro, what the fuck is this? No, you can't grow this shit here. He's like, why not? Where am I gonna grow it? So then they gave him a place to start growing his weed. Then now, talking with some counselors, what is relaxation or therapy? Amsterdam started by Marcel explaining to doctors that smoking cannabis and drinking a cup of coffee is therapy. 20 years later, we have Amsterdam, grey light district, the whole shebang. Back to the question I said before, the person with the most information wins. Do you get what I mean? And everyone's got their role in this situation to play it. He just found a sick loophole. There's thousands of loopholes. It's just, are you willing to look for the loophole to get what you want? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm conscious that we're going to have to wrap up soon, but I mean, is there anything else that either of you wants to talk about before we go?
You good?
Go open it up, open the floor. Question?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Question?
Yeah.
Talk about social justice in the United States because of the history of cannabis. When we come to Europe, we talk about social justice, the cannabis industry draws a blank, as if social justice doesn't exist as an issue in Europe, which I think is a fallacy.
So can you address the need for social justice reform and addressing social equity as the European and UK cannabis industry matures?
I don't understand what you said.
Black people have been hurt by cannabis, and not just in the US.
We by Rastafari has been hurt by cannabis, we by in our own country, brethren. It's been happening for years. Remember, you know, what is the first ever vegan?
And I'm saying that the cannabis industry as a industry is leaving the black entrepreneur behind, and they should have a slice of the pie for generational wealth creation. It's been the most harmed community in the world. And right now we have entrepreneurs and investors like myself, white, middle-aged men coming to the industry and are potentially turning it into another extraction industry of value. How do we get value back to the communities that have been most harmed by cannabis?
By people like yourself who are aware of a situation. Until you're aware of a situation, yeah, a situation can never be thinking about. So if someone could come up to you and say the same thing what you said, over and over again to you, but until you are actually aware of the situation and feel aware about it and have natural empathy, the whole world naturally, we've lost the fact of natural empathy. Before, 40 years ago, if you saw someone hurt on the street, your first thing would be run over there and pick them up. Are you okay? Should I phone an ambulance? Now, we just film them. You just film their agony and say, raw, Insta, look at this, my man's fucked. This is what we do now because the world has naturally left empathy. So buy seeds what you're planting by talking about these things and wanting to, by the sounds of it, invest yourself into people. But at the same time, we have to give you something to invest in. It's all good and well you saying it, but if we've got nothing to give you to invest in, it's a shit show from the jump anyway. You can take me to the water, but you can't force me to drink. And back to it goes, we have to start giving information and put a lot of farmers in. When I went to Jamaica and I did my documentary, yeah, the biggest weed establishment in Jamaica is called Kaya. is owned by Indians. Every Rasta man who is selling weed in the hills cannot get a license. Cannot get a license. So when I started doing my Sherlock Holmes into this, thinking, why can't they get a license? The license is between $500 to $2,000. The money is not the issue. They haven't got the knowledge to do the paperwork. Do you get what I mean? So the person with the most information wins. So they know how to do everything with the plant. They know how to make natural fertilizer, natural anti-bug eaters to keep away bugs, all of this stuff. Natural cooling rooms, but they don't know how to do paperwork. They've lived in the bush their whole life. They can barely spell C-A-T, cat. Back to the bridge. So whoever comes in between that is just gonna suck them dry and leave their asshole like a hippo yawning. So what do? You get scared because you don't have the information. And what do people do who haven't got information? They hide in. It's your first defense mechanism. If you haven't got you don't know what's going on, think about it. A person who's less intelligent talking to a highly intelligent person, their first safety mechanism will be to go into a shell and go quiet, because that saves all sorts of issues. You don't need to know if I'm stupid or not. If I don't say anything, you don't need to know anything. But what that means, nothing progresses and stays still. So exactly what you're doing, thinking about it and wanting to invest in black companies and so forth, but they have to give you something to invest in. And that goes by giving them information and resources and teaching them to put themselves into a standard. Remember, I ain't gone to university to get none of this stuff. This is straight bando living of life. Do you get what? Everything I've learned has not been from no book. This is just life experience. But there's a next man who's managed to read all of this on paper, but he's never had one real physical promo of it. So his analyst is good, but he's never done with spider mites or dealt with a room in summer, 64 degrees as well as the fucking light, trying to hide from the police. This time, your fucking theory can't be wrong because you just go to fucking prison.
So doesn't it make sense that every journalist should be writing about social justice in Europe, and that black 100%. And brown communities have been over-policed in the continent and in Britain just as they have been in the US? And this should be part of the fabric of the discussion on cannabis, as money is made, and that money should be reallocated to people that are most in need and have suffered the most from the war on drugs.
100%. Remember, reparations, the biggest thing what sent a good high percentage of black Americans to prison in the 80s and 70s was cannabis. So we've been fighting. Yeah? We've been fighting for reparations for a very long time. Do you get what I mean? And it's still going to be an endless fight, but at the same time, the amount of billionaires what are in Africa, yeah, and America, yeah, truth be told, yeah, I'm independent. I've never been signed. I built my CBD steam room myself, just short of $250,000. Do you get what I mean? It took me 2 years, but fuck it. It's my own money. I'm one of hundreds of thousands of rich black people. But we have to invest in ourselves first before you want anyone else to invest in you. My thing is this. Sitting in this room talking to all these investors, and the first thing you say to investor, I want this investor to invest in my company. I've got this wonderful product. It can do this. It can fucking shoot stars out and all of this fucking shit. Then we get down to the most important question. How much money have you invested in your own product? Well, I haven't put any money in, but I've been doing loads of research. Go fuck off. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't trust anyone who doesn't put their own hands in their fucking pocket. If you're not going to spend on your own fucking stuff, yeah, you're not fucking serious, bruv. Real shit. If it's down to £100 to £10,000, if you haven't took any money out of your fucking Barclays or Santander to invest in your problem, fuck off. Simple. Simple. From I seen that you've invested in yourself, either it be £1.79, I'm willing to give it a go. Because at least I know you've got some sort of belief in what you're doing. Do you know what I mean? It can't all just be down to written paperwork and theory. Sorry, I'm going to get passionate. I need to smoke a doob.
I would also say very quickly in response to that you know, the stories that get told in media are also down to the people who are in the media, and in the UK, the media is like 95% white, which is not at all representative of this country, and so like the stories that get told are skewed in that way. So like there's like all these conversations, like they can't really just happen in a vacuum. You can't just talk about one industry. Like this is like a much wider issue, I guess. Okay, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add, CJ, or I guess.
No, they both kind of hit the nail on the head. But yeah, I appreciate you, Will. Obviously, we have to reinvest into the communities most harmed. That's our focus with Frank White. You know, my focus is New York, and you know my family's from New York, so we want to give back to Brooklyn. We want to give back to Harlem. You know, Queens, all of the black and brown people that were most harmed by this. Not drug, you know, it's not a drug. I don't like calling it a drug because it's not. And you know, they called it that just so they could continuously persecute us. So yeah, man, we've got to get the media behind us and tell the right stories continuously, and that's the best way to keep fighting the good fight.
Wicked. I love that. Make some noise for CJ. Make some noise for CJ, people. Come on, man. Big vibes. And you don't know, if you want to open a CBD recovery gym with a CBD steam room in your neighborhood, get at me. BDO Genetics, holler at man like Sugar Tits. I'm going to the smoking section to go and burn one. If you want to have a conversation, come and see me. Follow this aroma smell.
Amazing.
Have we got more talking, or can I go smoke?
No, we're done. We're good.
Let's go smoke some weed. Come on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Just quickly, while you're all leaving, before you all go and smoke a doobie outside with Big Nasty, I want to take this opportunity to kind of just echo the sentiments here about how important information is. So to that end, we have some information booklets. We take our role as journalists in the cannabis space really seriously at the Kenigma. So you find some little brochures kind of circulating around. You can get a bit of a taste for what we do. And also don't forget free martinis down at Dirty Martinis around the corner. You've got the details in your app. Have a great evening.